This is part 2 of every Pokemon Journeys episode reviewed. If you missed part 1 or want to watch it, there will be a link in the description. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like, it helps me out a ton. Anyways, let's continue. Every Pokemon Journeys episode reviewed part 2 starting with episode 69. Recap. As our heroes are in the Pokemon Center to pick up some supplements that they need for an errand, Go's Grookey and Chloe's Eevee cause trouble when they jump on Chansey's pouch, causing her egg to fall. Luckily, Pikachu's there for the save. So, to prove that their Pokemon can behave, Ash compels both Go and Chloe to see if their Pokemon can do a simple task of taking the supplements that they just got from the Pokemon Center back to the lab by themselves, because Pikachu could do it so much easier. Ash, you sly dog. After setting up their Pokemon each with the supplements and telling them how to get back to the lab, Go and Chloe wish them well, but Ash tells them to follow from behind just in case they need help. That way they can sneakily provide them with support. And on the other hand, Team Rocket is doing something similar, as they want to get ice cream to put on top of pie and eat it, and that sounds disgusting, but regardless, they're sending Pelipper to do that. And because this is also its first errand, just like our heroes, Jessie's worried, so she says they should also follow behind it and sneakily provide it with support. The rest of the episode is hijinks, as Eevee and Grookey get distracted, Ash has to help them using Gengar and Sirfetch'd, which is good since we don't really see those Pokemon that often, and even Team Rocket's Pelipper forgets where it's supposed to go and is getting ample support from Team Rocket. The episode concludes with Pelipper getting back to the Rocket base with the ice cream, only for Morpeko to eat everything, Eevee to make it to the lab by itself with the supplements, and Grookey, who got dropped off in the forest by Team Rocket's Pelipper, struggling but eventually getting back to the lab with the supplement, completing its first task. The premise of this episode is apparently based on a Japanese television show called this right here. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm not even going to try. Also known as My First Errand, where parents send their young kids on their first errand with the film crew tagged along to see how they do. And honestly, watching that show really makes you appreciate this episode so much more, because the reactions of Jessie and Go are the exact same reactions that the parents in the shows always have. I'll put a link in the description for one of the episodes that I watched, but honestly, I genuinely recommend watching that episode because it makes this episode so much better to watch. Ash's characterization was also great in this episode. He played the Brock role to both Chloe and Go, except he was the one who started the entire thing. He was the one who brought up how responsible Pikachu was in order to have them compete. Look at that grin and tell me he didn't do it on purpose. But he also works well in the support role because he's able to keep everything in track until things go off the rail as they always do. One thing I did notice is that it seems like there's an entire section missing from the middle of the episode. Go wants to wear Ash's clothes to, I guess, disguise himself from Grookey, but when Grookey gets inside the Pelipper's mouth and flies away and Go loses sight of Pelipper and Grookey, does he just give the clothes back? I feel like there should be something in between here, or just not have that pointless outfit swap here at all because it didn't really contribute anything to the episode besides confusion. The one thing in this episode I really didn't like, and I haven't liked it in episodes prior, but it really sticks out in this episode, is how mean-spirited the whole Morpeko gag feels compared to Team Rocket's past strategies. I mean, James' Victory Bell or Marini biting him felt harmless enough, and Beware was actually feeding them. But this actively feels mean because it feels like they're getting punished as characters for no reason. In this episode, they don't try to steal any Pokemon, they don't go after anyone, all they do is try to help out and support their Pelipper, and they're successful in doing so. And once they do, they don't bother anyone else or try to steal any more Pokemon, they head back to their base and wait for it. So when Pelipper returns with their ice cream, rather than being rewarded with their good behavior by being allowed to eat the food, the plot seemingly punishes them just because. And because of that, you hate Morpeko even more because it feels like it's ruining any possible triumphant moments for Team Rocket. I don't understand that at all. I wonder how much of it has to do with the fact that blasting off is such a foreign concept, while someone eating your food and making you actively hungry is so ingrained in our brains as humans that we feel more empathetic because of that. Either way, while there is a message of growth at the end of this episode, it didn't really feel that way throughout the episode. only Chloe Zeevee seems to have learned anything, and even then, Chloe Zeevee was never the one really causing issues. It was always Go's Grookey. And while eventually Go's Grookey did complete his tasks, I'm not really sure what that even means. Does it mean it's going to stop being mischievous? Because that's such a vague message of growth. I don't think there's anything tangible there, and that's why I don't think there's going to be any difference moving forward. So because of that, this entire arc feels a bit fluffy. Overall, if I had to rank this episode in the Suede rank scale, I'd rank this a Pokeball. It's a nothing episode in the grand scheme of things, but at least it's enjoyable enough. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 70 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Please Get Morpeko just dropped, and in this episode, Team Rocket can't continue doing anything with Morpeko around, so they decide to release it back into the wild. But in doing so, shenanigans occurs. What happens? Well, let's find out. Recap. Team Rocket want to release Morpeko to the wild because it's just eating everything, and at this point, they can't continue living and doing any of their stuff they want to do because they're just hungry all the time. So, Team Rocket tasks James with releasing it. James, while trying to release it, starts bonding with Morpeko, however, and even though he tries to leave it in the city, it keeps returning to its base because it leaves a little bit of food behind as it's walking outside. They then see our heroes with Go trying to capture Pokemon in the city, so they try to pawn off Morpeko to Go, but keep failing. Eventually, it hops on a van full of food on its own accord and Team Rocket leave it, with James still being unsure of the whole thing. The food van then arrives at Cerise Laboratory as the food is meant for all the Pokemon there, and Morpeko starts eating everything, and he has a bit of a confrontation with Go's Greedent, but because there's plenty of food, it doesn't seem to really cause any issues. We also get to see some of Go's Pokemon that we haven't seen in a while, like Drizzile, so that was pretty cool. Afterwards, Ash and Go continue to try to find a Pidgeotto or a Pidgeot for Go to capture, which is a nice little callback to the Gary episode when he tried to catch a Pidgeot and couldn't, and while they're doing that, they hear things going down in the nearby mall. Turns out Team Rocket are trying to steal all of their Pokemon now that they're full, with Morpeko no longer eating their food. A battle ensues between Team Rocket and our heroes, and eventually Morpeko, who had been following our heroes, stumbles upon Team Rocket and all the food. It turns into its hangry mode, and Jesus, that stomping tantrum looked painful, and it eventually blasts off Team Rocket. As Team Rocket are hanging off of trees after their blast off, they see Morpeko looking for Team Rocket, trying to find it. Jessie and Meowth want to just let it go, but James decides to catch it and make it part of the team, thus ending the episode. Some small nitpicks I found while watching the episode before I talk about the episode itself. One thing I found weird in this episode is when Team Rocket are discussing their plan to dump Morpeko, for some reason Morpeko can't understand them even though it's right next to them, so it's not like he didn't properly hear them. And we know that Pokemon and humans can instinctively understand each other in the Pokemon world. But even if that wasn't the case here, Meowth is right next to it and talking. I guess since Meowth is speaking in human language, Morpeko can't understand? I don't know, that was a bit strange to me. There's also a bit of a strange cut in the editing here that took me out of the episode and made me question something. So as the food van pulls up to Cerise Laboratory, we see this entrance. But then the next scene we see is Ren pushing this thing. So it seems like Ren somehow managed to push a cart full of food up these incredibly awkward looking stairs. How is that even possible? I'm sure maybe that's not what they meant to imply, but the way the editing is done here, that's the only explanation I can think of. Also, there's a small error in the mall scene because you can hear Pelipper's cry when Team Rocket calls for his prize master, even though there's no Pelipper around. Now on to the actual review of the episode itself. The capture of Morpeko is a strange one to me. On the one hand, it makes sense. It's been around them in some capacity since the first time they went to Galar. But the thing is, it's been nothing but trouble for them. It isn't like their previous Pokemon who had their quirks but still battled with them when called upon. It's not like Beware where it takes care of them even if it actively stops them from doing things. Morpeko actively hurts them in their plans 99% of the time, so why would James want to capture it? Don't get me wrong, it reflects well on his character and is consistent with his character, He's always been the moral center of the group. He is, at most times, the thing that takes them from going too far as villains. But while they conclude this episode with Jessie saying that it's strong so maybe they can keep it around, but why? It's not like they're gonna use it for battles. That's what they use their prize master for. They get Pokemon out of them and battle them. And it's not like Morpeko changes or learns any sort of lesson before this episode or in this episode to make it more appealing to capture. If we look at just the pure story of this episode, Team Rocket wants to get rid of Morpeko, James tries to do it but struggles as it builds a small bond with it and finds it cute, then eventually it returns after not being around them for a while and shows that it's strong before James captures it. There's nothing there in between to show me a reason why James wants to capture it. The only reasoning I can come up with is that maybe the writers are slowly phasing out the prize master. Jessie already has a Choodle, and now James has a Morpeko. So maybe now they can use their Pokemon more regularly, which allows them to use the prize master less and less. I don't know, maybe that's just wishful thinking. Besides that, the episode is structured very strangely too. It doesn't have your standard plot arc to it. There's no real conflict in this episode. I guess there's internal conflict for James as he doesn't want to release the thing, but that plot point only occurs after the first time James releases it, and that only happens twice. Once when Team Rocket is planning to get all the Pokemon in the mall, and second is after they've been blasted off. Because during the mall scene, they're too busy trying to fight with Zigzagoon and Natu for James or Morpeko's plot to come into play. But besides that thread, it just feels disjointed. The middle portion of the episode, specifically the one that ends up with Morpeko in Cerise Laboratory eating all the food, can be cut out entirely and you wouldn't miss a single thing in the plot. You might argue that it allowed Morpeko to follow Ash and go, so it ended up in the mall at the very end, but Morpeko could have just stumbled upon the mall and the same thing would have happened. It makes no difference. The episode feels like it had a beginning and an end of an episode, but couldn't quite figure out what they wanted to put in the middle, so they crammed it with a bit of filler. Overall, it's not a bad episode, it's an alright episode. I just think the episode stumbles a bit both with its motivation and its execution. Overall, I'd rank this episode a Pokeball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 71 of the Journeys anime titled Let's Go! Project Mew just dropped, and in this first episode of Project Mew, a goal that'll most likely be an overarching storyline for Go's development going forward, we start off with a trial to see if Go is eligible to be part of Project Mew. How will he do? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with Go getting an email from Project Mew to meet them at their lab at the base of Mount Coronet. Our heroes reach the base and they find Gary there talking to one of the people, and as Gary comes in, he antagonizes Go by saying it seems even weak trainers can try out for Project Mew with Oak's recommendation before telling him to do his best. Gary is awesome here. They go into the lab where they meet the leader of Project Mew, Haruka, and they also meet Asahi, the girl that Gary was talking to before. She tells them about Project Mew, and here's the gist of it. This search is going to take place in Table Mountain in a 1-week period between rainy and dry season because otherwise it gets way too foggy to explore. Project Mew is going to have a 5-man chase team. Asahi is one of them, as well as a guy named Tsurugi. The people chosen are done through challenges or trial. These trials are meant to test the trainer's knowledge, battle ability, capture ability, as well as the ability to work with others. And the remaining 3 people, since they already have 2, will be chosen by having the most tokens. So whoever has the most tokens from doing challenges is going to be part of Project Mew. She also says that Ash is allowed to help even though he himself isn't participating in Project Mew. Once they get all the information, they find out that the lab that Project Mew is on wasn't actually a lab, but rather a giant helicopter. So they were already on their way to have Go do their first trial. Go's mission here is to find an Alolan Ninetales in Mount Coronet. You might be wondering, well, that's weird, why is there a Alolan Ninetales in Mount Coronet in Sinnoh? Well, as we find out later, it's because Pokemon hunters were trying to take this Alolan Ninetales somewhere, but their helicopter crashed in Mount Coronet, so now the Alolan Ninetales is in a place where it's at least some sort of familiar. That's why, once our heroes find Alolan Ninetales, it's immediately aggressive towards them, using Ice Beam before using Blizzard. And the blizzard is so strong that both of our heroes pass out in the ice and later wake up around a campfire. It seems that they were saved by Suguri, who tells Go that he's disqualified because if he didn't save him, he and his Pokemon would have died. And this is also where they learn why the Alolan Ninetales was so aggressive towards them. Then, after the blizzard has passed over, even though Tsurugi tells Go to give up, Go says that he still has time, so he's gonna still try to capture this Alolan Ninetales and help take it back to Mount Lanakila. And after a bit of searching in a mountain that kinda looks like Mount Lanakila, they find it again. This time, he brings out his Cinderace to fight him. It's a back and forth battle between the two Pokemon, but eventually Go gets a nice little Pyro Ball in and is about to capture Alolan Ninetales when all of a sudden, a Ice Beam hits a Pokeball. Turns out, Regice is here. And all of a sudden now, Go has to deal with both Regice and Alolan Ninetales. Or does he? Nope. Ash is going to take Regice so that Go can focus on capturing Alolan Ninetales. So while Ash is fighting Regice, instead of Go trying to just battle it, he decides to talk to the Ninetales, and eventually he gets through to it, and the Ninetales allows him to capture it, and he does. Ash is kind of struggling with Regice when Tsurugi steps in. He has a single strike Urshifu as his partner Pokemon, and he KOs this Regice with one wicked blow. This dude is super powerful. They head back to the lab where they learn that this mission wasn't actually a trial or a challenge. This mission was to see if Go would be accepted as a candidate to take the trial. And the episode ends with Go asking Professor Haruka about what Tsurugi said about Regice being a key to learn about Pokemon history, and then Haruka saying that they'll look at his data at the base of the mountain. This was a good episode to set the stage for Project Mew. We learn about the place they're gonna find Mew, we learn how they're gonna search for it, who's involved, and why. I'm excited to see who else is going to be part of this because there's still one more space remaining. Right now it's probably gonna be Go and Gary, but we don't know who the third is gonna be unless they just make it Ash, which would be kinda boring. As far as the characters go, Tsurugi seems like your typical shonen strong guy. Tough exterior, but he still has a nice personality, but he's a bit boring. Meanwhile, Asahi seems to have a bit more personality to her. Their leader, Professor Haruka, has your typical bad guy movie look, but he also has a Mime Jr. as his partner Pokemon, so how evil can he really be? The thing that would make him evil is how reckless and unsafe this Project Mew can be. They just took guys that they didn't know they were going to be immediately flown to the top of Mount Coronet to do a mission where they could potentially die to a blizzard. Shouldn't you let them go get prepared by allowing them to go get their Pokemon? Like, Go has a Darmanitan. I'm sure he would love to use that Pokemon in this snowy environment. But then again, maybe not, because Suguri's right there as well, because he's not there early on, but then he shows up to save our heroes. And then later, when our heroes have to fight Regice, he helps there, and it's not like he does anything else. He's there just to capture the Alolan Ninetales just like our heroes. So maybe they sent in Suguri as backup just in case things went wrong. They trust him enough to get out of there properly. Now, that's just a nitpick on my end, but something that wasn't a nitpick that I saw people complain about on Twitter, and I honestly should get out of Anti-Poke Twitter because it feels so toxic, is people being upset that Ash somehow didn't one-shot Regice or at least beat him just because he's done it in the past. First of all, he didn't really lose to Regice. He was merely just being pushed back, and yeah, he was in the floor, but both him and his Pikachu looked perfectly fine and probably could have continued battling if they wanted to. The thing is, Suguri stepped in, and that's the more important part. It provides more questions to Suguri when he's able to bring out his Urshifu. So it's important in his character development so that he's not just a bland strong guy. It provides mystery. How did he get an Urshifu? If he has that Pokemon, what else strong Pokemon does he have? It gives him mystery and questions beyond just, this guy is strong. Now, what I do have a bit of an issue with is just Regice. Why was Regice there? I'll tell you why. I have a theory that Regice was there just to be a trailer Pokemon. He was there so they could have that admittedly cool shot of Urshifu hitting Regice, but as far as the story went, Regice contributed zero to the plot. It's kind of a wasted use of a legendary. But admittedly, what I do and don't like a plot also correlates with how cool the battle was, and in this case, Urshifu's Wicked Blow looked awesome, so I'm willing to forgive that. Other than that, this was a pretty good episode. It did everything it needed to in order to set up Project Mew. It set up question, intrigue, and some excitement for the future. Overall, an Ultra Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 72 of the Journey's anime titled Shuffle Panic in the Underground Labyrinth just dropped, and in this episode, this is a classic feeling Pokemon episode. Our heroes in Team Rocket are mixed up and lost and trying to find their way out while learning about each other. This is a good one. Our heroes are in the Unova region because they heard of a cling 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 clang, a new form of cling clang, but it turns out it was just a promotion for a cookie shop. Same with Team Rocket. Team Rocket then see our heroes and they want to steal their Pokemon, but Eevee and Grookey find this hole and they go underground, forcing our heroes and Team Rocket to follow them. They follow them down, and after a bit of argument and shenanigans where they get caught by our heroes trying to catch Ash's Pikachu, Team Rocket throws a smoke bomb and chaos ensues, splitting up all of our heroes and their Pokemon and Team Rocket. So now the groups we're left with is Team Rocket with Chloe's Eevee, Go with Pikachu, Ash with Morpeko, Chloe with Meowth, and later Grookey with Wobbuffet. I like that each group has their own unique interaction. Ash is just trying to find everyone while fighting off Morpeko because it's constantly hungry. Go has the most interesting interaction as we see that Pikachu has taken on the personality of Ash, which is not surprising if you've ever been watching this series for any length of time. And Pikachu also doesn't seem to be listening to Go, which I found kind of surprising. I mean, he does after a while, but at the beginning he completely ignores Go's commands and he stops Go from catching a Seismitoad. That's a bit surprising. I don't think Pikachu's done that to any of Ash's other companions. Team Rocket wanted Pikachu, but they're stuck with Eevee, so Jessie decides to make the best of it. So they're excited to teach Eevee the Meowth spot on their motto. It's always fun to see their interactions with different Pokemon. Now, before Team Rocket followed our heroes down the hole, they gave Wobbuffet a net and told it to capture Pikachu if it came up the hole. Well, Grookey's the first one to do so, and because of that, he causes hijinks by stealing Wobbuffet's net. Chloe and Meowth's interaction is also amazing here. Chloe's nice to Meowth, and Meowth has always craved companionship, so this episode even references Go West Young Meowth, one of the great episodes of the first season. Even that moment where Meowth saves Chloe from the Trubbish is a callback to that episode. The interaction here is super wholesome as Meowth and Jessie seem to have been fighting recently, and Chloe tells Meowth that he shouldn't talk bad about Jessie and try to make up with her. All these interactions come to a head as they all start being chased by a group of Durants. Turns out they aren't in a random cave, but rather in the burrow of Durants. Grookey's up top when he's messing around, and he tries to use that net that he stole from Wobbuffet, and he catches a Heatmore up top. That fails, so him and Wobbuffet both run down the hole as well, bringing Heatmore to the Durant cave. Since Heatmore and Durant are fighting, our heroes and Team Rocket get away and they're all up top. However, Morpeko is still hungry as Ash lost his cookie, so Morpeko hits both our heroes and Team Rocket and has them blast off. The episode ending happy for our heroes as they had a fun time, and Team Rocket stuck in trees with Meowth still thinking about Chloe. I like in this episode that Grookey and Eevee really are the troublemakers and the catalyst to the start and end of this episode. That really solidifies their character. The moment in this episode with Grookey hitting Heatmore with the net is genuinely hilarious. The timing there was perfect. And to me, this is the type of episode that I really like because it allows everyone's personality to shine through, both people and Pokemon. Even though I said earlier that Ash's was the most boring, even he has a cool moment when he uses Morpeko's rage and stomping tantrum against the Durant so they can run away. That was pretty smart. I love the reference to Go West Young Meowth. Team Rocket have such a fantastic dynamic, and Go West Young Meowth is such an iconic episode that helped establish that dynamic, that the fact that the writers still realize how important that episode is and reference it makes me pretty happy. I'm also glad that Wobbuffet actually got to do something this episode. Usually it feels like the forgotten member of Team Rocket, but episodes like this help remind you why he's such a good part of their team. This is an episode that's really hard to review overall because it's very character and dialogue focused, which I really love. It helps flesh out the character and all their Pokemon, and I wish we got a Lost Pokemon episode for some of Ash and Go's other Pokemon like we did in Sun and Moon. It would help develop them as well. I highly recommend checking this episode out. It's awesome. I am currently moving right now and I'm packing things up and stuff like that, so this review here is going to be super short and will have very little editing. Let's go. This episode, episode 73, Commander Pikachu had 4 Phalanx, is a filler episode that really feels like it's there just to fill the episode gap between this episode and next episode, the Dawn episode, where the animators can work on it more. The basic premise of this episode is that our heroes go to the Galar region to research failings when they find out about them through Cerise. While they're in Galar, Ice Cube, who's asleep, drifts over from where it's supposed to be in Galar all the way to where all the failings are located. There's a whole side plot about how it's trying to get back home and all of the hijinks that occurs while it's trying to do that. Meanwhile, our heroes finally find Phalanx, a bunch of them actually, but they notice that one of them are out of sync, and the leader of the group gets separated when Pikachu uses Thunderbolt on them, as it looks like they're about to attack our heroes. Then, while Go helps the leader of the Phalanx, who's having confidence issues because he can't get the other 5 Phalanx in line, the other 5 decide that Pikachu will now be their temporary leader while their leader is away. And Pikachu tries to shake him off, but can't, and there's some hijinks about that. So, in order to help the leader, Go brings out 5 of his Pokemon. He has his Pokemon follow Phalanx's command until it gets enough confidence to get back to the group. Eventually it does, and when Go brings the leader back to the 5, it starts to take in charge. That's when the Ice Cube, who's been having hijinks this entire episode, finally shows up in front of our heroes, and more specifically the Phalanx, and our heroes decide that this will be the perfect battle to see if the Phalanx's teamwork is on point. There's a pretty short battle here where at first it doesn't look like they're still in sync, but eventually as the battle goes on, they're able to get more and more in sync, and they eventually send the Ice Cube packing back to the ocean where it starts to drift off again, trying to find its home. The Phalanx then afterwards discuss among themselves, and eventually they want to go with Go. Oh, by the way, earlier in the episode, Go also captures a Galarian Stunfisk because he was looking for the Phalanx. It's not that important. Anyways, Go captures the Phalanx, and as our heroes are heading home happy, so does the Ice Cube because it just naturally drifts back to where it came from. A boring filler episode overall. I think this was really just to promote some Galar Pokemon and allow for a break for some of the animators to work on the next few episodes. Go captures a few Pokemon here, we get some cool memorable faces by Pikachu, which is fun, but other than that, nothing really significant happens. Overall, this episode is a Pokeball ranking. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 74 of the Journey's anime titled Darkrai Midsummer Night's Dream just dropped, and in this episode, Dawn is back! Chloe's also beginning her adventure as a brand new trainer during her summer vacation, and our heroes are back in Sinnoh. How's this episode gonna be? Well, let's find out. The premise of why our heroes are heading to Sinnoh is that cities are having trouble sleeping because of Darkrai. That's because, as we see at the beginning of the episode, Team Rocket was going after Cresselia and chased it off Full Moon Island, allowing Darkrai to take control. Chloe's also on summer vacation from school now, and she expected a family vacation, but it seems that Cerise forgot about that. He's too busy taking care of an egg, and her mother's too busy with her illustration job, and her brother's going to summer camp with his friends. So instead, Cerise says that maybe she can go to Sinnoh to help out Ash and Go. However, Chloe isn't happy and instead decides to go on a trip on her own to Sinnoh. And in a fantastic callback to the first episode of Diamond and Pearl, she takes way too many things for this adventure, only for her mother to tell her that's too much things and give her just a backpack with all the essentials in it. If you don't remember, this is the exact same thing Dawn does in the first episode. Chloe's mom tells her to enjoy herself and be free, and her dad is the one freaking out, which is a nice role reversal from the usual. Also, I'm curious as to what this egg thing will be for Cerise. I hope this will be followed up on in a future plot point. Chloe gets to Sinnoh and is a bit flustered at first. She doesn't really know where to go and has to run away from a trainer battle. Wait a minute, I thought you couldn't do that. But doing that leads her to an interview with Dawn's mother, since she's a contest legend, and there she learns about a contest going on in Eterna City. Eevee seems to be excited hearing this, so they decide to go there. And rather than wait an hour and take the bus there, they decide to walk there. However, that doesn't go too well for them either, since they are first chased off by a flock of Starly, and then get stuck in the rain. That's unfortunate, however, Chloe tries to stay positive. Meanwhile, Ash and Go arrive in Cantalave City and learn a bit more about what's happening with this Darkrai thing. They learn that the sleep issue is happening in spots like a Roman Pokemon, so they decide to try to track it. And while that's happening, Matori decides that she doesn't want to take the fall for losing Cresselia, so she tells Team Rocket that Giovanni asked them to find it, and so they oblige. Meanwhile, she and her team goes after Darkrai. The rain eventually settles down and Chloe finds herself in front of a beautiful lake. She decides that's where she's gonna sleep for the night, and she's making food when all of a sudden, a random Piplup shows up and starts eating her food. Or is it? Turns out, it's not random at all, but rather, it's Dawn's Piplup. She introduces herself, and she learns that Chloe's heading to Eterna, which is also where Dawn is going. They decide to go together, however, she's surprised to learn that Chloe isn't actually participating in the contest, and urges her to, since everyone has to start somewhere. I was going to talk about this later, but I can talk about this now too. Chloe's arc in this series is to try to find out what she wants to do in the future, and this meeting makes me think that maybe Chloe might do contests in this series. If not permanently, at least once in the future, since that would be both great promotion for both Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus, and it would allow her to develop a bit more as a trainer and give her a goal. Speaking of development, we also see here that Chloe and Dawn are very different in how they see things. Chloe does things by the book. She wants to head to the nearest Pokemon Center as soon as possible so she can sleep in an actual bed. However, Dawn doesn't mind either way. She just wants to enjoy herself and will take the long route if need be. This causes a bit of friction between the two as they're trying to get through the forest. While that's happening the previous night, Ash and Go both had a nightmare in the city they were sitting in, and they go outside and spot Darkrai. The next morning, as they're gathering information and asking around, Go finds that according to all the data they have, Darkrai is circling around a forest near the city, so Ash and Go decide to head there. Meanwhile, in the forest itself, a sleep-deprived Rhydon attacks Chloe and Dawn. They battle it, with Chloe getting the KO after Eevee mimics Piplup's Bubble Beam and allows it to hit a super effective move. That battle makes both Chloe and Dawn become a bit more closer again after all of their sniping throughout the forest. However, the KO doesn't actually knock out the Rhydon. Instead, it makes it fall asleep, which makes them both question why. And as they advance in the forest, they notice a wounded Cresselia as the episode ends. Overall, this was a fantastic episode. I think splitting up Chloe and Ash and Go's adventure was a wonderful idea. It allowed the writers to focus on individuals, or in this case Chloe, and really do a lot with her character. Of course, Dawn was also great in this episode. The chemistry between her and Chloe really works as odd couples since they're so different, however, they also work well together. I think what makes this episode work is the background story. Mother is trying to capture Darkrai and Cresselia, and that's causing issues. However, while we the audience and Ash and Go are slowly learning about it, Dawn and Chloe on the other hand don't. They're doing their own thing. That's what also makes the ending so engaging, because now they're going to start being roped into this issue. The cliffhanger it leaves on allows for great mystique. Overall, I think this is a high tier Ultra Ball episode. Nothing flashy in terms of battling, but lots and lots of character development and story development, and I found it to be awesome. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 75 of the Journey's anime titled Cresselia's Midsummer Night's Light just dropped, and this is part 2 of the two-parter of the Dawn Return. How's this entire Team Rocket, Cresselia, Darkrai thing gonna go? Let's find out. Like I said, this episode continues from the previous when Dawn and Chloe found an injured Cresselia in the forest. This episode is really focused on Chloe more so than the last episode, as although Cresselia is not trusting them at the beginning, and in a nice bit of continuity, Dawn actually remembers meeting it on New Moon Island, Chloe remembers what her father told her about being bold and approaches Cresselia, eventually gaining its trust. And once they get that, Dawn is able to heal it using techniques she learned from Brock. They talk a bit about their past, and that's where we see the flashback with Brock, and about Chloe making her decision on not evolving her Eevee. Her and Eevee are similar. They both really don't know what they want to be, so they're just out here exploring. And that's also the reason why she's going to go watch the contest. Dawn says that since she wants to do that, then she should actually participate and shows her some of her routine. Chloe tries to do the same routine, but fails. Regardless though, they both fall asleep after healing Cresselia some more. However, then they both get nightmares. In their nightmare, they're in a town and everyone's falling down and they see Darkrai until Cresselia comes up and wakes everyone up. Chloe thinks that Darkrai looks lonely, and this is going to be important. They both wake up from the dream before discussing it, and then just like in the dream, Darkrai shows up in real life. They try to protect Cresselia from it at the beginning, but it looks like Cresselia is telling them not to fight it. Just then, however, the Team Rocket trio, who had spotted Darkrai earlier, jump down with their prize master and begin battling Darkrai. While that's happening, Dawn and Chloe decide to take Cresselia somewhere else safe. They come up to a dead end near a lake, and when they turn around, Ash and Go spot them. After a brief reunion, they all get together and discuss what's going on, and Chloe and Dawn think that Darkrai looked upset not because it was going after Cresselia, but probably because it thought it was going to hurt Cresselia. As they're discussing this, then Matori's Team Rocket shows up, and so does Darkrai, so we get a battle. Some really neat animation cuts here, which all eventually leads to Darkrai eventually being hit by an electric shock from the ship while protecting Cresselia, wounding it. Cresselia then uses Lunar Dance to heal Darkrai, who then blows up the helicopter, as well as uses Dark Void on Team Rocket, and then it clears the cloud so that Cresselia can use Moonlight and heal. Turns out, Darkrai and Cresselia don't hate each other after all, and both of them leave together. Instead, and this is what Chloe theorizes, Darkrai can't control its nightmare power and it's hated, so Cresselia stays close by it so it doesn't feel lonely. The next morning, Cerise calls Chloe because she hadn't called him the night before, worried, and we find out that the egg he was looking after was not actually just one egg, but a bunch of eggs. It was a whole bunch of Piplups, which is pretty unexpected. Then the episode ends with Dawn getting Chloe to come out and play in the water since it's summer. Overall, I really like this episode. Like I said, the focus for this episode is on Chloe, and in that regard, they did a fantastic job helping her character develop. She's the person who now understands Cresselia, and she also does well in battles, showing us that not only can she understand Pokemon, she can even battle with Pokemon. And we can see that while she doesn't know what she wants to be in the future, she's also learning a lot more about different options she can take, like Dawn's mom being a coordinator and Dawn being a coordinator. Also, her Eevee wants to spend more time in water? Could be hinting that it might evolve into a Vaporeon. Also, this animation was fire in this episode. I don't know who the animation directors were as well as the animators were for this episode, I'll probably look that up later, but they did a phenomenal job. And also, shout out to Hayashi, as the music choices in this episode were great as well. Overall, a Master Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 76 of the Journey's anime titled Fully Powered, the Alola Desert Island Race just dropped, and this is an episode where our heroes went back to Alola. And you know what? This was just a fun episode, so let's just jump right into the review. Before I get started, I don't know if you could tell or not, but I'm really sick right now, like really sick. But I did want to get this episode out, so if my voice sounds worse or it sounds very nasally, that's why. Sorry about that. Anyways, Go wants to go to Alola to capture some more Alolan Pokemon, as well as going to a Pokemon catching adventure race. Once our heroes reach Alola, Ash is recognized by a set of brothers known as the Full Powered Brother as the first ever Alola champion, and this is also where Go finds out. The reveal here is done super casual, and you know what? I really don't mind. After about the first couple of seasons, Ash hasn't been a super braggadocious character, so him not really telling Go fits with his character. Anyways, our heroes participate in the race, and in reality, the race itself is superfluous. It's mainly about two things: the Full Power Brothers trying to use a Z-move, and Team Rocket trying to capture Pikachu, only to remember Mimikyu, Mareanie, and Beware, so they decide that they're gonna catch up with them later. The first task in the race is to go up a mountain and catch an Alolan Geodude, and Go is successful in doing so. And then as they're climbing the mountain to get to the next place, a boulder blocks the path, so the Full Power Brothers try to use their Z-move from their Como. And fail. Hard. Go's boulder has to headbutt it out of the way because they completely fail in their Z-move, and this boulder also sends Team Rocket running because they ain't trying to get crushed. The second trial, our heroes have to try to catch a Bruxish from a lake, and this is one of my favorite things that has ever happened in this series. Ash has aura power, we all know this, but it seems like it never really comes up. So in this case, when he calls up Lucario and has him use his aura power to detect a Pokemon in the water, that's pretty awesome. And a little battle later, Go captures the Bruxish, and similar to earlier, the Full Power Brothers try to use a Clangrous Soul Blaze and fail again. And in a nice callback, similar to how he explained the Z-moves to Lily, he explains it to these brothers, and they understand and thank him for it. Finally, the third task is to catch a Passimian, and in another callback to the Alolan anime, Ash begins to play catch with Pikachu and Grookey and Go because he knows that Passimian like to play catch, and that lures out the Passimian as a successful. But as they're playing catch, Team Rocket comes in and nets all the Pokemon. Then, using their prize master, they get Vileplume and Tropius, who are then able to subdue the Pokemon in the net by using Sleep Powder, and then Tropius gives a banana to Grookey, which is all that takes. However, just then, the Full Power Brothers show up yet again, and this time they're fired up seeing Team Rocket steal Pokemon. So once again, they try again with their Z move, and this time they're super successful with Clangorous Soul Blaze, which looks awesome. The Como brings Pokemon to the ground while sending Team Rocket blasting off. The race then hits its last leg as Go and the brothers have captured Passimian, and then they're on a foot race. And at the very end, our heroes win, getting the trophy. However, since the Full Power Brothers helped save our heroes, they get the unlimited Malasada for a year prize. Meanwhile, after Team Rocket blasts off, they blast off near their Alolan Pokemon as they re-encounter Mareanie, Mimikyu, and of course the giant hug from Beware, which was great to see. However, just then, the ending to this episode is one to build hype as Ash has a battle in 1 week from now against the 8th gym leader of Sinnoh, Volkner, who is number 27, which is kinda high in the Ultra class, and that's where we end this episode. Overall, this is a fun episode. It's mainly an episode to allow Go to capture some more Alolan Pokemon, Team Rocket to meet their old Alolan team, since they weren't there last time our heroes went to Alola, and set up a match against Ash and Volkner. It's great to see Z moves again, and it also reminded me why Sun and Moon had some of the best animation in the series. Z moves take up like 20 to 30 seconds of animation times just by themselves, but once you make them once, you can just reuse the Z move over and over, allowing the animators to focus on the other things. That's real nice. In this episode, the story was pretty simple, but it was done well. It's a fun story that ultimately leads to the next important episode, and that's one that I'm definitely looking forward to. Overall, this is a Great Ball or a Ultra Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 77 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled A Super Electromagnetic Ultra Class Battle just dropped, and finally we are in the Ultra Class, the top 100. Ash's first test in this rank? Volkner. Let's see how it goes. Spoiler alert, this episode is pretty awesome. This episode jumps right into the battle. We get a little bit of conversation between Ash and Volkner where they reminisce on their old battle, and Volkner sees Ash's Z move and says he's excited, and then they both go to the stadium. The battle first begins with Lucario versus Luxray, Ash with his Lucario and Volkner with his Luxray, and Luxray starts with Electric Terrain and uses Rising Voltage, the new move that I think came out in the Isle of Armor or the Crown Tundra, one of those two. And that move has extra power when it's used in electric terrain, so it forces Ash to switch out his Lucario. Ash switches to Gengar, who's faster and is able to dodge moves, and is able to combo Psychic and Nightshade to force Volkner to switch out Luxray. Volkner then pulls out his Rotom Fan to counter Gengar's speed. And Rotom Fan can keep up with Gengar and is even faster because he's able to dodge Gengar's Ice Punch before he uses Thunder Wave plus Hex to KO Gengar. That's some really high level strat, using a move that uses status conditions and then doubling the power. And there's a lot of stuff like that in this episode, because the next battle is Ash brings out his Pikachu and he's able to trap Rotom in the Electro Web, but Volkner quickly switches out before being hit by Thunderbolt. Instead, he brings out Electivire, who has Overdrive so he can absorb Pikachu's Thunderbolt and get faster. And now that he's speed boosted, Electivire is able to hit Pikachu with a nice looking Fire Punch. Pikachu then goes for Iron Tail, but it's stalemated with an Iron Tail from Electivire, and also Electivire's faster, so it's able to dodge a lot of Pikachu's moves. So Ash then returns Pikachu and brings out Lucario. Lucario then uses Aura Spear to counter Fire Punch from Electivire, before using Double Team and a second Aura Spear to try to hit it. Except this time, Electivire just spins and hits back all of the Aura Spears and blocks it. It then is able to hit Lucario with a Thunder Punch, which paralyzes it. He then calls back his Electivire and calls in his Rotom Fan, who uses a power boosted Hex now that Lucario is paralyzed. Ash then has Lucario use Reversal, since he's gonna be slower, to double power hit the Rotom Fan, KOing it. Another fantastic strategy for Ash, realizing that the paralysis is gonna slow him down so he can get double power based on revenge. Lucario then shakes off the paralysis before Volkner calls in his Luxray again and sets up Electric Terrain. This time, however, instead of Lucario using Aura Spear from a distance so that the same thing can happen as before, Lucario gets right into Luxray's face and uses Aura Sphere while getting hit by Rising Volt, causing a double KO. Finally, it comes down to Electivire versus Ash's Pikachu. The electric terrain set up by Luxray is still in effect at the beginning, so when Ash goes for Iron Tail versus Electivire's Wild Charge, Pikachu gets sent flying back. After the electric terrain goes away, Ash goes with Iron Tail again, and since this time Electivire doesn't have the speed boost from earlier since he was called back, Pikachu is able to get a direct hit on it on its head, which is also a callback to their gym battle from Diamond and Pearl, and is able to get a nice hit on Electivire. Finally, Pikachu decides it's time for 10 million volts Thunderbolt, so Ash uses Pikachu Z, and Electivire tries to contain all the electricity from the move, but it's too much, and it KOs Electivire. Ash wins. His ranking bumps up to 64, and Volkner tells him that he could be the Eye of the Storm to really disrupt not just the Ultra class, but also the Master class, which also includes Cynthia, which we hadn't seen in such a long time, and we find out she was watching the match, and so was Leon, Raihan, and Bee. And we end the episode on a note that Ash could be headed to battle with them soon. Overall, this is a fantastic episode. This was a battle-focused episode, but this episode had a lot of great strats used, my favorite being Hex plus a status condition. Hopefully we get more awesome battles like this in the future as the Ultra class continues. Also, shout out to Yuki Hayashi as his music placement in this episode is A1, just wonderfully done. I know I haven't really said much about the episode itself, but honestly, it's a battle episode. There's nothing much to say. You either like it or you don't, and I really like this episode. The animation was good, the strategies were sound. Overall, I liked it. I would give it a Master Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 78 of the Journey's anime titled The Cerise Laboratories Become a Target just dropped, and we are getting an evolution in this episode. For which character? Make sure to like and let's find out. This episode is one of those episodes where the setup is boring, but then the climax is really good before the payoff feels a bit lousy. The setup is that something or someone keeps stealing data from the Cerise Institute at night, and Go and Cerise are upset because Go feels like he's losing memories from those regions of the data that he collected from. First of all, how? Unless Go has terrible memory like me, in which case, you know what, never mind, that makes sense. I would also be upset. However, the other main plot here is that Go's Drizzile. We haven't seen it in a while, and turns out that it's because it doesn't like the daytime. It likes to be left alone, so at nighttime, it comes out, eats its food, and practices and trains Snipe Shot, aiming to evolve into an Inteleon one day. And in the middle of this training for its first day, where we have a thievery in the Cerise Institute, an invisible Pokemon sneaks by it and deletes some data, leading to Cerise and the team finding out and trying to improve their security. The issue is that, however, that the invisible Pokemon is still in the lab, so even though they change passwords, the next day, that creature is able to delete the data for more places, this time Galar, by spying on what that new password was the previous day. And this is where we find out that a kid is behind this Pokemon. The third day, that Pokemon returns, but Drizzile knows what's happening because the day prior, as Go was dropping off food, he was talking about it into the cave that Drizzile usually sits in. So the third day, when the Pokemon tries again, Drizzile stops it before it can, and turns out it's a Kecleon who's gone invisible. It also looks like Kecleon can talk, but we find out soon that it has a mic under its mouth where the trainer that's controlling it is talking from. A fight ensues, we even see the trainer come out and start fighting, and it wakes up everyone. The Kecleon and Drizzile go at it, however, the trainer says that the Kecleon was especially trained, so the Drizzile isn't faring well here. When it looks like Kecleon's about to hit Drizzile, who's backed into a corner, Go comes in to protect it, causing it to remember all of the time Go has done that in its past, and begins glimmering with light. It begins evolving. Inteleon then protects Go, the opposite of what Go's been doing for it, and Inteleon's able to win against and catch the Kecleon and the trainer, ending their battle with a Snipe Shot before they can escape. However, this is where the poor ending I talked about comes into play. Cerise comes out to confront the kid, and it turns out that the kid just wanted to get Cerise's attention because he's his biggest fan, and he didn't really delete his data. He still has it. So because of that, Cerise forgives the kid, and that's that. The ending is bizarre to me. I don't understand how you can let something like that be forgiven. Maybe it's because I'm involved in the IT field, but I'm so much more aware of how dangerous hackers can be, and having someone do something so malicious and be caught, and then you just let them go without really even trying to do anything? that just doesn't sit right with me. Overall though, I think this was a fine episode. The issue is that this episode was already spoiled to me. This actually came out in the Pokemon Journeys manga a while back, and the summary for this episode had been out for a while, so I already knew what was going on, so it's like nothing really surprised me. What this episode really did, even though I already read about it though, is improve Go as a character. One of the complaints about him is that it feels like he just captures Pokemon and then forgets about them. And while I'm sure that's not what they mean to do, because of the structure of the anime, that's how it comes out. So this episode tries to remedy that by showing him really reminisce about the different Pokemon he's caught in different regions. It makes him look like a more empathetic character, and I think it's really good for him. And originally when I read the manga version of this episode, I was pretty upset that Drizzile evolved in this episode. I was wondering, why would it evolve here? It hasn't done anything. It just shows up and evolves, and to be fair, I do think that criticism is still a bit valid. However, watching this episode really made me change my mind because I think this episode does a really good job of making you feel that sometimes people just need to be left alone in order to grow. In this case, Drizzile trains at night when no one's looking because while he has a dream, he doesn't feel comfortable sharing it with the world. And you know what? That's perfectly okay. Even though I would have liked to see it as a Drizzile a bit more before this evolution, for its character, it really makes sense, so I don't really mind it as much. It will be interesting though to see how much Inteleon will now be involved with Go now that it's evolved. Cinderace usually stays in his Pokeball and Grookey's with Go all the time. But Inteleon, when it was a Sobble, stayed with Go all the time, and then when it evolved into a Drizzile it completely disappeared, so I wonder what Inteleon's going to be. It'll be interesting to watch. Overall, I think this is a great ball episode. It's good, and I think it has good characterization for everyone involved, but it could have been better. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 79 in the Journeys anime titled The Moon and the Sun, Chloe and Haruhi just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes meet a girl who looks exactly like Chloe, and she'll be appointed the mistress of the castle in the town. However, someone's intent on interrupting the festival, so will they be able to stop it? Let's find out. This episode's one of those episodes that tells a story by using copious amounts of foreshadowing. Our heroes are headed to Eclipse Castle so Chloe can meet both Espeon and Umbreon, but while doing so, her Eevee notices the Espeon and Umbreon far away, so it runs towards them and almost falls to its death before being saved by Espeon's Psychic. Turns out, the person with the Espeon, however, looks exactly like Chloe. This person is Haruhi. She's about to be the lord of the castle, and she's here to explain to our heroes how in the past a similar festival had happened and that the lord's brother had tried to take his throne but was defeated by Espeon and Umbreon, and hence why the castle's symbol is the two Pokemon. But just like the story she told about in the past, currently a descendant of the brother comes in named Katsuki and tries to kidnap Haruhi. However, since Chloe and her had switched dresses earlier just to confuse everyone as a joke, the wrong person is kidnapped. And due to that, the festival continues as it's going on, and the kidnapper is confused in the sky as to why it's still going on. He believes there must be some sort of a double or a twin, and attacks Haruhi before she can declare herself Lord. He then tries to use the leverage of Chloe's kidnapping to become Lord himself. However, Eevee was witness to the kidnapping when it happened, so with the help of Ash, Go, as well as its ability to copycat, it's able to take Espeon's ability to see into the future and find her and bring her back just in the nick of time before Haruhi says anything. First of all, that's not how Eevee's ability works. Well, let me be a bit more fair. That's not how it's been shown to be working. I guess you can say nothing's officially been retconned, something's just been added to that ability. However, from everything we've seen, we know that's just not how the ability works. Eevee learns the move after seeing it, but those are usually moves, not abilities. Now, to be fair, Espeon doesn't have that ability either, it's just an anime thing, but still, it doesn't make sense. Imagine if Eevee were hungry and there was a Pokemon that had the ability to not be hungry. That Pokemon couldn't just say, "Hey Eevee, I'm not hungry because of my ability," and then Eevee would stop being hungry. That would make zero sense. Same here. At least it's a quick thing used to move the plot along, and it's not officially stated to be the same as Espeon's ability, so I guess you can kinda excuse it. Anyways, a battle ensues with Haru and Chloe participating against Katsuki, and with the help of Chloe's Eevee, as well as the Eclipse powering up both Espeon and Umbreon, they're able to defeat Katsuki. However, a bit of ancestry history, as well as Haru being far more forgiving than a person should realistically be, she ends the conflict and ends the episode with her being Lord and Katsuki being an assistant to her. Here's the thing. This is Pokemon, so they'll never really address the deeper implications of these types of negative things, but the episode has a few real-world things that are really horrifying when you think about it. Kidnapping in a coop, and both are hand-waved away and forgiven way too easily. I get it. This is Pokemon, a children's cartoon show, so there's gonna be zero reasons to dwell on things like that, but think about this from the perspective of Chloe. She was kidnapped by someone she didn't even know over a matter she had no control of, and it ends with not only her kidnapper being forgiven, but also made an assistant to the person that the kidnapper was actually trying to kidnap. Holy moly, that would scar me for life. But then again, this is Pokemon, so like I said, the deeper implications of this insane act are just fully forgiven by everyone at the end of the episode. That's just wild. Usually I would never complain about something like that because it's Pokemon, but this is back-to-back episodes where this has happened. And if you want to hear about my complaints about Cerise forgiving the hacker last episode way too easily, you can watch that episode's review on my channel. Other than that, this was a fun episode. Nothing crazy, but nothing bad either. It was an episode that continues the story of Eevee meeting all of its possible evolutions before making its decision. I'm curious to see where the story will advance from here. There are some newer music also played in this episode too, which is always fun to hear, but other than that, if I were to rank this episode, I would say this is a Pokeball ranking episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 80 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Trial Mission. Volcarona's Golden Scales just dropped, and we're getting another Project Mew trial episode here. How will this one go? Let's find out. This episode begins with a continuity from the previous episode, as Tsurugi and Asahi had returned the previously caught Alolan Ninetales back to Mount Lanakila. Tsurugi is still worried about more Pokemon Hunter, and Go still has to do his trial, so now Go finally gets a message from Project Mew, and he gets to choose his trial. He looks through it before choosing the one about getting golden scales from a Volcarona, which we later find out is basically shiny Volcarona. They head back to Unova to the desert ruins where they meet the leader, the Rune Maniac from episode 14, where they learn about this Volcarona. It used to appear in the desert resort, but apparently Pokemon hunters have been around, so they haven't been able to find it recently. However, it can be found near a mine in a town that was set up for the gold rush. Our heroes head there where they see a volcano and a mine, and they go inside of it. There they first find a Roggenrola, which Go beats using his Inteleon and then captures it. Then a whole bunch of Roggenrola come up and start attacking them, so they run away in a minecart. Eventually, once they're deeper in the cave, they see a Ferrothorn chasing a person, and using his Cinderace, Go is able to beat it and capture that as well. The person, they say, says that he's researching Pokemon here and also he's looking for a Volcarona, so they go through. They find Larvesta egg, and that person traps them using sticky web from Galvantula. Turns out that person was the Pokemon Hunter. The Pokemon Hunter tries to take the eggs, but other Larvesta from inside the mines come in and take his Galvantula out and start setting the place on fire, which also releases our heroes from the sticky web, and Ash stops the hunter from getting the eggs by using Thunderbolt, while Go calms down the Larvesta enough so that they're able to return the egg. But the issue is that the place is still on fire, so they try to put it out using their water Pokemon, but no dice. Then, a third Larvesta, who had also helped earlier, is shiny, and it comes out and evolves. It turns into a golden Volcarona, and it absorbs all the fire in the area and releases golden scales, which Go is able to collect. As they're about to leave, the hunter is back, and now he has backup. However, just then, backup comes for our heroes as well, as Tsurugi and Asahi comes in. Both of them with their Urshifu, both Rapid Strike and Single Strike style, take out all of the hunters and their Pokemon. Go passes the trial, and the Project Mew guys say that they'll turn the hunters into the police and release their Pokemon into the wild. And that's the end of the episode. This is a pretty decent episode. It's always cool to see shiny Pokemon in the anime, and I'm glad they're doing it a bit more often, even though I know their chances are really low. But you would assume that in the world where there's billions and billions of Pokemon, the chances of finding shinies would be a little bit more often, but hey, that's alright. Also, the Gold Rush also happened in Unova. I can understand why they're doing that. They're trying to connect the real world history of the United States to Unova, but I don't know if I really like that. I always like the fact that Unova is such a mishmash of different parts of America, and it has its own history, so I don't really know how I feel about them combining its history with real life United States history. Also, we'd all assumed that Asai also had an Urshifu, probably Rapid Strike, but I'm glad it got confirmed in this episode. And with them still being involved in the stories, it looks like we'll still have a couple of more trials for Project Mew before we get to the actual Project Mew stuff, which is I guess fine with me. The only thing about Project Mew that confuses me, and I talked about this in the previous episode, is them just allowing Ash to help Go in all of his trials. Isn't Go part of Project Mew and not Ash? So it's weird that they allow Ash to basically jump into all of Go's adventures. I have a feeling though that's gonna change when the actual Project Mew stuff is going on, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But overall, this is a pretty good episode. I'd give it a great ball ranking. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 81 of the Journey's anime titled A Clash. Blue Pokemaniacs just dropped, and boy, this is a boring episode. So let's get into the review. Let's talk filler. There are filler episodes where our heroes do unrelated things to the plot, and then there are episodes where our heroes do absolutely nothing, and we as the audience question why this episode even exists. This one is the latter. The only important thing that happens in this episode happens in the first 2 minutes when Go manages to catch a shiny Voltorb. Other than that, nothing important happens. Sure, our heroes meet a blue Pokemaniac from Kalos when he jumps into the Voltorb, but the rest of the episode is about him teaching our heroes about blue Pokemania, the idea that these trainers like everything blue regarding Pokemon. This would be boring enough, but this episode has the audacity to give the blue Pokemania a rival, and they become the focus of the episode. One question, who cares? Seriously, these are two characters that we just met, and we're supposed to care about their rivalry of who could become the more crazy Pokemaniac? If the premise was interesting, maybe I would care, but this just isn't, so I'm just not. The only other interesting thing in this episode is Team Rocket, who are great. They try to entice their Wobbuffet to use the blue Pokemaniacs to spend a lot of money on their stuff, but they're so intense that Wobbuffet gets overwhelmed and decides to stay in its Pokeball the rest of the episode. So even later in the episode when they do their motto, it refuses to come out of its ball, so they have to say its part themselves. And when they try to get their prize master, the maniacs scare away their Pelipper as well because they start going on about the blue that it has on its body. That was pretty awesome. But besides that, there is nothing to this episode. I'm usually not opposed to filler, but usually filler provides something. An interesting premise, funny moments, or even just standard Pokemon of the day. This episode has none of that. No interesting premise, no interesting character moments. The motto of this episode is supposed to be that people can express their love for Pokemon in different ways, but this episode goes out of its ways to make these guys look insane. So I don't really know how effective that message is supposed to be. I usually never say that just go ahead and skip an episode, but honestly, go ahead and skip this episode. If you want to watch Go catch shiny Voltorb, watch the first 2 minutes of the episodes, but besides that, this episode is so boring that it's not worth your time. After a week break, the Journey's anime is back with episode 82 and it's titled Alcremie Super Sweet Battle? In this episode, Ash is invited to the Battlelia gym by Opal to compete in a contest where Raihan and Leon will also be. How will this go? Let's find out. The episode begins with Opal inviting our heroes to Battlelia for a competition that involves Leon and Raihan. And in a moment of growth that is good to see, Chloe jumps up and says she wants to go too. Of course, the last time she went there, she helped out the Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash, and that served as one of the main catalysts for her to really appreciate Pokemon the way she does now. We also see Leon in the forest surrounded by Pokemon like a frickin' Disney princess. It's a bit too much on the nose, but at least it comes back down to earth when he tries to leave, only for him to not know where he's supposed to be going. Our heroes arrive at Battlelia, but before they go to Opal, they stop by a cafe that's serving sweets made by Alcremie. While there, Go manages to capture a Milcery that takes a liking to him. It's chased around a bit by Grookey and Eevee afterwards before Go gives it the strawberry sweet it seems to want. He then spins in a circle with it when suddenly it evolves. As the shopkeeper tells him, there are different types of Alcremie that evolve with different types of trainer, and when you spin with it, that's how they evolve. That's a bit different from how it's in the game, but I can understand why. Our heroes then get to Boundless Gym where they meet Opal. While Ash is excited to battle and is walking towards the stadium, Opal tells Chloe that the Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash she helped are doing well now. Once in the stadium, Ash calls out for Leon only for Raihan to be there. They introduce one another, which I thought was weird, but then I remembered they really haven't really met. That seems insane, but it's true. Anyways, Leon eventually finds his way there, and that's when he learned the true nature of the competition. It's a cake decorating competition. Opal has a bunch of Alcremies to choose from, and everyone has to use the different Alcremies to make the best looking and tasting cake. And even though at first Ash is disappointed that it's not a battle, he eventually gets excited for it. Raihan tries to walk away, but Opal calls him out on it, so he decides to compete as well. After everyone picks their specific Alcremie, they get to making their cake. There are instructions on their phone on how to do it, and while Ash struggles a bit at first, after a bit of help from Chloe, he gets going. The episode really isn't about the contest though, it's really about showing the personalities of the characters that are taking part in the contest. Raihan wants to win really bad, Grookey's always causing problems for Go, Leon is chill, and Ash works hard. When everyone is done, it's time to judge the cakes, and like I said, the episode is about showing the personalities of the characters, and in this cake, the type of cake they made represents them. So for Leon, as Opal is judging his cake, she says that his cake has a strong sweetness with a kick, quite the flavor and aroma, and it has the taste you would expect from the personality of a champion. Whatever that means. For Raihan, his cake has a flashy appearance with complex flavors underneath. It may even look gaudy from the outside, but it's reliable and top class. For Go, since his Grookey ate all the cream, it shows that his Alcremie will get along with all of his other Pokemon well. As for Chloe, her cake tells Opal that she has a kind heart and truly values Pokemon. And as for Ash, his cake is creative, unique, unexpected, and makes you hungry for more. That leads to Opal challenging Ash for a battle as part of the competition. As they get started, Ash sends out Pikachu, Opal her Alcremie. It's a pretty short and sweet battle, pun intended. It shows, however, that Ash still rushes to his battle as he doesn't realize that his Pikachu's tail has a bunch of Alcremie's cream on it after hitting a couple of Iron Tail, so subsequent Iron Tails are doing less damage. Then Opal uses Attract and uses Dazzling Gleam. That then breaks Pikachu out of the Attract, and Pikachu blocks another Dazzling Gleam with his Electro Web. Opal then G-Maxes and uses G-Max Finale trying to finish it, and you think it's all over, but then all of a sudden, Pikachu starts G-Maxing. Remember, Ash doesn't need a Dynamax Band to Gigantamax Pikachu. However, when Ash tries to have it use a move, it doesn't. As Leon so eloquently puts it, it's not Gigantamaxed, it's bloated maxed. So that's the end of the battle. The episode ends with everyone eating everyone else's cake and Ash telling Leon that he'll make his way through the Champions League to face him in the future. This episode has a lot of good character moments. However, a lot of it does feel a bit shallow. Not in a bad way, but it's just that these things we already know about those characters. What does personality of a champion mean in terms of Leon? That isn't something that's really defined well in either the games or the anime, and yet Opal says that Leon has it. And same with Chloe. We know the type of person she is, so tell us something unique about her. I think really the main character that benefited from this competition is Raihan. We really didn't know much about him as a character before, but Opal talking about how his exterior is different from his interior really helps flesh out his character. He's a person that tries to act indifferent even though he cares. Opal's the other person that this episode helps quite a bit. I already liked her personality in the games, but the anime bumps that up even more and makes her even more unique. Raihan is scared of her, which, by the way, is a nice nod to the fact that he's a dragon trainer and she's a fairy trainer, and fairy's super effective against dragon. That's a nice one, Pokemon. Overall, this is a pretty good episode. My only complaint really is about Go's Grookey. I know it's supposed to be like a kid, but man, that thing is starting to get on my nerves. I really wanted to see the type of cake Go was gonna make, but we were deprived of that, and it's so annoying. I think it would have been really cool to see what type of cake Go would have made and what thing it would have represented. But other than that, it's a fun episode. I'd rank it overall a great ball. Check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 83 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled The Cleffa that became a star just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes are heading to Johto after learning of the sky turning pitch black and morning no longer coming to a town. And while investigating this, they also come across Cynthia. What's the reason for this, and will they be able to fix it? Let's find out. This episode is actually quite heavy, so I think I'm going to give a quick summary of the episode before I talk about the episode proper. In Johto, something has recently caused the town to be night all the time. When our heroes arrive in Johto, they meet a little girl named Kirara who likes to watch the night sky. While talking to her and her mother, they find out that the girl used to have a Cleffa that passed away recently. Her mother told her that her Cleffa had become a star, so she comes out to look at the stars often at night. Our heroes also learn from her that the nighttime being permanent recently coincided with Kirara saying that she saw a strange Pokemon before it turned nighttime. After eating lunch, Go figures out what Pokemon it might be since this town is near the Ruin of Elves and heads to an archaeology museum. There they come across Cynthia, who's just there to investigate the ruins, and after Go fanboys out a bit, they tell her the information they've gathered on the town and on the girl that has lost the daytime, and Cynthia decides she also wants to come and talk to the girl who saw the strange Pokemon. They meet Kirara again and confirm that the Pokemon was indeed unknown. We find out that when she was sad about her Cleffa, she wished that it was always night so she can always see the stars, and the unknown around her made that happen. And when they try to tell her that this could cause issues and they're trying to find a way to fix it, Kirara gets really upset and says she doesn't want it to be dawn. Her anger then brings out the unknown. The unknown then begin replicating our hero's Pokemon as an illusion to battle until Cynthia gets involved. There, they also replicate Cynthia's Garchomp, but Cynthia uses Sandstorm from her Garchomp to blind the unknown and their illusions before using Scale Shot to KO them. After that, the girl apologizes for being selfish. She talks about her Cleffa and how it's probably popular in heaven now. However, she's still going to feel lonely. So once again, the unknown show up, this time to allow her to relive her memories with the Cleffa and seemingly give her closure. Afterwards, the sky turns back to daytime. They talk to Kirara for a bit more about how the stars are always there even during the daytime, and that she'll always be close to her Pokemon. The unknown disappear and leave more questions than answer, ending our episode. So, if you can tell by that recap, this episode is really about grieving and dealing with grief. And we've seen Pokemon deal with this idea in a few different ways, and all of them are heart-wrenching in their own ways. This one is no exception. The premise here is actually similar to movie 3 if you've seen that, but in this case, denial and a bit of anger seems to be the main emotion. And honestly, it's understandable. For a kid who might have lost something close like that at such a young age, it can be hard to process their emotion. And that's what the unknown act as in this episode. There are all of Kirara's feelings bottled up coming to life. It's only after she's able to truly process her emotions about her Cleffa being gone that the world around her starts to feel more normal. It becomes daytime again. It's a sad yet important message for kids who might be feeling the same way after the loss of something close to them like a pet. It's important to show them that it's okay to be sad and upset at a loss, so I'm glad that Pokemon tackled this episode head on. On a less sad note though, one thing I did notice while watching, at nighttime they have noises made by crickets in the background, yet no Pokemon actually makes noises like that. The closest may be like Cricketune, but that one has a pretty distinct cry. Same with the daytime. There's background audio of seemingly normal real-life sounding birds chirping, and it feels a bit out of place, but that isn't something that I noticed until very recently, and I think that's been around in Pokemon forever. Here's another fun thing I noticed while watching. This Pokemon. What's its name? If I ask a casual Pokemon to name this Pokemon, they would say it's the unknown, and they would be right. But the way they would be right is a bit weird. See, if you look at how this Pokemon is spelled out in Japanese, it sounds like the English word unknown, and it makes sense. These are supposed to be super mysterious creatures. But for whatever reason, when they were translating it over to the West, they chose to go with the name unknown. Maybe it's just because unknown is not a real word, but no one I know calls it unknown. They all use the word unknown. Just something interesting that I was thinking about. Let's talk about the premise of this episode. A week without sun in a city would be brutal. Hypothetically, let's say that happened in an Earth to a city. That would cause so much more issues than the one we see in this episode. People's circadian rhythm would be thrown off, and they do talk about that in this episode, but more than that, there would be so much more real-life consequences of no sun. Chiefly, the temperature in the town would drastically drop after a few days, and they said that this was happening for about a week. If that were the case, there would be an all hands on deck investigations to figure out what was causing it. Every major form of tribunal, police, detective, fire people, regular civilians would all be working on this case to try and figure out what might be causing this issue. Not just 2 kids and 1 Pokemon champion. Post edit here, let me correct myself, I'm sorry, 2 Pokemon champions and a regular trainer. I'm not saying that to ding the episode, by the way. These are just some of the observations and thoughts I had while watching this episode. A few other things I want to talk about. Cynthia's confirmed to be in the Masters A, and we had an idea of that before when Volkner talked about it, but Cynthia herself confirms it here. Speaking of Cynthia, by the way, I really like how she was used in this episode. Some may say that she didn't do much, but I really like that this episode wasn't about her. This episode was about Kirara, the Unknown, and her grief. And in that sense, the fact that our heroes just happened to meet her feels enough like a coincidence that it doesn't feel like a forced reunion. And on top of that, she gets to show off her battle skills, and we learn that her Garchomp has a new move. That works for me. Also, Go caught a Murkrow in the beginning of this episode. I don't know if anyone remembers, because it stays in the Pokeball the rest of the episode, which makes me question why he even caught it. I know he wants to capture all the Pokemon, so I guess that makes sense, but I just kind of wish he'd used it in the Unknown fight, so it could have actually done something interesting in this episode. That being said, if that was the only real issue I had with this episode, you know that this episode was great. This deals with a real life subject, it deals with grief and how someone goes through it. It used the Unknown to showcase both the positive and negative emotions involved in the grieving process. It was done maturely, and the story was simple yet executed well. The music choices were superb and the visuals looked great. I don't need much else from a Pokemon episode. This is a Master Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 84 of the Journey's anime titled The Lucario Night. Big Adventure on Mega Island just dropped, and in this episode, Ash is heading to Kalos to talk to Karina about getting a Mega Stone for Lucario. Will he be able to find one? Let's find out. This episode begins with Ash and Go in Kalos. After we see Karina beat a gym challenger, they go talk to her. Ash wants to Mega Evolve his Lucario so that in the Pokemon World Championships, he can be a bit more powerful now that he's in the Ultra class and the competition is getting more difficult. Once they talk to her, they go outside and Karina gives Ash the Keystone. It's actually in his glove rather than like a pendant of sorts. However, she tells him that he needs to go find the Lucario Knight himself. And in a dope scene, Lucario is able to use his aura to point to where the Lucario Knight might be. Mega Island. So, they head to Mega Island where Ash and Co began to look for the Lucario Knight. They get into hijinks with Sableye, who causes them to fall off a snowy cliff, and they see the Abomasnow that made the place so icy. After being saved by Dragonite and Flygon, they see a Pidgeot and Aerodactyl fighting, which causes so much wind that it splits up our heroes. Go and Lucario on one side of the island, and Ash and Karina in another. More comedy hijinks as Go and Lucario land on a Camerup's volcano and they have to run away from lava spewing everywhere. While doing that, Go captures a Camerupt that seems to be chill, and he notices that Lucario struggles in the heat due to being a steel type, so he brings out his Panpour to cool him down with Rain Dance. Eventually, they get out of the volcano area, and Lucario, like before, starts using its aura to find Ash, as well as where the Lucario Knight is. Ash senses this too, so from the opposite side of the island, both of them run towards it. They get to a place with rocks that looks like steel, and apparently the place is called Steel Forest, and after reuniting, Ash has Lucario use Aura Sphere to break that rock that contains the Lucario Knight. Except when they do, the Lucario Knight just hovers in the air. Turns out that's because there's a Mega Island Sage with an Alakazam causing that to happen. He tells Ash that him and Lucario will have to beat him and Alakazam to get the Lucario Knight. Ash accepts this challenge, and the Sage Mega Evolves his Alakazam to battle. The battle itself is pretty short. The main thing here is after a tri-attack by Mega Alakazam, Ash's Lucario gets paralyzed. It struggles at first when it falls in midair due to paralysis, but after Ash's belief in it, it's able to use Mega Alakazam's beard as support to pull himself up and grab the Lucario Knight from midair. Turns out, the Sage was actually Karina's grandfather. This episode then ends with Ash getting a message for his next battle in the Ultra class, versus his rival from the Galar region, B. This is a weird episode tonally. It's a pretty good episode overall, don't get me wrong, but just tonally, this episode is all over the place. The beginning is pretty serious with Karina's battle taking place and Ash getting the Keystone, but then the middle of the episode is all comedy leading to the end of the episode, which is also all serious. There's just a whiplash in terms of mood. But like I said, that doesn't mean this was a bad episode. One of the best things that the anime does in general so well is show off aura, and in this episode it's done so well. That's why I always had a problem with the Lucario movie. They explain aura like this bond, but it's never really shown in any meaningful way, and here, I really think it is. This episode really makes the bond between Ash and Lucario feel a lot more earned. The battle at the beginning with Karina was also awesome. It was pretty short, but pretty awesome. The Lucario battle later that Ash had wasn't as flashy, but it wasn't meant to be. It was meant to tell a story. There were also many small details in this episode I caught that made this episode so much more enjoyable. Like, when Ash and Cope first get to Mega Island, Karina's grandfather says he's leaving, both him and Karina wink at each other, then later in the episode we find out why. Then, we also had the battle itself. Karina's grandfather is extremely strong, but if you notice, he wasn't really going hard in the battle against Lucario. That's because he wasn't really testing Ash's battle ability, he was really testing bond and determination. It's the reason he used Tri-Attack. If Lucario got either burned, paralyzed, or frozen, he wanted to know how Ash and Lucario would be able to overcome that. That was the main purpose of the battle, and as Karina says earlier in the episode, Ash and Lucario already have a great bond, so they pass with flying colors. And at the end of the episode, when Ash gets the message about B being his next challenger, we see how Karina reacts because if you remember, B completely destroyed Karina the last time they fought. The only negative thing here is that it seems Karina really won't be involved in the World Championships anymore. Not only does her grandfather talk about the fact that she's now starting to be more like a gym leader, when Ash brings up the fact that he's aiming to go to the master class soon, Karina doesn't respond or say anything about wanting to do it herself. You could say that's because it's not her episode, but I feel like if the writers had a plan to bring Karina back in the future, they would have added some line to hint at the fact that she will be returning in the future. In this case, they didn't, and it makes me think that her arc in this story is now done. And that's unfortunate because I really think she's great as a companion character. But other than that, I really like this episode. This is definitely an important one, so if you haven't already, check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 85 of the Journey's anime titled Rival Showdown. Ash vs. B just dropped, and this is part 1 of their 2-part battle in the Ultra class. How's this battle gonna go? Let's find out. This episode begins with a recap of Ash's ascent to the Ultra class before they get inside to the Stow-on-Side gym the day prior to the battle. And I think I said this during the Darkest Day arc too, but it seems like the anime has B as the major gym leader, which means that I don't even know if Alistair exists in the anime. Inside the Stow-on-Side gym, B is training with all of her Pokemon. She has a Machamp, a Pangoro, a Hawlucha, a Hitmontop, a Grapploct, and a Phalanx. She also doesn't know or say Ash's name, which is pretty funny, instead referring to him first as the Riolu trainer, and then later the Lucario trainer, as Ash then shows off his evolved Riolu and all of his other Pokemon before Karina arrives. At first, once Karina arrives, it looks like she might deck B for calling her soft many episodes ago, but turns out she's actually giving her a gift, Kalos Puffs. She was just apologizing for not bringing her her favorite sweets from Kalos. They talk a bit while eating and they find out that Karina and B are indeed friends. Karina is excited for the battle the next day and she says she will cheer both Ash and B on as the two rivals shake hands and wish each other well in the battle. As they're coming out, we see two different things. B has a Dynamax band and Ash has a Keystone. And after the announcer gives a brief introduction to the crowd about both Ash and B, the battle begins. The battle in this episode is very one-sided. I won't go move for move because you could just watch the episode for that, but there are a few things I want to mention. Similar to the battle against Volkner, there is a lot of switching Pokemon early on, and I like that. It feels like there's some element of strategy taking place, which is important for a high-level battle like this. Ash starts off with his Pikachu, but quickly has to switch out because of Grapplockt's Limber ability. Pikachu can't trap it in its Electro Web, and Grapplockt's Tentacle just give it too much of a range advantage. He then brings out Lucario, who has faced Grapplockt in the past, and gets behind Grapplockt after a double team, but Grapplockt dodges Aura Sphere with Detect before being called back by B. Instead, she's bringing out Hawlucha here. Ash tries to rush in close against Hawlucha since it isn't Grapplockt, but he gets punished for it as he gets hit by a high jump kick, a wing attack, which it does deflect a lot of, and then a sky attack before B recalls the Hawlucha, which kinda reminded me of the Volkner battle because Volkner did something similar. He paralyzed Lucario with Electivire before switching out back to his Rotom. In this case, B brings out her Machamp. As Karina mentions, Machamp is B's ace, and Machamp is also a very difficult challenge for Lucario, particularly because it has 4 arms. It can grab Lucario's arms with 2 of its arms and then attack with the other 2. And I like the fact that even though Machamp should be slower than Lucario, B compensates for this by using Bullet Punch, which has priority. It's one of those things that combines the game and the anime lore, and I really like that. And this section is brutal. Ash cannot get anything going, and Lucario is just getting waffled by 1,000 bullet punches. Ash even tries to use his Keystone early, but Lucario doesn't want to and rejects the Mega Evolution and eventually gets out on his own by headbutting Machamp as hard as he can. Ash then apologizes to Lucario for panicking so early. Remember, Bullet Punch is a Steel type move, so even though it's getting hit, it's not very effective. Then something annoying happens. Leon decides that he wants to butt in for no other reason but to give a soliloquy about how Ash and Lucario have such a bond that as trainer and Pokemon, they're on equal footing. Go away, man. He's just supposed to be a commentator, but he just butts in and interrupts the battle, which just annoys me. But after that, both Ash and B are even more motivated to get to battle Leon, so this episode ends with B using Strength and Ash using Reversal. Overall, I really like this episode. What's interesting to me is how little offense Ash is getting in this matchup. Like, even in his matchup against Volkner, it felt like he got a bit more offense in the beginning before Volkner took over in the middle and then Ash came back at the end. In this episode, it is the complete opposite. Ash has gotten basically 0 offense beside the Electro Web early on. However, this also makes it a more interesting match because it makes you wonder how Ash is even going to be able to beat B. This is one of those things that Ash has got going for him, leading back even to the Volkner fight, is that his Lucario is a tank. He must be training with Ash's Dragonite to get that HP base increase because it is tanky. The only one thing that I find strange in this match is the inclusion of Pikachu. I understand that he's lost to Grapple Lock last time, so he has some stake in this. However, there are really 2 real rivalry in this matchup. There's one between Grapple Lock and Lucario, and there's one with Sirfetch'd and Hawlucha because both of them lost their one-on-one. Pikachu just happened to get involved because it beat a Hitmontop before and it was tired and it lost to Grapple Lock. Really, it should be Lucario that gets the win against Grapple Lock to avenge its previous losses. So I feel like they are going to go with that narrative since it is the most obvious one. So if they do, what's Pikachu's role in this battle? Like I said, Sirfetch'd needs to get his revenge for Hawlucha, Lucario should probably get his revenge on Grapple Lock, but he's fighting Machamp, so is Pikachu's going to get KO in this battle without doing anything? Or if Pikachu's going to get the KO on Grapple Lock, what's the point of the rivalry between Lucario and Grapple Lock? See what I mean? It'll be interesting to see. Besides that though, this episode is fantastic. There's some really nice cuts of animation that look super dope, especially the punches from Machamp's perspective. And I was also worried that Karina would be lost to time since she served her purpose of helping Ash's Lucario come up and use a Mega Stone, but I'm happy to see that she still showed up in this episode, so she isn't completely forgotten about. I also like the dynamic between her and B. It's cute. It's a bit of a strange dynamic because B likes Karina because of the food she gives her, and Karina likes her because she's strong. It's a weird dynamic, but it makes for a fun one, I think. This battle is going to get more interesting, so I can't wait for the next episode. Overall, it's an Ultra Ball episode for me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is part 2 of the Ash vs. B Ultra Class battle, and as the title of this episode, which is Mega Evolution vs. Gigantamax, suggests, this will be a battle between Mega Evolution and Gigantamax. I can't wait, so let's jump into it. We start from the end of last episode as Lucario uses Reversal on Machamp, and Machamp uses Strength. And if there's any through line in this episode, it's callbacks to previous matches and using that experience to your advantage. And in this case, it's Lucario using its leg to hit the move because its arm is trapped. And similar to last episode, there's a lot of switching as to not tire out their Pokemon. In this case, Ash pulls out his Lucario and brings out his Sirfetch'd, who manages to get a hit through Machamp's Bullet Punch with Fury Cutter, forcing B to switch out. Now, this is the only real negative in this episode, and is an issue I talked about in my previous episode, so I won't really dive into it too much. But like I talked about it then, the Sirfetch'd and the Hawlucha rivalry doesn't really get fully realized. So, while the battle itself is pretty awesome, with Sirfetch'd using his shield as a boomerang to use Brutal Swing with, ultimately, it ends with a regular Sky Attack versus Night Slash where Sky Attack wins. Again, kinda disappointing that Surface didn't do much here, but hey, at least it was a hell of a match. Ash then brings out his Pikachu with a specific strategy to counter that Sky attack, and that is to have Pikachu use Iron Tail to dig into the ground and then use Quick Attack to oscillate its body so that it can tank a Sky attack as well as do some massive damage in return. Then he catches Hawlucha with a Thunderbolt before it could land a high jump kick, KOing it. B then brings out her Graplock, and just like before, it catches Pikachu in a Noctilock after being hit by Quick Attack. However, this is where I said where the past battles come into play, because Ash tells Pikachu to not resist the Octolock and relax so he can pounce like Riolu did in Ash and B's second battle. However, B's seen this movie before, so she quickly has Graplock toss Pikachu in the air before going in with a barrage of close combat to KO Pikachu. With Ash being down one Pokemon, he realizes that he really can't afford to get mixy with Graplocked. So Lucario sets up in front of Graplocked, and then when Graplock pounces with Liquidation, Lucario uses a close range powerful Aura Sphere before Graplock can do any major damage, and with the cumulative effects with the Battle of Pikachu, Graplocked gets KO'd too. So it's time for the final showdown. But before that, just like Karina says, B smiles, which is a rarity because she doesn't really lose that often, so that means that she's finding this battle thrilling. And when she brings out her Machamp, Ash knows that it's time for Mega Evolution, and so he does. B calls Machamp back in its ball to Gigantamax, and it's an epic showdown as Ash mimics Lucario's moves similar to how he used to with Ash Greninja. And he starts off by shutting down Max Steel Spike with a giant Aura Sphere. He then goes for a Force Palm, but he gets himself shut down by Max Strike. However, Ash has Lucario go again and hits the Force Palm a second time. Then, B's ace move, as she has G-Max Machamp use its special G-Max Cheat Strike. However, Lucario blocks it and somehow survives it. Now, I could see that annoying some because there was no real explanation for how it survived, he just kinda did. However, after he survives, he runs up G-Max's Machamp's arm and gets a close range Aura Sphere right to the face, which brings Machamp back down to size. But Machamp still has his boost from the G-Max Cheat Strike, which boosts his critical hit, so a single hit could be vital to Lucario. So Ash has him go in close range, which is another callback since last episode Ash was struggling to do that, and this time he has Lucario use Force Palm against the bullet punches, causing this massive barrier of energy, and Lucario focuses into that. That Steely Resolve of his manifesting into Steel Beam, the new Steel type move from Gen 8, and that pierces through Bullet Punch, KOing Machamp. The winner of this match is Ash. This bumps him up 36 on the Ultra class, and I wonder who will face next. A round of applause ensues in the arena, and Leon says he wished he could have seen more of this battle before heading out. Later at night, Ash is disappointed that Leon left without saying anything to him. However, B tells him that it's probably the way it should be. They probably shouldn't be meeting each other before the fight and only fight in the battlefield. She then also acknowledges Ash, calling him by his name and telling him that she still hasn't given up and she still plans to catch up to him. And as the episode ends, we get to see some of Ash's potential future challengers, including Leon, Raihan, and Cynthia. So I woke up this morning and people were so upset at this episode, so I was going into this episode waiting for something bad to happen, but nothing did. This was a really enjoyable episode to me. The animation was great, the choreography great, the sound design was great. The only complaints I had were pretty minor in the grand scheme of things. I would have liked to see the rivalry between Hawlucha and Surfetch'd explore more, and I would have liked to see a slightly more epic conclusion to the rivalry between Lucario and Graplocked, but I was fine with what we got. I wish there was a better explanation for how Mega Lucario tanked the G-Max Cheat Strike. However, the series has a habit of treating Mega Evolution like this fresh start for a Pokemon where it looks like it restores health, so it didn't really bother me because the series has a pattern of doing that. So all the things that people were complaining about really didn't bother me. I really enjoyed this episode. It was great fun for me, and ultimately, that's what I look for in a Pokemon episode. It's not how technically perfect it was in regards to using precise moves that people at home thinks that the character should use or how much it adheres to canon. To me, did I have fun watching it? Was I bored at any point in this episode? And the answer to that is yes and no. Yeah, I had a lot of fun watching this, and no, I wasn't bored at any point in this episode. For me, this is an Ultra Ball episode, and this is an episode I'd highly go recommend check out if you haven't already. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 87 of the Journey's anime titled The Ice Queen and Glaceon just dropped, and this is a Chloe-focused episode where our heroes try to befriend a new student who has a Glaceon, but it continues to attack them. Why is it doing that? Well, let's find out. This type of episode is always interesting to me because it takes a real life scenario and Pokemonizes it in a sense. And in this case, it's the struggle of a kid having to move from school to try to fit in because of one issue or another. In this case, it's Regina's Glaceon being too protective of her and attacking other students, causing her to be isolated from the rest of her peer group. Her parents came to Kanto because they heard about the Cerise Institute and they were hoping that the professor would be able to figure out what the issue is. However, just like in real life, issues like this don't just come out of nowhere. Something causes the issues, and in this case, Regina was bullied as a child and her Glaceon would protect her by using Blizzard on anyone it deemed a threat. And it continued to do that, not trusting anyone else but Regina. And that was something that was never addressed. So anytime Regina tries to fit into a new place, the issue persists. And while Regina takes responsibility for her own part in this problem later on in the episode, talking about the fact that she didn't tell anyone about her issues, her parents do get off scot-free here, and I don't know what I think about that. Sure, they cared enough to move her from school to school and even bring her to Vermilion to try to ask Cerise to fix the issues, but it seemed like they could have first tried to at least talk to Regina about why her Glaceon might be doing this. Then again, the episode tries to make it clear that Regina was really isolated and wasn't telling them anything, so I don't know how I feel. I'm not going to victim blame anyone in this situation, it's like for all parties involved, but I don't know, it just felt like her parents weren't as involved as they probably should have been. But besides that, the episode has a pretty fun premise. I've never heard of a presentation about your friend, but the fact that Go brings Ash to school as someone who's hilarious is great. It creates a nice dynamic where even though we spend a lot of time with these two characters, we don't really get to listen to a verbalization of what they think of each other. And we also get to see it from an outside perspective, specifically Chloe's. On that note, let's talk about her since she's supposed to be the primary protagonist for this episode. This episode reinforces something that wasn't there in the story early on, and that's how fast Chloe makes friends with anyone. We'd seen it with the Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash, but that's different from being good to a new student. She continued to attempt to befriend Regina even though she was attacked and she had every right not to. It shows how much of a kind person she is. Regina, later on in the episode, once her Glaceon faints and is taken back to Cerise for examination, promises to be stronger and not just rely on her Glaceon from now on as it wakes up. This is also where she tells her parents the issue she was having before, so that's what I was talking about. And then later, she apologized to all of her classmates that she froze and sets up, along with the help of Ash, Go, and Chloe, an amazing ice park. And in the epilogue of the story, we see that she has indeed become stronger. She's a trainer now, and training with her Glaceon has allowed her to become stronger together. The only weird thing is the moral of the story. The narrator says hopefully we can be as close as them one day, but I feel like their friendship in this case was a little bit toxic. I know ultimately Glaceon just wanted to protect her and she had good intentions, but it really led to her being isolated from her peer group to the point where her parents were moving places to try to find a place for her to fit in. I don't know if that's how close you want to be to someone, but the sentiment there is really nice regardless. Overall, I'd say it's a great ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, another Project Mew episode is here, episode 88 of the Journeys anime titled A Trial Mission. The Deep Sea Diver Research Team is one of the minor character return that the Advanced Generation fans are gonna love. Who is it? Well, let's find out. Go has received his latest mission for Project Mew to get a wild Kingdra. At first, after learning that they're really difficult to catch, he's hesitant, but accepts the challenge anyway, and heads to Slateport City, a place where there have been eyewitness reports of Seadras, so Kingdras might be there. Him and Ash go to the Hoenn region and jump in with their Pokemon underwater to try to find Kingdra, but don't really find it. After a few times of trying, they then hear a voice asking them what they're doing. Turns out it is Drake of the Hoenn Elite Four, and in a nice callback, Ash recognizes him, and he recognizes Ash since they did meet in Hoenn before. They tell him about what they're looking for and goes about to ask if they could use his equipment, but he allows them to do so before going and ask. However, in return, he asks them to help him. He loves treasure hunting, and he's looking for an ancient submarine. He found a vase with a Kingdra adornment on it one day while walking the beach, and he researched it and found out that an ancient civilization that worshipped Kingdra lived long ago, and that one time they crashed their submarine with treasures inside somewhere in this area, so he's looking for that. However, he isn't just looking for the loot, he just wants to go on an adventure. So the first day, our heroes help man the ship while Drake is underwater, and Go gets an idea where using Chinchou Supersonic and Lucario's aura that try to help him find treasure. And it looks like they can't find anything until Lucario, at the end of the day while the sun is setting, finds something. As they tell Drake to go that way, it turns out it is the submarine that he was looking for, which wasn't there before. And not only that, it's shaped like a Kingdra too. The next day, Drake tells Go and Ash that they should go explore the ship instead. It might help Go find hints at where Kingdra could be. They head down to the ancient ship after dealing with a bit of whirlpool here and there, and they see a bunch of different Pokemon, including a Seadra. Go tries to follow the Seadra, but it runs away. However, while it's doing so, the Seadra comes across the Sharpedo, so it runs back to the ship. Meanwhile, our heroes find a treasure box and inside it, find a dragon scale. As the Seadra runs inside and the Sharpedo is following it and coming after them, Go just brings out his Pokeball in fear and the Sharpedo runs into him, causing him to catch it. Afterwards, he gives Seadra the earlier dragon scale that it wants and asks if it knows where Kingdra is. That leads them to a cave that's deeper in the ocean. However, their water suits can't go there because the oxygen tank pipe is not long enough. So Go decides to take off and use his 10-minute portable oxygen tank instead and jumps into the whirlpool to take him into the cave. Below, he smartly uses knowledge that he learned from the Pokedex to get the Kingdra to appear before battling it. At first, he's struggling, but then unexpectedly, Ash also comes down there and with his encouragement, along with his Inteleon who's now learned Liquidation, and Mantic's Ice Beam, he's able to weaken and then catch Kingdra. As they're swimming back up, Go's running low on oxygen, so he has Kingdra bring them up by using Dragon's Breath to propel them from underwater up to the surface. After that, we see Asai and Tsurugi getting ready to battle a Regirock, which is actually subtly hinted in the story itself. While Go is underwater, they see both a Wailord and a Relicanth, which are the Pokemon you need in your party to unlock the chambers in the game. Nicely done. As Go gets a second coin, and for some reason I thought it was his third, but apparently the Alola Ninetales thing didn't count. The episode ends with Drake telling our heroes to keep on their path and follow their dreams. This was a great episode. My only real issue with this episode, and it's a minor one, is just that since Go had made a small bond with the Seadra, I thought Seadra would somehow evolve and Go would complete the task by catching that Seadra instead. The objective did tell them to be creative and ingenious, and I know that Kingdra requires a trait evolution, but I feel like they could have used some creative anime logic to have it evolve. Instead, while Go and Ash are heading to the surface, we just see Seadra waving, and while Go is happy, I'm left wondering why he didn't catch the thing instead. But whatever. Also, the battle at the end by the other two Project Mew members seemed a bit pointless. We know that they're fighting Regirock, but it's not like we see anything, so unless next time we see them and one of them has a Regirock, I don't know what the point for that would be. But besides that, this was a great episode. Drake as a wise old sage really works, especially since his voice actor is apparently 88 years old. Sheesh, I hope I sound as good as him in that age. And a little bit of trivia, his last appearance was 798 episodes ago. That is absurd. Also, Ash works well in this episode as Go's mentor figure, and unlike the other Project Mew episodes, he doesn't influence anything major, so it does feel like Go did this on his own. And they haven't answered this, but I wonder if when the Project Mew stuff does happen in the future, is Ash going to be allowed to join in since he's been helping Go? I don't know, I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Overall, this is a great episode. Nothing crazy action-packed, but it was just so well-paced, the dialogue was awesome, and I almost forgot, I'm pretty sure we got some new music tracks that debuted in this episode, which are dope as well. It's a really, really well put together episode, and I'd give it an Ultra Ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is part 1 of the winter special, and it's titled Dialga and Palkia, the Space-Time Cataclysm, and in this two-parter, we go into parallel universes to try and figure out what's going on in the Sinnoh region right now. What's causing dimensional rifts to open? Let's find out. This is kind of a crazy episode of Pokemon. This episode has accidental kidnapping, more intentional kidnapping, as well as de-evolution and Pokemon turning back into eggs. Dawn loses her Piplup at the beginning of the episode when her Piplup gets picked up by someone who looks just like her, except she has blue instead of red, and walks through what looks like a portal with the Piplup. Something they refer to as a gate throughout the episode. So Ash, Go, and even Chloe come to the Sinnoh region to investigate not only Dawn's Pokemon's disappearance, but also a lot of other strange disappearances going on in the Sinnoh region. However, before they're able to investigate, an alternate Team Rocket comes out of the same type of gate that Dawn lost her Pokemon to, and managed to kidnap both Lucario and Inteleon, two of our hero's stronger Pokemon. From the beginning of the episode, where we see them in the middle of the Dialga and Palkia fight in red chains causing all these holes to appear, as well as their demeanor throughout the episode, we can tell that this Team Rocket is much more serious and much more successful at their goal of kidnapping Pokemon. As they're heading back to their world after capturing Lucario and Inteleon, Go and Dawn manage to jump in the gate to try to follow them, taking them to a parallel universe. They go to Dawn's house in this parallel world for answers for not only the kidnapping, but also why this world suspiciously lacks flowers as well as Pokemon. Once back in her room, they re-meet the Dawn from this world who took the main world's Piplup. The alternate Dawn apologizes and explains that Pokemon in her world are slowly devolving, forgetting moves, and even turning back into eggs. She just took the Piplup she saw because it reminded her of her Piplup, one of those Pokemon that has turned back into an egg. And she also tells our heroes that she feels selfish because they brought those Pokemon into the world, which means that now their Pokemon are going to start experiencing that. So Go and Dawn try to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, in the main world, Ash and Chloe are also trying to figure out what is causing this and how they might be able to get to that gate, so they head to the Canalave Library to find out more about Palkia, which, by the way, here the anime makes it look like it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away, but both in the game and in the anime prior, Canalave City is really far from Sanjum Town, the place they're currently at. I just kind of found that to be hilarious. While there, they come across Cynthia, who's also trying to figure out why these gates are opening in the Sinnoh region. She explains Dialga and Palkia to our heroes, and she even calls Arceus God here, which I don't think the English dub or any English material has ever done, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that they would want any sort of religious subtext, so I don't think they've ever called Arceus a god, but here she specifically uses the word kami, which is like Japanese for like a higher being, so I found that to be pretty interesting. Anyways, as they're heading out of the library, the same Team Rocket from before come through a nearby gate to try to kidnap more Pokemon. This time, Cynthia is joining Ash to battle them. However, as they try to battle, both Pikachu and Garchomp can't use their moves, not allowing them to fight back. The alternate Jessie makes a comment about how this is now starting to affect their world. What did she mean by that? Was she talking about Pokemon forgetting moves, or them just not being able to do any Pokemon moves? Because in the alternate world, the alternate Dawn talked about how Pokemon began forgetting their move. I wonder if that's what happened in this case, or was it just something else? I hope we do get an answer to this next episode, and this isn't just something that's used to send Ash and Chloe to the alternate dimension, which they do go to. The episode ends with Ash finding his equivalent in the alternate world. So, while the episode itself doesn't dwell on it, the things that happen in this episode are just kinda dark. Kidnapping due to missing one's Pokemon, Pokemon just getting stolen left and right in the Sinnoh region, flowers not blooming in this alternate world, Pokemon forgetting their moves, devolving, and even turning back into eggs, which is horrifying if you think about it. My only gripe with this episode, and the thing I really didn't like, is the show trying to kinda justify alternate Dawn here taking Piplup. She says she wanted to return it as soon as she saw Dawn, but she couldn't because the gate closed. However, not only did she know the consequences of doing so, which is when she brought Piplup back in, it would also start forgetting moves and turning into eggs, she did it just out of instinct and really didn't think about it. Her apology to me just feels a bit shallow because of that. And the show tries to rectify it by having Dawn completely accept her apology and even apologize herself, but I don't know. The main world Dawn didn't do anything wrong, so what is she apologizing for? I don't know, maybe I'm just being too harsh to this alternate world Dawn, but I just didn't like the way that entire section was handled. Speaking of alternate Dawn, let's talk about her. This Dawn is definitely way more timid than the main world Dawn, and not only that, but she chose to become a trainer instead of doing contests. And on top of that, the show also implies that she only came in second place in the Sinnoh region final because her Piplup started forgetting moves in the middle of her final battle. The show doesn't explicitly say that, but when she's talking about Pokemon forgetting moves, the same picture that we see in her bedroom is the one that they show in flashback, which implies that's when it happened. So this means that this is an extremely strong Dawn. And speaking of extremely strong, let's talk about Team Rocket. There's not much to talk about here in terms of their personality, mainly because besides capturing Pokemon, they have none. But one thing that the show implies here is that they were somehow able to get the red chain and blue chain to capture Dialga and Palkia. But not only that, they're the ones causing the fights to create the rifts whenever they want. And if that's the case, holy crap, they're strong. It took Team Galactic an entire army to do it, but these four guys are doing it by themselves. That is insane. Overall though, this is a pretty good episode. It wasn't super action heavy. We really only got the one action bit at the end, and no, the quick Team Rocket dispatch does not count. However, the episode did exposition really well. It spread out all the relevant information amongst different parties to allow everyone to get their own moments in the episode. This is really about the next episode, but I want to bring it up here too. It looks like in the next episode we're also going to get an alternate Chloe as well as an alternate Ash. Hopefully the story doesn't get too crammed with too many characters, because I felt like this episode did a fantastic job of giving all the characters here equal screen time. The pacing was nice, the story was well structured, and the music was great as always. I really hope they can end this two-parter out with a bang, but as for this episode, I'd say it's an Ultra Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 90 of the Journey's anime titled Dialga and Palkia, the decisive space-time battle just dropped, and this is the second part of the time travel story. Last episode ended with our heroes trying to figure out how to get their Pokemon back. Will they be able to do that as well as stop Dialga and Palkia from turning back time? Let's find out. As I was worried about the end of the last episode, everyone meets everyone very quickly this episode, and the plot moves at a breakneck speed as the alternate Ash explains to our Ash what's happening before getting to the professor's building where Team Rocket is stealing the Pokemon from inside before the real Rowan shows up and exposes them. There is an inconsistency in this issue because of this breakneck speed. So after Team Rocket drives away with the Pokemon, they have Meowth stop our heroes from chasing them. However, after Meowth attacks, Ash and Go try to attack, but Pikachu and Cinderace devolve into Pichu and Raboot before they can. And then Meowth just completely disappears from the scene. They quietly write him out of that scene because this episode needs to have so much in it that they can't follow up with a major battle. So Meowth just attacks and then is completely gone from the scene with no follow-up. At least show him flying away or something. Anyways, more exposition here as our heroes put together the puzzle that each figured out, which I thought was nice here. Since Ash figured out Dialga, Go figured out Palkia, Rowan tells our heroes to go to Spear Pillar to find them and hopes that their eagerness and earnestness will have Arceus stop the battle. However, only half of our heroes can go because Aerodactyl and Flygon can only take one additional person per Pokemon. But another inconsistency arises here, and that is how quickly the Pokemon devolve. There seems to be no urgency that Flygon's in the middle of the flight that might devolve into a Vibrava and drop our heroes. That despite claiming that time might be moving backwards even faster. Regardless, when the main world heroes fly off, the alternate Dawn and Ash call for help for people who have flying Pokemon to help them. And who arrives but alternate Go and alternate Chloe. In this world, Chloe seems to be a master computer person and a hacker, as she has similar suits to Team Rocket that she found by hacking into their network and then recreated the suit to prevent their Pokemons from devolving. Our main heroes then reach Spear Pillar, which is in ruins, where they find a gate that leads them to the world where Dialga and Palkia are fighting. There they meet Team Rocket, who capture them once our heroes are unable to fight due to their Pokemon being rewinded. And then Team Rocket haphazardly tells them their plan about making Dialga and Palkia fight to create the holes and rewind time to capture these mons, and then capture Dialga and Palkia by themselves so they can normalize time and re-educate these Pokemon so they're members of Team Rocket so they can take over the world. In this world, Meowth, not Matori, seems to be the Team Rocket commander. However, just then our alternate world heroes come in and destroy the thing that has our heroes tied up. They then split up so that the two Goes, the two Chloes, and the two Dawns face off against Team Rocket's Grunts. After an admittedly awesomely well-animated battle sequence, alternate Chloe has Eevee use Water Gun on Meowth and Wobbuffet's suit, which destroys it. She presumably finding the weakness to the suits when she was hacking into their suits and rebuilding them. However, just then, Dialga releases a whole bunch of energy and it directly hits all the Pokemon as well as a couple of people, causing every single Pokemon to turn into an egg, causing Team Rocket to go sent blasting off, as well as causing alternate Go and alternate Chloe, as well as everyone else to revert into even smaller children. And here's the part of the episode I really didn't like, and there was a reason that I knew everything in this episode was going to be super rushed. So, it's only our heroes there. They don't have their Pokemon to break the red chain anymore, so what are they supposed to do? Well, they say they're going to release their feelings to Dialga and Palkia, as well as Arceus, to have them stop fighting. So more portals spawn from the outside and all the adults see this and begin doing the same. And then this just causes the red chain to disappear, Dialga and Palkia stop fighting, revert time, space, send our heroes home, the end. That wasn't me rushing the end there, that's just how it happened here. They essentially just prayed to Arceus and it worked. What's supposed to be the moral here? That if you wish hard enough, your dreams might come true? That's a terrible message for kids. This is one of the main reasons why I really don't like two-parters that Pokemon does. Like I said, this episode felt so unbelievably rushed. This needed an additional part. This mini arc reminded me of the Necrozma arc way too much, which isn't a great thing. If you watch my review of that back then, which are some of my oldest reviews actually, then you'd know that I really didn't like that arc as a whole. But this arc is somehow even more disappointing because even the ending is exactly the same as a Necrozma arc, except it worked much better in Alola due to the themes of the region, being so steeped in culture and everything. Here, it felt like the writers wrote themselves into a corner and then thought of the first thing they came to mind to resolve the plot, and then that's what they used. No real thought was given here, and that's really disappointing. There was so much untapped potential in this episode and mini arc. So many interactions that could have happened, so many moments we could have gotten between different characters from parallel universes. Instead, this was just a two-parter because the threat for these episodes are so high that you have to focus on resolving that rather than writing a full story. And that's the big thing, I think. Was this a fully bad episode? No. Was it boring? No. The music was great, the animation was great, everything surrounding the episode itself was great, but the story was just so rushed and had missed potential. Overall, I'd rate this episode a Pokeball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 91 of the Journeys anime titled The Ghost Train Departs just dropped, and this is a very interesting episode where Alistair makes his main anime debut. What's going to happen in this ghost train that our heroes have somehow found themselves in? Let's find out. The pacing of this episode is kind of weird. So a quick summary. Ash bumps into Alistair at the start of the episode, who drops a ticket. They follow him into a completely separate train station below the train station they're at before hopping on the train. Turns out this is a ghost train station. Inside, Ash bumps an odd keystone that possesses him when he tries to put it back where it was supposed to be, and then Ash begins tormenting Go until eventually they come across Alistair. The odd keystone were the spirit that possessed Ash then manifests into and begins rampaging as an angry spiritomb. At the same time, Ash randomly gets hit by a falling piece of wood, knocking him out. After Go asks for his help, Alistair then feeds Ash Sinistese tea, which cures the possession, while Go tries to fight the angry spiritomb from that keystone. Once back normal again, Ash, with the help of his Gengar going into the spirit world, is able to capture that spirit that possessed him, and then he goes to help Go fight off the spiritomb by forcing the spirit they caught back into the spiritomb, making the spiritomb stop. The ghost train then stops at a graveyard where a group of haunters carry the keystone near a grave. Apparently that's where the spiritomb wanted to be. And then the next day, the train stops at Stownside, the place where our heroes originally wanted to get. However, once there, not only does Alistair disappear, so does the entire train they came in, spooking our heroes and ending the episode. Yes, this episode is as insane as it sounds, but not in the chaotic way either. It's both the premise and the execution that makes this episode so bizarre. In terms of the premise, Ash and Go somehow get into a ghost train that's underneath the actual train station. First of all, how? And second of all, there are Pokemon there, so you could assume it's one of them making the announcement. However, the train calls itself the ghost train before our heroes even get in, and our heroes don't even flinch and only question it after getting on the train. But that's not the biggest problem. In terms of execution, the first half of the episode suffers from such a strange pacing issue. After Ash is possessed and tormenting Go, that's all that happens until we reach the Who's That Pokemon segment. It feels like they wanted to use that portion to show off the different Pokemon and have Go catch a Shedinja while showing how evil Ash could be if he's possessed, but if they wanted to do that, they didn't need to take almost 8 minutes of the 24-minute runtime to do so. The entire first half of the episode, I was saying to myself, something interesting, please happen. The second half of the episode is where the episode finally begins to pick up. Alistair tells Go what's happening to Ash, and after pleading with him, Alistair decides to help Ash, who at this point has been knocked out by a tree branch. Speaking of Alistair, let's talk about him. He's a very meek kid, but also mysterious as he can talk to ghost Pokemon. Not only that, he's apparently the only one along with ghost Pokemon that can ride the ghost train. Why? The episode insinuates that he might be a ghost himself as he questions how a human is in the ghost train. And that's a good question. How do humans get access to the ghost train? If it's supposed to be a train that only can be seen and accessed by ghosts or people with super close ties to ghost Pokemon, what does that say about our heroes? To be fair, Ash has died in the series multiple times, especially in the movies, so you know what, maybe it's not that crazy. I will say though, in terms of being a mysterious character, they keep Alistair far away from our heroes, which is a good thing. It keeps his mystique, and it'll be interesting to see what happens to him and how he changes as a character the next time we meet him. Speaking of mysterious, I've always wondered how ghost Pokemon disappear and reappears, and this episode gives us a glimpse of that. I thought that was pretty cool. The Gengar goes inside Ash's shadow to grab the spirit, and then later uses shadows and other items to get through and from, and eventually in front of Spiritomb by coming through a piece of wood. That was pretty creative and memorable for a character that desperately needs more of those moments in this series. I hope this isn't just a one-time thing either. I hope we get to see it use this as some sort of ability for his battle. However, I have a feeling that this was only able to do that because it was in a ghost train. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The ending I thought was great. After this crazy adventure happens and our heroes reach Stoneside, not only does Alistair and the train disappear and makes our heroes question our sanity, but also, when we see the ghost train again, there are no visible damage to it. The same damage that should have been there after the Spiritomb blew it up, it just keeps getting mysterious and more mysterious. Overall, while the first half suffers from a pacing problem that I felt like could have been solved with a bit more clever writing, the second half of the episode definitely does pick up the slack. The premise here is creepy and mysterious, but actually works well. A train taken by a ghost Pokemon that regular humans don't know about, a mysterious kid that not only knows about it but can talk to these ghost Pokemon, and a ghost world where conflicts and curses occur. A fun episode once you get past the boring first half, which will leave you more questions than answer. Overall, I'd say it's a great ball episode, mainly because of the fight I think is creative enough. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 92 of the Journey's anime titled Gengar Does Its Best, The Road to Gigantamax just dropped, and this is a continuation from the previous episode as Ash tries to get his Gengar to Gigantamax. We know he's gonna be able to eventually do it. The question is, how? Let's find out. Continuing from last episode, our heroes are here in Stoneside because Ash found out about Gigantamax Gengar, and Professor Cerise suggested that they head to the ghost gym leader of Galar to achieve it and try to figure out how to do it. They arrive in Stoneside, and I was wondering how they would address the whole Bee being gym leader thing, and it looks like the way they got around that is by giving Alistair another building as his gym, and have that be next to the stadium so that he can Gigantamax there. And that's where they end up going, after an awkward first meeting, before Ash tells him that he wants to Gigantamax his Gengar. While heading to the stadium, Bee is there, which I didn't expect, and she wishes Ash and Gengar well to achieve Gigantamax. He tries it, but unfortunately, it looks like Gengar can only Dynamax, not Gigantamax. And while Gengar is sad about this at first, it gets excited when it learns that it will be able to if they can get a hold of Max Soup, which is found using Max Mushrooms. In order to do so, they need to go to a forest with lots of unique ghost types that holds Max Mushrooms. And even though it sounds scary, Ash is willing to go. Since you require 3 stems of mushroom to get Max Soup just like in the game, there are 3 obstacles facing our heroes. First, it's a nest of Cursula in a graveyard. They need to get the Max Mushroom in the nest without waking it up, so Ash rides on Gengar to grab it. I will question why he's riding on the underside of Gengar instead of, on its back, but it does seem to work out as he's able to grab the mushroom with no problem. Almost. His hat falls and wakes up one of the Cursula, which could be a massive issue. However, Go throws a Pokeball at it and captures it before it's able to do anything else. Ash then brings back the mushroom and presumably also Ghost Ball along with his hat. The second mushroom is in the forest. They find it near a tree root and it looks like it'll be an easy pickup, but in fact, there is a Trevenant in the forest which apparently hates all humans, so after grabbing the mushrooms, they have to make a run for it. Finally, they see a mushroom where a Dracloak is sleeping. While they approach it, Dreepy falls from its head. Ash picks it up only for it to go inside of his hat and sleep on top of his head. Then Dracloak wakes up and puts Grookey on its head. Apparently it feels uncomfortable if it has nothing on its head. All is going well and cute until Grookey decides to start beating on Dracloak's head, causing it to go berserk. When Ash calls out to let it know that he has his Dreepy, it flies into Ash into what the Pokedex said is like 200 miles an hour, which is crazy, only to be stopped by Gengar. They give the Dreepy back, the Dracloak is happy, and when asked for, hands Ash the final Max Mushroom. Back in the gym area, Alistair begins to cook him. It looks like it's going to take a while to cook him, and at first, Ash is confident that he'll be so excited that he'll look after the soup. However, he's the first one to fall asleep. Alistair then tells Go he can sleep since he'll take care of the soup, so he does. And before Gengar can open the soup early, he stops him and has a heart-to-heart conversation talking about Gengar's past and how happy he is now being with Ash. This is later presumed to be by B to be the reason that the shy Alistair was willing to help out Ash, something he usually wouldn't do. The next day, Gengar drinks the max soup and our heroes head to the stadium. B also shows up there as we all witness Gengar successfully Gigantamaxing. Our heroes celebrate, and the episode ends with all of our heroes heading back on the train and thanking Alistair while leaving. This is a really fun episode. It has heartfelt moments as well as fun moments. The only thing that I wish is that the Max Mushroom situations were a bit funnier. Like, the ones we got were fine, but they feel very generic. The only one that felt unique was the Dracloak one, which is the one they spent the most time on. But when you hear a forest full of ghost Pokemon, there's so much possibility there, so many creative things you could do, but instead it felt like they played it safe, which isn't inherently a bad thing. The situations we got were fine, but I felt like they could have been much more imaginative. However, I could understand them not wanting to make the hunt for the mushrooms be too long either, because if you make the mushroom bits longer, you lose the time for the moments around the end where Gengar and Alistair just bond. And that's genuinely one of the better moments we've gotten so far. It's similar to the Iris moment with Dragonite, except this one feels a lot more intimate since it's not in the middle of a crazy battle. If Ash were to ever release Gengar, it would be Alistair who would probably take him. I also like the fact that this city feels a bit more alive. Not the city itself, I mean even on the train on a major city like this it isn't full, but that could also be an artistic choice because it's meant to be a ghost Pokemon related episode, and the city being empty kind of gives an atmosphere that matches that. No, I mean in terms of regular day-to-day work. Bee's the gym leader of Still Onside Gym, so we see her show up to her place of work, and unlike the general shonen trope, she isn't in her known outfit. She's wearing what someone who's casually coming to their workplace would. I really like that touch. Overall, this is a pretty fun episode. There's action, there's heartfelt moments and character development to be had, as well as Pokemon development, since now Gengar has an ability to distinguish it. I'd recommend checking this episode out. I'd give this an Ultra Ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 93 of the Journey's anime titled Your Name is Francois just dropped, and after getting a Krissa episode a while back, we're finally getting a Ren-focused episode. Let's see what happens. So like I said, this episode is focused on Ren and his Magnemite Francois. And similar to the Krissa episode, this is not your standard character of the day episode. You know when we get those bizarre Pokemon episodes that are so strange that no one knows what to think of them, yet people still remember those episodes for years on end? This feels like one of those episodes. The story in the episode is pretty simple. A man-made satellite launched into space causes electromagnets near Vermilion City to go crazy, which attracts all the Magnemite in the area together. The Pokemon International Space Station tries to shut down this man-made satellite. Meanwhile, Cerise finds out that if all the Magnemites stick together, that means they're going to evolve into a super-duper Magnemite, which means our heroes and Ren have to stop Francois from getting caught by this electromagnetic wave and turning into a giant evolution. Yep, such a simple story. The premise is so bizarre that I'm not even sure what to think. And honestly, that really isn't the point of the episode either. Yep, all of that crazy background information I just told you could be completely skipped over when covering this episode, because the main story is really about how Ren and Francois' relationship came to be. Ren used to go to a cafe that had all these antique things, and one day, while there, a Magnemite came in and began eating electricity off the chandelier there. Just like everything, it was also vintage, and just like that, Ren became a regular customer there too, until one day eventually the cafe closed down. The owner had told Ren that he was worried about the Magnemite since it only ate electricity from retro things, so Ren decided to take him in as his own Pokemon. He later then saves him from a snow, which is what cements their bond. That's why earlier in the episode, when Pikachu offers up its electricity, Magnemite just ignores it. It only likes electricity from retro items, one of which is the lamp given to him by the owner of the cafe. So around the end of the episode, when Francois does get caught in the electromagnetic storm, it's Pikachu's electricity that attracts all the other Magnemite except Francois towards our heroes. And this allows Ren to capture Magnemite and also revert him back to his normal state. The episode leaves it ambiguous if it was the space station shutting down that satellite at that exact moment or the bond between those two trainers, but you know what, I actually appreciate that. Oh, and also we find out the name Francois comes from the name of the restaurant where they first met, which gets a happy ending when the owner returns and it reopens, Francois getting to eat from its favorite chandelier again. Overall, this is a pretty fun and memorable episode. There's a lot of heart here in the relationship between Ren and Francois, and on top of that, the premise of this episode is so wild it kinda just makes it unforgettable. It leaves a lot of questions in the air, like how did that satellite even get in space, and why was it going off then and there, or was it the bond that stopped the Magnemites or something else? These questions leave the viewers wanting more answers, as well as investing in the story, which pays off here overall. I think overall this is a pretty solid episode. I'd give it a great ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 94 of the Journey's anime titled The Heracross Lost and the Pinsir in Love just dropped, and this is a simple episode where we see the return of Erica. How is everything gonna go? Well, let's find out. After returning from Unova for research, Go brings back a Lilligant to the Cerise Institute, and instantly, everyone seems to like it, especially due to its sweet-smelling flower. This leads to Heracross also falling in love with it, breaking Pinsir's heart. If you don't remember, the episode Go caught Heracross, the two of them became an item. Go sees this, so he's trying to figure out how to help it when they come across Chloe talking to Cerise about a flower arranging class held by Erica. Go decides that he'll also participate there to help out Pinsir. While on their way there, a small thing that I like is just how this time, it's Ash that brings up his past when it comes to knowing Erica. Usually other characters bring up Ash's past when needed. Ash never talks about himself or his accomplishments, so this was nice to see. They get to Erica and Erica comes in, recognizing Ash for saving her gloom, before telling everyone about what the gym does, which if you remember from the original series, is use grass Pokemon to make perfumes. Anyways, after that, they get into flower arranging, and Erica explains what that is and how you do it, which is basically pick flowers that both you and your Pokemon want. It's basically a bonding exercise, and Erica has no issues with Go using it to try to get two Pokemon together. While our heroes are doing that, Team Rocket try to come in to get Pikachu, but since Ash is with it the entire time for the flower arranging, they can't sneakily get it, so instead, they go back out and opt to get it with a louder approach. With the prize master called, they get a Leavanny and a Lurantis. After some performances by our heroes where they get to show off their Pokemon with the flower, Go's about to bring out Heracross so it can see Pinsir when suddenly Team Rocket comes in using a web to grab Pikachu before revealing themselves. A fight ensues between everyone. Pikachu breaks out of the web using Iron Tail before joining Leafeon and Eevee, who copies Leafeon's Razor Leaf to take on Leavanny, ending it with Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Go's Heracross on the other hand is taking on Lurantis when it gets hit by Petal Blizzard, and it's about to then get hit by a Solar Beam, but just like Piccolo did to Gohan, Pinsir steps in front of it to take the blast. Except it doesn't get obliterated by it, rather it tanks it before an X-Scissor sends Lurantis and Team Rocket blasting off. Pinsir, however, lost the flowers while taking on the Solar Beam and is sad. However, Heracross gives it another flower, showing that it cares for Pinsir even without the flower, or as Chloe says, the courage made it fall in love again. It's the end of the day, our heroes are about to head home, when Erica gives Chloe Leafeon's perfume and wishes her well on her choice, and Pinsir gives Heracross a hug by crushing it with horns, ending the episode. Overall, this was just a okay filler episode. Nothing bad, nothing good. Honestly, the most interesting part of this episode was just the continuous acknowledgement of Ash's past. The love story angle was fine, nothing special. The battle was pretty generic, nothing special. In totality, it was an alright episode, nothing special. There's nothing much more to say, I'd give it a Pokeball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 95 of the Journey's anime titled Farewell, the Wandering Team Rocket just dropped, and this is a Team Rocket focused episode, and surprisingly, this is a good one, so let's just jump right into it. We get a cold open for this episode, which doesn't happen often, but the cold open shows Jessie and Wobbuffet wandering across the desert, fainting as they're tired. We go back and we see that Team Rocket are working in a factory for their funds, and after a day's work, they come across Ash's Pikachu. They try to capture it, but get thwarted when the Pokemon they get from the Prize Master is a Slacking and a Slackoth. The two Pokemon are too lazy to fight and return to Team Rocket's Pokeball before they're sent blasting off by our heroes. During this little scuffle, I caught an animation error. Team Rocket's Pokemon return to their ball in this scene, however, in the scene right after, during the animation of the Lucario and Cinderace attacking, you can actually still see the Pokemon in the background. I'm surprised no one caught that in editing, or maybe they did and they just didn't have time to change it. Regardless, after they land from being blasted off, they bring up how they got screwed by the Prize Master here. The Pelipper tells Meowth that it's based on luck, but Team Rocket are not satisfied with that. So they begin to follow Pelipper as it's flying away to see who puts the Pokeballs in. While in the air, they discuss how they're sick of doing missions, lectures, and writing apologies, and how it's relaxing to be in the air. However, that doesn't last long as a Swablu lands on top of their balloon. They try to capture it only for them to fail and get hit by Dragon's Breath, breaking the balloon and sending both them and Pelipper blasting off. They then land in the ocean where they're swallowed by a Wailord. They manage to get out when they're trying to force Pelipper to drop the Prize Master so they can use a Pokemon to get out, only for it to use Hydro Pump and hit the Wailord's inside, causing it to spray them out. They then end up in the ice where they come across a Mamoswine but manage to get on its back and use Meowth as bait to have it follow Pelipper. However, day turns into night and they're weak and hungry, so all of them fall off the Mamoswine and fall on the ice. It looks like this could be the end of them before they can reach a nearby village. However, instead of death, they wake up inside of a house where they're surprisingly being tended by someone with food on the table. That someone? Cassidy, the Team Rocket member with Butch. While the Rocket Gang are shocked to see her, she claims that she's retired from Team Rocket. She was an elite, and similar to Jessie and James, she was tired of doing missions, lectures, and writing apologies. Instead, now she runs a cafe and has taken up wood carving as a hobby. She tells them that they can stay until they recover. However, Jessie and James are grateful and help her route around the place. One day, when they're done, they're outside eating when they realize that they came here to follow Pelipper, who they spot again. However, before they leave, James wants to thank Cassidy. Seeing how much he was enjoying the cafe and wood carving, Jessie and Meowth tell him that he should stay, shake his hands, and leave crying. Then, Jessie and Meowth get to the end of the island and are hungry when they come across a bread shop. Turns out, it's ran by Butch. The restaurant also has a Madonna lookalike, Madonna being the name of the cat that Meowth chased a long time ago and learned to speak like a human because of. After eating bread, Jessie and Meowth decide to help out too. See a pattern? Similar to before, they realize that they came here to chase Pelipper and spot it. However, this time, it's Meowth who stays behind because Jessie saw how much he was enjoying hanging out with the Madonna lookalike. As Jessie and Wobbuffet are running away, Meowth hands Jessie and Wobbuffet a Wobbuffet-shaped balloon to use. While chasing Pelipper, another Swablu lands on the balloon and this time pops it. They try to catch it with a net and again get blasted off by Dragon's Breath. This finally leads back to the cold open. We now see this time how it happened and now where this is leading to. Jessie sees that James and Meowth have returned after she faints, but turns out she was dreaming. She's going to keep pushing and not die in the desert, but then all of a sudden, a trapinch causes sand to turn into quicksand and has Jessie and Wobbuffet slowly sink in. However, this time, James and Meowth do actually return for real. James got kicked out because his Morpeko started eating all the food in the cafe, and Meowth left when he found out that the Madonna lookalike had a Persian as a friend. If you don't remember, Meowth really doesn't like Persians. A funny bit of interaction here where they're telling their stories while Jessie is falling and she's pissed. Then, both James and Meowth also manage to fall in the quicksand. Pelipper's the only one up, and it looks like Pelipper won't help them since it's holding the Prize Master in its mouth. However, ultimately, it spits out the Prize Master and saves Team Rocket before leaving. While in the middle of the desert, they come across Ash and Go before Jessie gets an idea. She has them say the trigger phrase to do their motto and then talk about catching Pikachu before getting thunderbolted by them. They're happy when they're blasted off because they know they'll land somewhere near home. And they're right, because they get blasted off right back to the factory where the episode started. And that's the end of the episode. This episode is great. The story is very circular in nature and I actually love that. We don't see that type of storytelling much in this anime, so it's good to see. This episode ends where it starts and certain things keep happening with small changes in between. I like that. I also like that this episode showed forward progress. Not for our heroes or not even Jessie and James, but for Butch and Cassidy. They retired from Team Rocket, and I was fully prepared to see them return back to villainy and reset the status quo, but no, they're actually legitimately retired. It's rare to see things like that, especially in a long-running anime series, but Journeys has done it twice now, the first one being the birth of Lei. I kinda wish more stories did this. The only question I have is about the Prize Master itself. Is this it for the Prize Master? Did they realize it wasn't contributing much to the story and hurting Team Rocket's development? Or was that just done to show that Pelipper cares about Team Rocket? Jury's still out on that, but if it's the former, I'll be happy. One of my earliest videos on Journeys was talking about the Prize Master and how I thought it was hurting Team Rocket as characters. I guess we'll just have to see, although I have a feeling that they didn't get rid of the Prize Master because the implication of all those Pokemon being sucked into a sand pit and then never returning is kinda grisly. But other than that, this episode was pretty great. It was funny, it was heartfelt, it even saw the return of 2 characters and showed their progression, as well as the return of the Team Rocket song. Overall, this is an Ultra Ball episode. If you haven't already, check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 96 of the Journeys anime titled Reach Space, Ampharos' Light just dropped, and we get the return of Softglees here. In the Mossdeep Center, they're trying to return an asteroid probe with the help of Ampharos. Will they be able to? Let's find out. In the Mossdeep Center, Ash and Go meet up with Softglees. He's there with an Ampharos that we later find out is Molane's. The first thing you notice is that this Ampharos is very clumsy. It stumbles upon its own leg and even later smacks our heroes in the face with its tail. Currently, they're trying to bring back an asteroid probe called a Talonflame 2. In order to do so, they need to use Ampharos' light. You know how I said earlier that Ampharos smacked our heroes with his tail? Well, around the same time, it almost stepped on Softglees' Togedemaru, causing Togedemaru to jump and hit equipment nearby really hard and damage it. As you can imagine, this leads to issues. They're ready to start bringing down the probe using the lights from the Ampharos. However, while doing so, the equipment that got damaged earlier explodes. This causes the center to have to prematurely abort the return in order to fix the equipment, but because this happened to an already shy Ampharos, even though Ash and Go try to cheer it on, it loses confidence and the ability to shine its light, and once that happens, it runs away into this forest where our heroes have to try and find it. While everyone's searching for it, Go's Grookey thinks that it sees the Ampharos and follows a glowing light into the forest. However, we see that later it is a Volbeat. Nonetheless, this means that now, Grookey's also lost somewhere in the forest. They do eventually find Ampharos behind a rock and encourage it. It then is able to use its light once again and able to make an incredibly bright flash, which allows Grookey to spot it and return back to Go. With its confidence restored, they return back to the Mossdeep Center where the technicians are done fixing the equipment, so they're able to make another attempt. And this time, while Ampharos has enough power and determination to reach the probe, there are a lot of clouds blocking its way, so it's not very consistent. So, all of our heroes' electric types help out. Ash's Pikachu, Softglees' Togedemaru, and Go's Raichu feed it electricity so it can gain even more power, and it allows the light to break through and hit the probe, allowing it to start safely landing. In the control panel, everyone is cheering and happy, while everyone on the outside watches as the probe comes down to Earth and it looks like an asteroid. Since the probe is named after Talonflame as it's re-entering Earth, some of its fire also looks a bit like Talonflame. All of our heroes in the electric types are exhausted, but they're all happy as they're successful. The episode ends with our heroes leaving and Ampharos feeling much more confident. Overall, this was a fine episode. It's good to see Softglees and how his arc is going after the end of Sun and Moon. We knew that him and Molane had went to the Mossdeep Center in the final episode of Sun and Moon, so it's good to see a follow-up to that. I was really excited when I originally thought that Ampharos was Softglees, however, we do find out that it is Molane, and while that's understandable, I was a bit sad because I was hoping he would get another cool Pokemon like a Vikavolt. My one complaint with this episode is that the storyboarding just seemed off. I don't know if it was just me, but especially in the early parts of the episode, some of the cuts are just so strange. It feels like they were lingering on people slightly too much, or there's just some jarring jump cuts between things. I don't know, maybe that was just me, but that's how I felt watching it. However, it's not all negatives though. Like I've talked about in previous episodes, this story continues to show progression, and in this case, it's pretty awesome that when Go and Softglees are saying hi to each other, Go is able to show off the fact that his Raboot has evolved. And it seems like it's been an eternity since that happened to us, the audience, but here in the story, it feels like it didn't really happen that long ago. That's an awesome interaction. Same with Softglees. Continuing his story allows us to see progression. Previous series were really worried to do that unless it was some sort of rival, so it's good to see this series go ahead and do what the previous series failed to do. This episode does bring up a question though. If we're going to get a continuation of Softglees' story, are we going to get a continuation of Lily's story? I have heard that Lily's voice actor doesn't work in Pokemon anymore, which is why she wasn't in the original Alola Return episode, but I don't know if that's the case or not. If not though, I really do hope they have this arc in the future. Seeing the Monarch all the way through would be a wonderful cap to Lily and Gladian's character arc. Other than that, this is a fine episode like I said. We do get a continuation of a story which is nice, however, it's not such a major story that if you were to skip this episode, you would miss out on anything. There wasn't any go captures or anything, but that being said, it's a fun overall episode, so I do recommend checking it out, even if it's just for the adorable Ampharos. Overall, I'd give this a Pokeball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 97 of the Journey's anime titled Slowking. A crazy beautiful encounter just dropped, and this is a Slowpoke and Galarian Slowpoke episode. The last time we had a Slowpoke episode, it was insane, so how will this one be? Well, let's find out. The first half of this episode's kind of infuriating. Not in a crazy bad way or anything, but there's just so many shots that linger, and I know it's on purpose. They've done it for any episode relating to Slowpokes, but still, it is annoying to watch. That's not to say the first half is bad or anything. Our heroes arrive on Slowpoke Island, but this time, an island full of Galarian Slowpoke and Galarian Slowbro and even a Galarian Slowking arrive and crash into their island. They find out here about Galarian Slowpokes and how it's covered in spices due to what they eat when a regular Slowpoke chews on its tail. Again, there's a lot of weird things about these Pokemon, so don't question it. And later, they're able to see a Galarian Slowbro being a poison type when it's able to use its poison attack to knock a coconut down from a tree, only for regular Slowbro to walk away from it. After that is when they meet the Galarian Slowking, and that's when the second half madness starts happening. The second half of this episode off the rip isn't too bad. Once the Galarian Slowking comes face to face with the original Slowbros, Slowpokes, and Slowkings, he tries to sell them as food, but regular Slowpokes and Slowbros just walk away. So our heroes follow the Galarian Slowking on their island. There, they see the Slowpokes all relaxing, and the Galarian Slowking hands them their Galarka seeds to try. Our heroes try it, and while at first it's spicy, the taste does seem to come afterwards. Seeing our heroes enjoying the seed and Ash saying that he understands what they were trying to do and he wants to help them out, the Galarian Slowking gets an idea and shoots its shell up all the way in the air towards Ash, possessing him like before. And this is where the madness begins. Possessed Galarian Ash gets an idea. He whispers an idea to Go to make the Slowpokes friends with him, and what is that idea? A rap battle between the two Slowkings. Ash representing Galarian Slowking, and then later Go gets possessed by regular Slowking, and now he's representing regular Slowking. The rap? It's about curry versus udon. Yep, and they rap so hard about it that the respective foods that they're rapping about, and the Galarian Slowking obviously is rapping about curry, regular Slowking about udon, turns out they combine and make into curry udon, which is apparently great. All the Pokemon involved love it, our heroes love it, and it seems to create a friendship between the two species. The regular Slowpoke line then gives the Galarian line a bowl, and the Galarian Slowpoke line get back to their islands and fly away. And that's the end of the episode. If that sounds crazy, that's because that is, because I'm not sure what to say about this episode. I will say, it isn't as crazy as the first Slowking episode, but the rap battle in the end is just insane. There really isn't much to talk about here because I think it's one of those episodes where you just need to go watch for the insanity. Seriously, the first half of the episode is so calm in comparison that it legit feels like whiplash between the two sections. Honestly, I'm completely mind blown on what I just watched and I don't know what to say else about this episode. Go ahead and check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 98 of the Journey's anime titled The Pokémon Circus. Flareon and Jolteon just dropped. This is another Eevee and Chloe focused episode. Chloe will be doing a performance in this episode. How will it go? Well, let's find out. The theme behind this episode is work together and stick with your partner. This episode really has two parts to it, a Flareon part and a Jolteon part. Our heroes Ash and Go won a lottery to guest star in a circus show to perform, and Chloe comes along to meet the Jolteon and Flareon who are in the posters of it. However, as we meet the two trainers of the Eevee that are getting ready to evolve to become a Jolteon and Flareon, Honoka and Billy, we see that they're the top two stars of the circus and always bickering with each other, which leads them to accidentally dropping the wrong evolution stone on the wrong Eevee when they're arguing about who should evolve first, causing Billy, the electric expert, to have a Flareon and Honoka, the fire expert, to have a Jolteon. However, while this is pretty funny, it's also terrible news for them because now their routine that they practice can't be performed. for two reasons. One, they just don't have a lot of time, but two, and this is also a focus of the episode, they try to swap Pokemons for their performance, just this performance, and their Pokemon aren't having it. They want to perform with their trainers and they're refusing to practice with the other trainers, which gets them pretty close to canceling the show. Also, by the way, Ash and Go also have to do their own routine in this case. And this is also the first time we see Go's Grookey perform a move with just Branch Poke. But regardless, the two Eevees don't want to switch partners for this event to do solo acts. Instead, they begin practicing routines together. And with the help of Chloe's Eevee that can mimic anything, they're able to create a brand new routine. Chloe brings out the two trainers to show them this, and the trainers realize that their rivalry is petty and that they will work together to perform. By the time the show comes around, not only are the two trainers and the Jolteon and Flareon working together, but so is Chloe and Eevee, and they put on a show that everyone enjoys. The episode ends with Billy and Hanoka thanking our heroes for allowing them to broaden their horizon and handing Chloe the Fire and Thunderstone. I just realized this, but that's like our equivalent of gym badges or like Alolan crystals after trial. But that's the end of the episode, and overall, it was just a decent episode. It's not that great. It wasn't terrible or anything. I feel like I've said that for the last few episodes, but honestly, it's just because it's true. There's nothing much to say here. I guess Grookey gets to use a move for the first time, which is cool, but it's a Chloe-focused episode, and she just learns what she already learned, which is that she wants to be close with her Eevee and let her evolve into whatever. It progresses her story, but other than that, it doesn't really create anything that's too memorable. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 99 of the Journey's anime titled Marnie from Spikemud just dropped, and we are getting a Marnie vs. Ash matchup in this episode. How will it go? Well, let's find out. This is set up as a standard hyperclass battle, except this one has a bit more story than usual. Our heroes are in Spikemud even though they're supposed to be in Winden because Team Yell tricked our heroes and lied to them about where Ash's battle was taking place. In Spikemud, they come across a person getting ready to practice performing and have to stop him from attacking them. That person is Piers, the Spikemud gym leader and the brother of Marnie, the trainer that Ash is supposed to face in the Ultra class battle that he's here for. This is where they learn that Team Yell tricked them, and Piers feels ashamed since Team Yell were former gym trainers and agrees to take Ash to Winden on his bike. There's a funny bit here where it looks like they're gonna go at crazy speed on the bike and then it just jump cuts to Piers driving as slow as possible. I thought that was hilarious. But here, while heading towards the stadium, is where we learn about Spikemud and Marnie. I felt like I was able to understand everything about Spikemud, Marnie, and Piers much more in this short bit than I did in the entirety of Sword and Shield. There's probably a few reasons for that, mainly the fact that the story in the game is told in pieces, and when you're playing the game you don't play it all at once, so you might forget some things as you're playing. But the more important thing here is how bluntly they present it. Because Spikemud doesn't have power spots and Piers' gym leader doesn't use G-Max Pokemon, people don't think the trainers here are really that strong. So because of that, no one comes to the city, and that means the local economy suffers, and you can see that with how run down the city is. So Marnie aims to change that by showing that trainers from Spikemud can be powerful and that the city is worth visiting. And even though they lied about it, Team Yell also have the same intentions, they just go about it the wrong way. It's an interesting bit of commentary on the Pokemon world, and it's really the first time since really the first season that I can think of where they tackle this type of subject. I felt like the city itself got more character and I really appreciated that. So once Ash and eventually Go makes his way to the stadium, we know what the battle has in stake. Marnie wants to make a name for herself in her city, and Ash wants to continue to show that he's the best trainer and get to Leon. Ash brings out Gengar, Marnie brings out Grimmsnarl. The battle itself here is pretty good. I wouldn't say great, but there are some awesome moments. It does feel like there is some crazy tanking of moves going on both sides, and I know a similar thing happened in the last battle against B, but at least Lucario had been elevated in status. This is the first major battle for Gengar, so it's interesting to see how much it can take punishment wise, even though traditionally Gengar are pretty strong but fragile Pokemon. Marnie's moveset here is pretty great. Throughout the battle we see creative usage of Spirit Break, False Surrender, Darkest Lariat, and at the end even Stomping Tantrum. She eventually Gigantamaxes, but surprisingly, unlike other battle, Ash decides to keep his Gengar in normal form for 2 turns, and in those 2 turns it's able to use Dazzling Gleam to deflect G-Max Snooze and turn its face to a frowny face, the opposite of what it usually has, in order to restrict itself from sleeping. That was pretty creative. Once it eats a Max Quake though, that's when Ash and Gengar Gigantamax. By the way, we can see that Alistair is also watching this match on her phone, and G-Max Gengar is able to eat a Max Starfall as well. However, like I said, it's not just Gengar that's able to tank moves. In this case, even when shrunk to normal size, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is able to avoid a Max Hellstorm and land a Spirit Break, and then the next move, tank a G-Max Terra and go for a Darkest Lariat. However, no Ash match is complete without something crazy, and in this case, Ash's Gengar is running out of G-Max and it's about to get hit by a powerful super effective move, so what does it do? He has Gengar swallow up Grimmsnarl before it can use Darkest Lariat, that way when it returns to normal, he can spit it out and take no damage. That is brilliant. The match ends with Marnie going for Stomping Tantrum, a move that gets stronger when the last move missed. However, Gengar throws a powerful Shadow Ball that goes through Stomping Tantrum and KOs Grimmsnarl, which means the winner of the match is Ash. He is bumped up to number 15 in the rankings, and although Marnie lost, the crowd seems to adore her and want to be on her side. The episode ends with Piers telling Marnie that she accomplished what she wanted to since people are now more willing to come to Spikemuth, and she flashes that smile at both Team Yellow and Ash before telling him that she isn't done yet and will continue on. They shake hands, and that's where the end of the episode is. I know some people wanted Marnie's story to be longer, but honestly, I think they did the right move here. Marnie doesn't seem like she'll be a continuous rival in this series. Instead, she seems to be more of a one-off character, and in that case, her story being wrapped up here is fine. Even if she returns in the future, she'll have a different story with different goals, so you can tell a different story altogether. Piers as well. We know in the game he eventually gives up his spot as gym leader to Marnie, and that is also hinted here while him and Ash are on their way to the stadium, but not explicitly spelled out, and it's something that the writers can always come back to if they wanted to, so I don't mind. As far as the battle itself, it did feel sloppy in some places. There's a certain flow to good battles that transitions well from move to move, and I didn't feel that here. That could just be me too also, because I kept having to try to figure out what moves were being used. However, this battle was pretty unique because this is the first time I think in actual battle setting that we've got to see a G-Max Pokemon go against the Undynamax Pokemon. And it shows here that while Gigantamaxing gives you power, being small also has its advantages, mainly the ability to dodge move, something that isn't possible in the games. So it's interesting to see that mechanic being explored here. I know something similar happened in the last battle with Lucario, but at least Lucario was Mega Evolved, so that felt a bit more fair. I think the only disappointing thing to me about this battle is that the music didn't feel epic. Don't get me wrong, the music wasn't bad, but it just felt more like background music instead of music telling a story. And the anime's been pretty good at incorporating that into its important battle, so it's pretty disappointing here that it didn't feel like that. But besides that, I have no other issues with the episode. It advances Ash's story and wraps up Marnie's. Go ahead and check it out. I'd give it a high Great Ball, lower Ultra Ball tier episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 100 of the Journey's anime titled A Full Coverage of Leon's Special Training just dropped, and we are getting Ash and Leon hanging out together while Sonia and Go are hanging out together. How will this go? Well, let's find out. This is an interesting episode. No major conflicts really occur in this episode. We do get a small battle between Flint of the Elite Four and Leon that Leon wins, but that's pretty early on in the episode. The rest of the episode is spent with Ash and Leon meeting and training together, and the training that Leon does is a lot of physical, but also hanging out with Pokemon. The episode really deals with how similar Leon and Ash are. They both love Pokemon, they both are kids at heart, and we get a deep conversation between the two where Leon discusses being afraid of being champion because he didn't know if he could grow as a person after that. I don't know if you guys remember, but Ash had a similar predicament in Alola after he won the chip. And Go and Sonia hang out while she's doing fieldwork, and while we only get to see Go capture a Gossiflower, she explains how Leon's also similar to Go, because Go was also a shy kid doing things around the house and only had a childhood friend in Koharu, and that is until he met his Pokemon. For Leon it was Charizard, and for Go it was his Scorbunny, that the world of Pokemon opened up to him. The main conflict here is that while they're playing around, Ash and Leon come across a very angry set of Corviknights, and while Leon tries to calm them down by flying around and taking his shirt off and covering their face, Ash figures out that the reason is that one of the Rookidee is hurt. The Corviknight is just trying to protect it. So once they find that out, Ash saves the Rookidee from falling from a cliff and they help treat it. And that's it. Nothing else happened. I'm not saying that anything more needed to happen. Honestly, this series needed an episode like this to humanize Leon. They'd done it a bit in the Darkest Day arc, but here they're nailing his characteristics to be more similar to Ash and Go. Go when he was younger, and Ash more like now. And that gives him a whole bunch of traits that he didn't have before. going into his psyche, explaining how he felt after the massive world-saving event that he wasn't able to perform in, important talks, and I think this episode just did wonders for Leon as a character. The only thing I didn't like is how much of a fanboy they portrayed Ash for Leon to be. Maybe it's just me, but I would expect a character like Go to go crazy meeting Leon, but Ash has always been a character who didn't really care about other people's fame and recognition, so it's weird to see him turn into such a fan around Leon. I don't know. I hope that this isn't a trait that stays around after he beats or doesn't beat Leon. I think it's just that on top of dumbing down Ash's characteristics so much, they've changed him so much that really bothered me here. I know that he's a kid who likes Pokemon and gets excited to battle, but in this series, that's all he's been reduced to. Ash as a character has always been complex, so I don't understand why all of a sudden these characteristics are being stripped away from him. Other than that, this is a pretty good episode. Even though there wasn't a crazy amount of action or conflict, it gave us character insights into a character that really needed it. It showed us the motivation for one of the final bosses of the series, and it allowed us to relate to the guy who's ultimately going to be the main obstacle towards our main character being a champion. It was a necessary episode. Overall, I'd give it a great ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 101 of the Journey's anime titled The Thwacky with the One Stick just dropped, and this is an episode where Grookey helps out a Thwacky and Go thinks about releasing Grookey. What happens? Let's find out. This is the type of episode I like to call a Pokédex episode. Our heroes are in the wild area where Go is trying to capture Pokemon when they come across a Thwacky. The Pokédex then talks about how Thwackys usually have 2 sticks and get more respect the faster they can beat out a rhythm with their sticks. However, the Thwacky our heroes come across only has a single stick. It's never really explained why or how, but because of this, it can't drum as fast as the other Thwacky in its tribe, which makes it feel like an outcast. Our heroes in the episode seeing this decide to help train it. Since it only has 1 stick, it just needs to drum at double the speed. So, Ash decides to help train it. Meanwhile, there's a second subplot where, seeing how happy Grookey is interacting with this entire line, Go is thinking of releasing it, and it's teased until the very end, and I hate when they do this stuff. Either release him or don't. This is the exact same thing they did with Raboot. Do we really need to do this again? Regardless, the episode has the happy ending you think it does. Thwacky with a single stick, thanks to all of its hard work, is able to drum twice as fast, so it's able to fit in. And in fact, the second time, the drumming for the group is so good, it even gets Rillaboom to join, making it and its family, I assume that's what they are, happy. And then Grookey also jumps on Go and stays with him, so similar to the Raboot plot, it just affirms their bond. Overall, it's a fine episode. Nothing crazy happens here, but it's not a bad episode by any mean. Skippable for sure, but not bad. If you want to check it out, I'd give it a great ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 102 of the Journey's anime titled Trial Mission. A Frozen raid battle just dropped, and we get a new Project Mew focused episode, and this one, our heroes have to fight a raid battle against Articuno. How will this go? Let's find out. This episode is interesting because it starts off with Go not being happy that the newest Project Mew challenge is a cooperative raid battle. And I question this because he's had no issues doing cooperative raid battle missions in the past. He didn't have any issue with the Golurk raid battle he did early in the series, or the Zapdos battle, or even the Moltres battle. So why is he upset here? And this is even before Gary shows up, so you can't really blame him for that either. It's strange, they brought back one of Go's early traits and then they tacked it on here, which doesn't make sense. Go's done tons of fighting with other people after the beginning of the series, so why is it a problem all of a sudden? Regardless, like I said, this is an Articuno raid. Go decides to go, and our heroes do a lot of running away once they reach Seafoam Island from Geodudes and Dead End, where at least the anime tries to justify Go's earlier position by having him capture Pokemon that attack them instead of fighting them. Then, using Go's knowledge of Inteleon, they're able to come across the cave they need to go to. Inside occurs another battle that turns into a capture for Go as they come across a Graveler, and afterwards they even go further down the cave where they come across Horace, Go's childhood friend from episode 32, and his Bayleaf fighting off a Cloyster before Go once again captures it. After Go introduces him to Ash and they get closer to the area where Articuno is supposed to be, we see Gary's also there. And this is what I meant earlier. In the previous episode, when he's met Gary, Gary's treated as a rival for Go, but it's mostly done for comedy. Gary gets under his skin, but it's still a friendly thing. Here, they go the opposite way and have Go completely despise Gary to the point where he starts making big mistakes. Again, why? I know they want Go to have a rival, and I have no issues with that, but this type of behavior worked for Ash before. It doesn't seem like it fits Go. I don't know, that could just be me, but I feel like that's how other people feel too. And eventually, our heroes do come across the Articuno, and this is a destruction job from the Articuno. By the way, the battle itself is pretty good, and I won't go into detail in the battle because you could just watch it. Although this Articuno is a bit ridiculous because it manages to one-hit KO not only with sheer cold as expected, but also with Blizzard. Ash's Surfetch gets bopped immediately, which is pretty unexpected to see. There are bits of opening for our heroes to attack, but mostly it's dominated by Articuno. And like I said, this is because Go completely goes against Gary, and honestly, he acts really unlikable here. He goes super rogue and refuses to work as a team with everyone else, and he feels like he can do everything by himself, which ultimately leads to the entire team getting KO'd. And even the tokens reflect that, because Gary and Horace get additional tokens on top of fighting Articuno for their leadership and teamwork, and Go doesn't. It's only afterwards where Go realizes that he needs to be more serious and acknowledges Gary's point of working together. Everyone goes their own separate ways as the episode ends. I don't know, this episode just felt weird. Go in the series, like I said, in the early series, had some issues cooperating with people. That was one of his characters. But he got over that, and he's worked with other people fine. I don't know, I really hope they can make a satisfying conclusion to this arc of Go, because his attitude felt so disjointed that it actually hurt my enjoyment of this episode. The battle portion of this episode is pretty good. It's the first time in a long time where a legendary has felt like a legendary. It's felt like they got the proper respect it deserved. It was ridiculously strong. And I know some people felt like, oh, it made Ash's Pokemon look weak, but honestly, I couldn't care less. I've always been of the mindset that legendaries should be extremely strong, so I'm really glad we got to see this here. Overall, this episode has things I don't enjoy, mainly Go's behavior, but besides that, when the episode gets going, it's pretty good. Overall, I'd give it a great ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a bit sick right now, I don't know if you can hear it, but this is part 1 of the 1-hour special of Pokemon Journeys that just dropped, and this one is episode 103. It's titled Ash and Clemont, Special Friendship Training. Again, this one is the first part where Ash is returning to Kalos to train with Clemont for his battle against Drosna. Let's not waste any time and see what happens. Ash and Go are heading to Kalos, and we even get to see the famous Lumiose Airport elevator here. Ash is there to train with Clemont for his Ultra Class battle with Elite Four Drosna, and Go is there to capture Pokemon. Go spots a Froakie near a pond and tries to catch it. This is where he meets Bonnie, who gives him advice. Eventually, after a bit of dodging Froakie's neck frubles, Go is able to capture it. On the other end, Ash heads to Lumiose Gym where he spots Clemont beating a gym challenger. They introduce their Pokemon to each other, and we can see that Clemont's Bunnelby has evolved into a Diggersby. While talking, they see Farfetch thrusting its sword back and forth with power emanating from the sword, and Dracovish's eyes light up, causing it to bite Surfetch's leap. Ash and Surfetch are able to pull it off the first time, but when Surfetch goes for it again, Dracovish does it again, but this time Farfetch uses that power that was emanating earlier from the leak and sends both of them flying. Clemont realizes that this is probably a new move for Surfetch, Meteor Assault, that Surfetch is trying to use, but it's failing to do so. So using some sensors and his technology, they figure out that he's failing because he's not steady enough. He's gained weight since he was a Farfetch'd before, so Ash begins to train it to be a little bit more steady. However, again, Dracovish bites the leak again, and this allows Surfetch to be successful in using the move. They realize that Dracovish is stabilizing Surfetch when biting on the leak, allowing to successfully pull the move off, and Ash and Clemont realize the best way to train is to battle, specifically double battle with both Dracovish and Surfetch. Dracovish uses Diggersby and his Luxray, and Clemont starts off the battle with attacks, but Dracovish jumps in front of Surfetch when Surfetch is trying to use Meteor Assault and takes both attacks from Luxray and Diggersby. However, this also allows Surfetch to focus in a bit more, and it's successfully able to pull off Meteor Assault to knock out Luxray. But then the recharge for the move kicks in and Surfetch is down, so seeing this, Dracovish tries to do its own version of Meteor Assault, except it turns into Dragon Rush, KOing Diggersby. With the practice battle over, Ash thanks Clemont for helping his Pokemon get better and tells Surfetch and Dracovish that he will be using them for his upcoming match against Drosna. In the opposite end, Drosna is seeing training with Elite Four Wickstrom, getting ready for Ash as we end the episode. This is a pretty good episode. I really like the use of Clemont and Bonnie. More Clemont, but I know that there are two package deals, so we're probably never going to get one without the other. The use of technology in this case to really explain Meteor Assault and how it works and the mechanics behind it I thought was pretty neat. And even though the battle we got was short, it was a practice battle, it accomplished what it needed to. It helped two Pokemon learn new moves, and I guess that could be the one complaint. The Dragon Rush kinda came out of nowhere, but honestly, Dracovish needed another good move, so I'm glad it got it. Overall, this is a really fun and solid episode, and this is part 1, so if you haven't, check it out in order to watch part 2. I'm a bit under the weather, so if you hear my stuffy nose throughout this episode review, that's why. Sorry about that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 104 of the Journey's Anime, part 2 of the 1 hour special, titled Ultra Class vs Elite Four Drosna drop, and this episode is what the title says it is. Ash goes up against Elite Four Drosna in his Ultra Class battle. How will it go? Let's find out. Ash meets Wickstrom again, and Wickstrom is happy to see Ash's Surfetch'd, as the last time he saw it, it was still a Farfetch. Drosna also comes into the area where Ash is getting ready to both introduce herself and to slightly intimidate Ash with her demeanor. They then get to the arena where the match begins, and as usual, I won't be going move by move because that would just take forever, so here are just some of the more important things that happened. Ash starts off with Surfetch while Drosna starts off with Noivern. At first, Noivern's close range attacks are being stuffed by Surfetch's shield. However, Noivern's Boom Burst attack is too much for it to withstand, as it both destroys the floor that Surfetch is on and takes away its shield and leak, which is what Drosna wanted. After taking a few moves though, Ash is able to instruct it to use the rocks flying in the air because of Boom Burst as footing to get its stuff back. Then it goes for Meteor Assault, but it's blocked by Noivern's Giant Swing and it gets blasted by Dragon Pulse. Before it can take any more damage, Ash recalls it. Ash then brings out his Dracovish, and while it does take a Super Fang from Noivern, it's also able to hit Noivern with an Ice Fang, forcing Drosna to switch it out. She brings out her Altaria, who happens to sway just like Surfetch's Leak from last episode, which sends it running. Ash then tries to have it use Ice Fang, but it's blocked by Cotton Guard. Then, Drosna Mega Evolves. Ash then takes a Sky Attack and a Play Rough from the Mega Altaria before going on the offense. However, Ash also doesn't realize that when Altaria turns into Mega Altaria, it turns into a Fairy type, so when he tries to use Dragon Rush, it doesn't work. We also get to see the gag of Altaria losing its feather when it gets wet, which was fun to see. Then after that, Ash uses Ice Fang to partially stop a breaking swipe. He then brings back his Dracovish and brings out his Surfetch'd again. By the way, after this, anytime Ash tries to call back his Pokemon, they bring themselves out because they want to cheer on the other, Surfetch'd to Dracovish and vice versa. So now, it's up to Surfetch'd. With Surfetch'd out now, and because of the cumulative damage done by Dracovish, Surfetch'd is able to take out Mega Altaria with a Meteor Assault before going down himself. So now, it's up to Dracovish. Dracovish is able to end the battle after tanking a Dragon Pulse and a Boom Burst before clashing with another Dragon Pulse with its Dragon Rush. This sends Ash up to rank number 9, one spot away from the Masters 8. Drosna congratulates Ash and says she'll be cheering him on, and the episode ends with the gag of Bonnie telling Drosna that she should marry her brother. This battle is a weird one to evaluate. If I'd had to describe it, I'd say it's a fun battle. It doesn't take itself as seriously as you would expect an Ultra Class battle to be. However, that both works for its benefit and detriment. The benefit is that we get to see more fun moments, like the water gun making Altaria's feathers go away, or even Dracovish and Surfetch being friends, which is something that you'd never expect to have happen. However, we also lose out on what should be a way more serious battle, especially since Ash is so close to reaching the Masters 8. All of Ash's Pokemon are super tanky in this series. I've realized this, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. On one hand, it does allow for more back and forth in a battle, which is always nice, and I would be fine with it, except it always feels like Ash is just taking crazy amounts of punishment and then finishing people off with one or two moves. Having tanky Pokemon can work well, but I think the writers just don't know how to write around it. For the longest time, the anime battles were only like half an episode, not full episodes. So the battles being much longer now, I feel like the writers aren't sure what to do. They want to put Ash in the back foot and make him the underdog, but the only way to do that is by having his Pokemon take a ridiculous amount of damage, and I'm not sure I agree with that. That's my major gripe here. The animation, I can take it or leave it. I'm not someone who needs crazy animation for a battle to be good, but I just wish the back and forth was a bit more even. But besides that, I really did like this episode. I liked the friendship between Surfish and Dracovish. It finally gave characterization to some of Ash's Pokemon that have desperately needed it. Surfish not as much, but Dracovish definitely did, and I'm glad this is a pairing that we'll hopefully get to see more in the future. Overall, a solid battle episode. I'd give it a great ball, and I'm looking forward to the Masters 8. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 105 of the Journey's anime titled Eevee and Sylveon, Encounters and Reunions just dropped, and Chloe goes to Hoenn to meet a Sylveon where we come across a certain previous companion. Who is it? Like you don't know already. Let's just jump right into it. Chloe learns that there's been a Sylveon and a trainer that's been gaining a lot of attention in Pokemon contests in Hoenn, so she decides to head there with Eevee to meet its trainer since she hasn't met a Sylveon yet. Ash and Go are also there in Lily Cove, and they're there to capture an Altaria for Go after Ash's last battle with Drosna, the same place where Chloe's going. There at the contest hall, while looking for the Sylveon trainer, she comes across Lucia, the idol from Oras, who scouts her and says she should participate in a contest. She eventually does meet Sylveon trainer, who, yes, is Serena, one of Ash's companions from XY, and they talk about Eevee and their dreams and their goals before it's decided that Serena will help Chloe prepare for the contest. She even recites the same line here to Chloe that Ash did to her in XY about what to do when she freezes up. Meanwhile, Ash and Go are heading to the contest hall to watch Chloe, but before they can get there, they're stopped by another contest person, a former gym leader of Hoenn, Wallace. Wallace recognizes Ash from his, May's, and Dawn's participation at the Wallace Cup from the Diamond and Pearl anime, as well as his rise in the Pokemon World Championships. He then challenges him to a battle and Ash accepts, much to Go's displeasure. Wallace even uses his in-game quote here. Serena helps Chloe pick out her outfit, as well as gives Eevee the ribbon she used before in her Eevee. Then the contest begins. Chloe's in the normal class, and when it's her time, she's really nervous at first. However, her Eevee gives her the confidence boost, and she uses Fairy Wind, the move she saw Serena do earlier, and follows that up with Tackle. We don't get to see the rest of the placings in Koharu's case, so presumably she probably didn't win. However, we do get to see the Masters class performance, where we get to see Serena do her thing. We also get to see Lucia use her Altaria and Mega Evolve it, and in the end, they both end up getting first place. Lucia even asking Serena if they want to be an idol duo. However, as nightfall is coming, Chloe's heading to the boat where she needs to go, and she's waiting on Ash and Go, and she thanks Serena for everything, including allowing her to see a different side of herself. While doing so, Ash and Go eventually do show up ready to leave, and Go ended up catching the Altaria he wanted after all. Ash runs by Serena as he doesn't recognize her new look at first, however she does recognize him and calls out for him. They have a chat about each other's goal, and Ash says that he aims to be the best battler, and Serena says she'll aim to be the best performer. They wave goodbye to each other, and Serena stays in the dock for a while before going to her own path. A few things I want to talk about here. Let's start with her new looks. She's changed her red and white outfit to a gray turtleneck with a red and white skirt. It might be her slightly longer hair, but she does look slightly older here. I don't think she's aged. She also doesn't have the blue ribbon given to her by Ash either. It really shows that she's grown past him and she's her own person now. I actually really like the new design. It adheres to most of the things that are in the game, yet still shows character growth for her. However, that doesn't mean she's completely shut his influence. Like I said in the episode, the advice she gives Chloe is one of the few things that Ash told her in XY, and it's good to see how, similarly to how Ash played a sort of a mentor role for her in XY, she's doing the same for Chloe. It's not just her who's changed though, her Braixen has also evolved into a Delphox, and she's seemingly widely known both in Hoenn and in Kalos. Her dreams of making people happy are coming true. Speaking of change, let's talk about the contest. I know some people were upset that they only got to see like the first round of the contest, and even then there was no battle rounds, it was pretty fast. However, while the episode talks about contests here like how they used to in the Advanced Generation days, the term here seems to be way more general than the contests we've seen in the previous anime series. Instead, it more refers to the contests like the ones in the games, where there is a class system as well as no real judges. And in this case, for some reason, there's no real consistency to how many Pokemon you can use in a contest either, as Serena uses 3 and everyone else just uses 1. It's weird when you think about it, but I just think it's just something different, not the contest from the past. If you want to watch a more detailed explanation of this inconsistency, I recommend you watching Aleximo's video. Honestly, when you think about it, it does make no sense that Lucia and Serena came first. I feel like that was just politics, since they didn't want to make their local Hoenn idol look bad. This might be surprising, but I actually really like the entire Wallace and Ash thing. I know people were upset because it prevented Ash from going to the contest, but to me, it shows something that the series has been massively lacking, and that is, Ash is a person who's one of the highest ranked trainers in the world, being recognized for his talent and actually challenged. And even though we don't really get to see the battle, it did feel like a tough battle due to how long it took to finish. I have zero issues with that. The conversation at the end with Ash and Serena, while short, I think was also great. It shows that they're still cheering each other on while going their own ways. In many ways, this is a better ending for her character than what she got in XY. Will she join an idol duo? Will she continue to do performances? It leaves us out on a question and allows us to make our own decisions. I think that's great. Overall, I really liked this episode. The weakest part of the episode was the contest itself, however, the strongest part of the episode being the different character interaction really buoys this up. This is what a reunion episode should be like in my opinion, and because of that, I'd highly recommend you check this out. I'd give this an Ultra Ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 106 of the Journey's anime titled A New Show, the Team Rocket Undercover Kingdom radio just dropped, and this is a Team Rocket focused episode where they begin a radio show to recruit other Team Rocket members. How will it go? Let's find out. Giovanni has given Jesse and James the task of recruiting even more members to Team Rocket, so they decide to do a radio show to try to do that. Their first episode of the radio show, Jesse takes it over, and there's some meta jokes here regarding the show's intro theme that's probably not going to be translated when the episode comes out dubbed. However, because both it's a new show and the show isn't that great due to Jesse just incessantly rambling the whole time, it's no surprise that later they find out that the show had 0 live listeners and 0 listeners after the fact. However, this doesn't get them down. Instead, they try and fiddle with the format. Even on the second day though, they aren't getting any listeners, so as the narrator, who's also strangely involved in this episode tells us, they keep tweaking and tweaking the format until it eventually starts getting popular. And one of the things they do is start using nicknames and get rid of the entire trying to recruit Team Rocket aspect of the show. Instead, it's more like a variety show where they talk about things, do minigames, answer questions, and overall just interact with their listeners. They do this by having James give out some bottle cap collections as memorabilia if your question gets chosen, as well as premiere balls. This starts making them really popular around the Kanto region. They get a bunch of different types of listeners like Ren, Professor Cerise, Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, and we even get a surprise appearance here by Brock. By the way, the Brock appearance happened because apparently this episode was in production around the same time as the Legends Arceus special. So according to the director, since Brock was there, they were able to use him for this episode. And the episode ends with the narrator telling us that later, Giovanni yelled at Team Rocket for forgetting the main goal of the show, which was to recruit Team Rocket members. However, every now and then, they'll still make their show because they're ultra popular and they enjoyed it, and it ends with another meta joke of Jessie being annoyed that the narrator was talking over her, and they force him to read some of the scripts as we end the episode. This is a really fun episode. There's a bunch of things that happen in this episode that I didn't really mention here. However, and I really do believe this is an episode which I can't really do justice. You really have to just watch it to enjoy the humor presented here. But there are a few things I want to touch on. First of all, one of the segments in Team Rocket's show is that people ask them for advice. And one of the questions they get in this episode is of a parent whose child has recently gotten a Pokemon, and he feels like he's being neglected now for that Pokemon. As we find out later, that happens to be Cerise. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it, but this really tells us about the dynamic of Chloe and Cerise's family. We knew that Chloe was a bit different from the rest of her family, but the idea that Cerise feels like she's looking out for Eevee more than him is both sad, but also shows how far Chloe has come in the story, because at the beginning of the story, she didn't want anything to do with Pokemon. There's also some dialogue between Cerise and Ren here where they're talking about older technologies, in this case specifically the radio, and I feel like that dialogue was for the older fans. They reminisce on how the radio used to be before the internet, using your antenna to find specific stations when the signal is low, and also how the radio is really used to make connections all around the world. It did feel like something that the writers really wanted to show, which is how far the Pokemon world itself has come. Looking back at some of the older Pokemon series now almost feels foreign because Ash is using things like a map. He doesn't really have a phone. The only way he's able to contact his mom and Professor Oak is through either landline or the Pokemon Center. They even talk about faxing here, which, while never done in the Pokemon anime series itself, feels like such a foreign concept in the modern world. I thought that was a really interesting conversation because it provided a view into not only the evolution of the Pokemon world, but also our own world. And finally, the ending of the episode is also heartwarming. Ren also sends a letter to the radio station to Team Rocket where he asks that they wish well to two kids aiming for their goals, one of whom is to be a Pokémon Master, and the other who wants to catch all Pokemon leading up to Mew. We're obviously talking about Ash and Go here, but Team Rocket don't know that, so they wish with all of their hearts well to the kids. They talk about how the bigger the goal, the more worth it is, and the more exciting it is to go after. We know that they aren't truly evil, something if you watch the Pokemon show for a long time is pretty clear, because even after they get yelled at by Giovanni, they continue the radio show occasionally because it's something that they enjoy doing and they know their listeners love listening to. Jessie especially here comes off likable as her usual overbearing desire to be an entertainer really pulls the other two through and injects energy into their plan. I think it was awesome to see. Overall, while this episode didn't have any crazy battles or even complex stories, I think this was a fantastic episode. This really allowed Team Rocket to be Team Rocket. It talked a little bit about the dynamic in the story itself, but it also allowed us to show how far even the anime itself has come with the talk of the older technology. This is a really fun episode, especially for older fans of the anime and Team Rocket fans in general. I'd give this an Ultra Ball. I don't know how well this episode is going to be translated when it does eventually get dubbed, but if you get a chance, watch it subbed. It is the best way to do so, especially as the director himself said that he gave Team Rocket the ability to ad-lib their lines and say whatever, and then the animators animated around that. Jessie's voice actor especially really leans into this, so you get an authentic experience that you definitely want to check out. That's probably not going to be available in the English version of this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this week I'm having to send in my computer for repairs, so the review will be less produced in general, but I still want to get my thoughts out there for this episode regardless. This is episode 107 of the Journeys anime, and it's titled, Help Us Big Bro Yamper. By the title, you know it's a Yamper related episode. How is it? Well, let's find out. This episode is basically the most filler type of filler, so the fact that my computer wasn't working this week isn't a big deal. Basically, the episode shows how Yamper has become the big brother to everyone in Cerise Park. It helps find out when situations arise and helps stop them. In this day, it helps find Grookey's stick when it gets lost somewhere in the park. It gets Heracross back with Pinsir when it goes to follow Sweet Scent of grass Pokemon. It then stops a fight between rock types and the smaller normal type and the flying type that usually are with Golurk. And they try to find out why the rock Pokemon that are usually by the river are fighting with the normal Pokemon. Turns out the river is polluted and causing Bruxish to make a crazy high-pitched noise and disturbing the rock Pokemon there. That's causing them to go over to where the normal type usually are, and that's what's causing the fight. This is where we find out that Yamper is apparently also a scientist because he brings a Vibrava to use Supersonic to counter the waves of Bruxish's noise and cause it to go quiet. I didn't even know what to say. Regardless, why is the water polluted? Well, the reason for that is because there's muck living by the water source, because it gave its home to the newly caught Froakie. So seeing this, Go helps decide to make it a new home. Using a whole bunch of its Pokemon, he helps dig for a hole, and when it comes time to fill it with water, that's when Suicune reappears. It uses Rain Dance to help fill up the hole, as well as cleans up the polluted river in the park. It then goes up to Yamper and does something. I'm not sure what it was supposed to be. Maybe it's just like nuzzling it? I don't know. But apparently, Suicune's just appreciating Yamper for being a leader. It then leaves as the pool fills up, giving the Muck a new home, and that solves the issue because the rock Pokemon are no longer where the normal Pokemon are, because the Bruxish is no longer screaming at the river. And at the end of the episode, Ash gets a notification on his phone that he'll be facing Raihan for a chance to enter the top 8 of the Masters 8. That's where we end the episode. This is a fine episode. Nothing good, nothing bad. I don't really even have much to say. I guess it was cool seeing Suicune again, and similar to Legends Arceus, it does show how capturing a legendary isn't like the games where you just carry it around the entire time. In both the anime world and technically even in the Pokemon world, you capture a legendary, but you let it do its own thing. That was good to see here. I guess the one positive thing is that the music for this episode was really good at the end of the episode, and Yamper finally got some screen time. There's nothing really negative to say, it's just an alright episode. Overall, I'd give it a Pokeball rating. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 108 of the Journey's anime titled Lucario and Greninja, the Aura of Fate just dropped, and this is a training episode for Ash where he meets up with Greninja to help train Lucario. How will it go? Let's find out. Let's talk a bit about Raihan before we talk about Ash here, since we get to learn a bit more about Raihan in this episode. It isn't much, but it does show that his nonchalant attitude is kind of a front in the public. After losing to Leon, he's frustrated and punches a wall. He also takes a selfie at that moment so he can remember how he feels. Even though it's a small thing, it shows that his frustrations of not being able to beat Leon is real. It makes him feel like a real person as he trains hard with his Duraludon. As for Ash, we start the episode with him training with all of his Pokemon in Cerise Institute. Seeing him do that, Chloe's Eevee also decides to train with Go's Froakie, causing it to evolve. Seeing Frogadier gives Ash the idea to return to and train with his Greninja and Kalos. He explains his history with Greninja to Go as they're trying to find him in the forest where they left him. At night, they eventually feel his aura and go after him, and they come across the roots of the giant rock, the thing that Ash left Greninja to destroy here in the Kalos region, the one that Lysander left over after he tried to take over. And Lucario tries to destroy the thing that's trying to attack them, but its move is easily deflected. However, the root is then cut out of nowhere, and it's by none other than Ash's Greninja, who's also gotten stronger now. Ash then asks Greninja to battle to help train Lucario. However, Ash's Lucario is severely outmatched, and I don't know how I feel about that. On one hand, yes, Greninja is one of Ash's strongest Pokemon he's ever had. However, so is Lucario, or at least he's supposed to be. Seeing it get destroyed like this was both surprising in seeing how strong Greninja has become now, but also it makes Lucario look super weak in comparison to Ash's older Pokemon. I know Greninja is currently the most popular Pokemon, but showing its strength at the expense of Ash's ace seems really ill-advised. Regardless, Lucario gets frustrated and stops listening to Ash and gets humiliated by Greninja just a little bit more, causing it to run away. Before Ash can chase it though, Greninja tells Ash that it will take care of this issue. What happens next is left pretty ambiguous, but it seems like Greninja then teaches Lucario how to calm down his aura. That's shown by Greninja steps in the water causing just one ripple, while Lucario steps in the water causing splashes. Eventually, Lucario understands how to control his aura, but while doing this, they also realize that the giant rock roots are back. Greninja and Lucario then return to save our heroes, and Ash, believing in Lucario, has him use a giant aura sphere with all of his might after Mega Evolving to help destroy the root. Lucario then gets excited and jumps on Ash after seeing Greninja's approval. Finally, the episode ends with Ash letting Greninja save Kalos once again and letting him go, saying that he will someday meet again. And this time that comment doesn't feel as hollow because we've seen it happen here. Overall, I really enjoyed this episode. The one thing about episodes like this, especially if there's a World Championship battle following right after, is that it telegraphs a big portion of the battle. Sometimes in the battle, Ash will end up Mega Evolving as Lucario and end up using the giant aura sphere that he just learned. That might not specifically end the battle or anything, but it will be a major part of the battle, so I'm always conflicted on getting these types of training episodes. However, if you've watched me since Sun and Moon, then you know that I actually love training episodes, because I feel like Ash, and especially in this series, needs more of them. His Pokemon feels so disjointed from his character in this series that anytime we get an episode like this, I always enjoy it quite a bit. The only strange thing, and a lot of people have discussed it, is the decision to not show Ash Greninja, the transformation. It was used pretty frequently by the end of the XYZ series, however, even here when we got flashback to the Kalos League, it's just shown as normal Greninja. I'm not sure what the reason for this is. Either they don't want to bog down the episode with more transformation and power stuff, or they want to try and retcon Ash Greninja to be more of a feeling of togetherness rather than an actual transformation. Not sure. Either way, that was a bit strange to leave out. Also, we never really get to see Go's Pokemon evolve unless there's an episode focusing on them, so it's fun to see Go's Froakie evolve. And in this case, that causing Ash to reminisce about his Greninja and then go back to Kalos is a really nice impetus to an episode. I appreciate that a lot. Overall, it's a solid episode. If you're a fan of the XYZ series, definitely check it out, because I think you'll enjoy it. It gives you some of that old feeling back while also setting up for the battle between Ash and Raihan, giving us a bit more of story on Raihan to make him more human before his big match. I can't wait. Overall, I'd give this a great ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 109 of the Journey's anime titled Versus Raihan. A fight for the Masters 8 just dropped, and this is a battle-focused episode between Ash and Raihan to see who will be part of the Masters 8. This is a pretty straightforward episode, so let's get into it. A few things happen in this battle that are pretty interesting in my opinion, so I want to talk about them. First of all, I didn't realize how broken Sandstorm was. I know it's annoying in the game, but here, Ash is getting pummeled with Flygon inside the Sandstorm. In fact, and this is one of the major things that happen here, Dragonite takes its first ever loss. Now, I understand why they didn't want to make it a big deal. Eventually, it was gonna have to lose, they weren't gonna make it undefeated the entire series, and they probably didn't want to try to make a massive story out of it, even if they had a plan at one point to do it, because they don't have much time before the next series is here. That makes sense to me. It's just shocking to see Dragonite get knocked out by a single Pokemon after it's shown time and time again to be able to tank ridiculous amounts of damage. It ate a crazy amount of damage from Iris's Haxorus, it ate a crazy amount of damage from Karina's Mega Lucario, so I'm honestly shocked that Flygon, of all Pokemon, was able to take it out. The Draco Meteor sequence, Ash's Dragonite is in the storm, it needs to attack, so it uses Draco Meteor to get a hit off. Now, before he did that, he started off with a Dragon Dance, so it's not just a regular Draco Meteor, it's a boosted Draco Meteor, and then afterwards he manages to hit Flygon with a Dragon Claw. But that doesn't take Flygon down. That is unreal. People complain about Ash's Dragonite being tanky, but Raihan's Flygon is just as ridiculous, if not more. It takes a boosted Draco Meteor, one of the strongest Dragon type moves, and even with that, it requires a Fairy move to take it down. Unreal. After Dragonite goes down, we get to see Gengar come out, and it also struggles in the Sandstorm. And what I thought was really clever here was everything leading up to this episode made you believe that Ash was going to use his Mega Stone here. The posters from the magazines in Japan made allusions to this. It used a Mega Evolution last episode to learn a new move, so you thought they were going to do it. I even complained last episode about that. I said one of the bad things about training is that it gives away half of the game. However, in this case, Ash's Gengar is struggling a lot. And Ash is not able to get any damage in at that point, so he opts to completely switch strategy and instead of using a Mega Stone, uses his G-Max band. That was fantastic in my opinion. It's bringing the unexpected here, and it really did change the dynamics of the battle. And because we don't get to see Gengar battle that often, I forgot that it knows Dazzling Gleam, so when Max Starfall comes out of nowhere, that was supremely exciting. That knocks down Flygon, and then Raihan brings in his Goodra and switches up the weather strategy again, this time using Rain Dance. And here I had to look up if Goodra learned Swift Swim or something. The amount of attacks that Goodra is able to do consecutively without Gengar retaliating is kinda crazy. It gets 3 hits in, almost 4, before G-Max Gengar is able to fire off a Max Starfall before getting hit again. Isn't Gengar one of like the fastest Pokemon ever? How is it struggling here? Either way, it doesn't matter, as once the Max Starfall hits, Goodra's KO'd, but Gengar also got hit by a bunch of attacks, including the final Hydro Pump, causing it to get knocked out. Finally, the best part of the episode, the final battle. It's a one-on-one with Raihan's Cerulidon and Ash's Lucario. Ash no longer has access to his Mega Ring, and Raihan immediately G-Maxes his Duraludon. It's a short battle, and I saw a lot of people have an issue with that, and while I do understand why, I think the small story here really does make up for the smaller battle. First of all, Raihan's dumb because he uses a Steel-type Dynamax move on a Steel-type Pokemon. Good job there, genius. But even besides that, seeing Ash and Lucario's aura sync up to complete a training that we saw last episode made the last episode have even more meaning. Also, another cameo from Greninja here, and he's able to break through Max Rockfall and KO G-Max Duraludon with his Super Aura Sphere, ending the battle and officially making Ash part of the Masters 8. Then, we learn about the competitors in the Masters 8 after Ash and Raihan have a bit of a talk. I'm gonna make an entirely separate video on this, so watch out for that, so I'm not gonna go into too much detail here, but I'll just say I love seeing Iris back. And I'm actually going to defend the return of Iris here because I've seen a lot of people say that they wanted Paul to return, not Iris. However, to me, the Masters 8 has shown to be the greatest collection of trainers, and if we're going by that logic, Paul doesn't even get close in this case. Sure, Cynthia said in Diamond and Pearl that one day Paul and Ash were going to meet in the Champion Cup, however, even in Diamond and Pearl, Paul never made it past the top 8. He got completely annihilated by Brandon. All of the people here in the Masters 8 are champions. That includes Ash, that includes Iris. So I have zero issues with Paul not being part of the Masters 8. And I really think Iris deserves a shot here because she's the newest champion here. She needs to be able to show off more of her Pokemon, show off how strong she is. We got to see one episode of that, but even then we didn't get to see half her roster. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. Other than that though, this episode ends with Ash seeing all of the Masters 8 competitor lined up, and that's it. I really enjoyed this episode. It might have also been because I was watching it in a group of people. We had some people who watch the anime, some people who don't, and it made for really fun conversation while watching the episode. That's always fun, and that always makes the enjoyment of an episode much more greater. However, to me, this was just a solid episode. I really enjoyed the battle in this episode despite it being short, and while the Dragonite bit was a bit strange, I have no issues with anything else in the battle that happened because the Super Aura Sphere was a really cool moment, and that was fun to relive in a group. This isn't like the Drosna battle where I felt like something was completely shortchanged. Here, we got to see Raihan employ a strategy and Ash break through with his new training. Zero issues. Overall, I give this episode a high Great Ball, even an Ultra Ball. Go ahead and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 110 of the Journeys anime titled The Traitorous Battle Royale just dropped, and this is a Project Mew episode. Go heads to the Sea Mauville to take part in a trial, and in this case, Ash can't help him in a battle-focused trial. Will he be able to do it by himself? Let's find out. The trial mission here is called Survival. Basically, all the participants are inside the Sea Mauville, and the last one to not lose their Pokemon will be their winner. And in this case, everyone's only allowed to have one Pokemon. Go chooses Inteleon. Once down at the bottom of the ship, he is given a map that shows all of his challengers, and after beating his first trainer, he comes across Horace, who's also participating in this particular challenge. Gary in this case is in another challenge, so Go won't face him here. After helping each other with two more trainers, they decide to team up for the time being. On the other side of the boat, there are two more challengers, one named Lila and one named Shunya. They're also powerful trainers and they decide to team up too. Go and Horace then come across two other challengers, one with a Shiftry and one with a Banette. After being reminded to work together so they don't end up like the last time on the Articuno raid, Go becomes the offense and Horace is the defense and the recovery of the team. So despite the type advantage, they're able to win this 2-on-2 by using strategy. And similarly on the other side, Lila and Shunya are also winning their battles. That's when Danica adds another wrinkle to this. To add an element of surprise, she deploys a whole bunch of Pokemon, which include a group of Jumpluff, Coughing, Roselia, and Magby, to cause chaos in the ship by using things like Smokescreen and Sleep Powder. They're trying to test the challengers to see if they will panic and fall apart in situations like this. After the commotion calms down, they go to the final set of challengers as they hear screaming, and this is where the traitors part of the episode title comes in. Shunya and Lila try to take advantage of Horace's kind nature by tricking him into thinking that Lila's Pokemon got hurt by Shunya before they surprise attack Gardevoir. So for a while, Go has to hold his own with Inteleon, and he does, until Gardevoir comes back, and with some more teamwork, including Gardevoir using Confuse Ray to stop their attack, allowing Inteleon to attack, they're able to be the last two challengers remaining. Horace then tries to concede and allow Go to win because he doesn't like to battle, but Go reminds him of his goals and doesn't let him. Instead, they decide to have a one-on-one battle, which ends up with Horace on top. So with Horace being the winner, he earns 3 tokens, Go earns 2 tokens, and once we're outside, we see how everyone's stacked up. Everyone who had less than 4 tokens got eliminated, and on the other side, we see that Gary won the other event, and we get to see that he is the first place chaser. Horace is 3rd place, and Go is in the 7th place, and the episode ends with the question, will Go be able to be a chaser since he's so far behind? I actually kind of find this interesting. I have a feeling Go will probably get in, but you never truly know. They could have him not get in Project Mew, and instead he would go out on his own journeys to find Mew. If they want to write him off the story, that's not a bad idea. That feels highly unlikely, but again, you never know. As for this episode, this is a fine episode. The concept behind this episode reinforces the last Project Mew challenge and the one coming up after this one, teamwork. And in this case, while the battles weren't too spectacular, the themes and ideas of what it takes to be a chaser were really shown here. This is a great setup episode that questions whether Go has everything it requires to be a chaser, and I like that. Overall, this is a solid episode. While nothing crazy in terms of battles, it does a good job of continuing the story of Project Mew and putting Go in the back foot. Will he make it? I guess we'll just have to find out, huh? Overall, I'd give it a great ball. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 111 of the Journey's Anime titled Mon and Lily, a reunion on the Tundra just dropped, and this is a wrap of the Sun and Moon storyline where Lily, Gladion, and Lusamine are looking for their father Mon. How will this go? Let's find out. Ash, Go, and Chloe head down to the Crown Tundra to try and find out more information about a mysterious Pokemon seen by Freezington's mayor. When they get there, he describes it as a quick white and yellow thing, and that he saw it inside of a blizzard. Meanwhile, Lily, Lusamine, and Gladion are still inside their ship looking for their father. Lily's inside playing the mother and daughter soundtrack from the Sun and Moon games on the piano, and as some people have mentioned, the piano animation here mimics the actual notes that it requires to play the song. That's pretty cool, and the type of quality and the attention to detail that stays throughout this entire episode. As our heroes are staying over in the Freezington mayor's house as a blizzard that comes out of nowhere is going hard, the Aether family's caught off guard when the same blizzard comes out of nowhere and they're struggling, trudging through the snow. Eventually, they decide to camp in this brand new invention, which is basically the Hoi Poi capsule from Dragon Ball, where she throws a little small item and it turns into a giant tent with like AC and everything probably. The next day, the blizzard stops, so the Aether family continues to follow Magierna's light, which leads them to a house. Lily runs to the house, and from the outside, she can hear the same music that she was playing earlier in the ship, and from inside comes Mon. He looks disheveled, but he's still recognizable. But the shocker, he doesn't recognize his old family. He doesn't recognize his old partner Pokemon either. Not only that, but once inside, apparently he has another daughter named Lily. However, it turns out this Lily is really just a shiny Nihilego. But for Mon, he sees it as a Lily, the actual person. Before Gladion can do anything rash, however, when the family finds out, Lusamine stops Gladion from attacking Nihilego, since Mon sees it as his daughter, and if Gladion attacked, that would look terrible. Instead, they decide to look around at the house for clues and ways to find out on why he thinks the way he does. This moment here is especially creepy. There was always a theory that Lusamine dressed Lily based on her obsession with Nihilego in the games. And in the anime, that wasn't the case. However, to see the opposite happening here, where Nihilego is dressed as Lily, was kind of a crazy reversal to watch. Meanwhile, Ash, Go, and Chloe are now looking for that Pokemon described by Freezington's mayor, when Pikachu picks up the scent of Lily and goes towards the same house. As Lily and Gladion are investigating the house, the tension is palpable. It's helped tremendously by Hayashi's score here. You notice pretty early on that the house has no mirrors or any ways to see reflections. Even the windows have dirt covering them. Nihilego then appears behind Lily when she begins playing the piano and realizes that this is the Lily that Mon had been calling out in Ultra Space when he fell through. Gladion goes to the bathroom and notices that all of the mirrors in the house have been removed. And Lily opens up the drawer where she sees that not only is Mon's old clothes there with the Aether Paradise badge, but also a mirror. She wonders why Nihilego hid the mirror. That's when Nihilego comes towards her to attack. However, out of nowhere comes Ash, and we get this amazing looking Iron Tail sequence. The animation here is top notch. Nihilego escapes, but Ash meets Gladion, and Go and Chloe meet Lily and Gladion for the first time. It was also good to see Go remember Lily's story from the letter from the first time he went to Alola. This entire sequence is awesome, but the one strange thing here is just how quickly Lily comes to a conclusion for everything. She sees the mirror and immediately figures out what's going on. How does she know that it was Nihilego that hid the mirrors? She didn't investigate the other rooms that had the mirrors missing. That was Gladion. I'm not saying that's bad, but you can kinda see the writers having to cut the story a bit short to tell a better narrative. because she comes to a pretty illogical conclusion really quickly, even though at the end she turns out to be right. In the other room, Lucamine shows Mon the image of the family, but he still doesn't recognize it. That's when Lucamine is about to tell him that his daughter is really an Ultra Beast, but before she can, Nihilego attacks her in order to prevent it. She is, however, then saved by Gladian. Zoroark then pins Nihilego to the floor before Lily arrives and thanks Nihilego for saving her father. Ash, Go, and Chloe also arrive with the clothes and the mirror from the piano room. They take a seat to the side, and that's the end of the episode for them, as the rest of the episode is basically focused on the family dynamic. However, I did notice that Ash just pulled up on a seat and said, "Let me get a front row seat to this family drama." I thought that was hilarious. The family begins explaining to Mon what most likely happened. That after the accident with the Ultra Wormhole that sent him to Ultra Space, he was saved by Nihilego and brought back. However, instead of being brought back in Alola, he was brought back to the Crown Tundra, where they began living together as daughter and father, as Nihilego looked through Mon's memory and for some reason wanted to be like Mon's daughter, so it made it seem to Mon like it was Lily. Here, we also get to see the story from Nihilego's perspective in the flashback, which I thought was fascinating. Now, if you read the Pokédex entry of Nihilego, you can see it talk about aspects of Nihilego from this episode. In its Moon Pokédex entry, it said that it's unclear whether this Pokemon is sentient or not, but sometimes it can be observed behaving like a young girl. But it's also categorized as the Parasite Pokemon for a good reason. It can seemingly take over your subconscious and make you see and believe things that don't exist. So, while yes, Nihilego did save Mon and it probably had a good reason, it was also basically manipulating his emotions. Like I said, there's a reason, but that's still the dichotomy of insanity there. Now, similar to earlier when I complained about it, they get to the conclusion that because Nihilego was hiding the mirrors, it must mean that if Mon sees his reflection, it would restore his memory, which again is a very illogical conclusion. And again, they end up being right, but I'm just saying, you could see the cracks of the story a little bit there. But like I said, it does work, and after he sees his own reflection, he remembers everything. He remembers all of their name, which leads to an emotional reunion, and Nihilego looks like it's about to leave since it can't stay with the family any longer when Lily stops it. She and Mon thank it for saving him, and they ask it to be a part of her family. And then Nihilego accepts, going into the Beast Ball. The episode ends with a family picture of their now new family all together again. This part here is super emotional, but we also get some amazing movie level shading. The art and animation here just look amazing, just the best. Now, question, now that they've caught Nihilego too, is this the strongest family in the world? Because they have 3 legendary Pokemon and 2 of them are shiny. That is just unfair. All jokes aside though, this is an amazing episode. This basically wraps up the main final story of Sun and Moon that was left, and it does it in both dramatic and emotional fashion. It wraps up not only the search for Mon, but it brings everything together with the family full circle, as now, even the Pokemon that caused Lily to lose her ability to touch other Pokemon is now a part of her family. I talked about the shading earlier in that final scene, but even throughout the entire episode, you can just see the level of detail on everything is just so much better. And on top of that, the audio choices here for this episode, where we get to hear some old Sun and Moon tracks, as well as in moments where there's dramatic things happening, the audio really helps it out. That was wonderful too. This episode's really special and I think everyone involved knew it. This is a 10 out of 10 episode. If you haven't already, what are you waiting for? Go check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 112 of the Journey's anime titled A Triumphant Return. The Alola champion just dropped, and Ash and Co return to Alola after getting Moan back, and in time for the battle royale involving Ash. Will he come out on top even with 3 competitors gunning for him? Let's find out. After returning from finding Moan, Ash and Co are headed to Alola with Lily and her family. There, a celebration is had for his return, with a whole bunch of members from the Sun and Moon anime, but also the Alola community in large. Lily's also happy to meet her friends again, and we also find out that she and Gladian, along with the people of Alola, have been watching Ash in the World Coronation series and have been cheering for him. That includes Gladian, which gets this fantastic face out of him, which I thought was pretty funny. Everyone is enjoying the food and glad that Mon is back. Everyone except Kiawe. Well, I'm not saying that he wasn't happy that Mon was back, but he isn't in the party at all. That's because once he heard that Ash was returning, he went to go train at the mountains by himself so he can battle him. While everyone's there, Chloe goes to talk to Lana about Eevee. She asks Lana what her Eevee's gonna evolve into and the evolution path and choices, and Lana tells her that evolution isn't the only path. You can just choose not to evolve like Ash's Pikachu or even Lana's own Eevee. That seems to give Chloe some peace. We still have no clue what our Eevee will turn into, but I'm still banking on our Eevee turning into a brand new evolution for Generation 9 that we haven't seen yet. Once the party is over, our heroes are at Professor Kukui's house where he tells Ash that there's a surprise Alola Battle Royale Dome match being held for him. Kukui keeps the participants a secret, but he does tell Ash that he is indeed one of the participants. However, even though Ash wants the Master Royale to participate, Kukui refuses, saying that this battle is about him, the Alola champion. And really, that's the main focus of this episode. The anime, in my opinion, hasn't done a good job of really showing the fact that Ash isn't just some random trainer from Kanto. In all of his World Coronation battles, they never really refer to him as anything but Competitor Ash, and that seems strange because they call everyone else by their titles regardless of how big that position is. For example, all the gym leaders are still called Gym Leader Karina or Gym Leader B, so it seems strange not to do this to a league champion. And I think the anime staff realized this, and they needed to give Ash more credibility before heading into the Masters 8, hence this episode. Once we get to the Battle Royale, we find out who the other contestants are, those being Kiawe with his Alolan Marowak, Gladion with his new shiny Nihilego, and like I mentioned earlier, Professor Kukui with his Incineroar. After introductions, it's on. Ash has to deal with an effective 3v1, yet his skill and battle prowess really shines through here. First, even after being hit by everyone, Pikachu doesn't go down and shows toughness before using Quick Attack and showing his speed, shocking all three of his opponents. Then he's able to show power as a single Iron Tail knocks Kukui's Incineroar off balance. Eventually, however, the Battle Royale does break down, as both Kiawe and Gladion are trying to get at Ash, causing them to go at each other. That results in Nihilego being KO'd first. Then, Kiawe goes for a full-powered Inferno Overdrive on Pikachu, only for Ash to dodge by having Pikachu use Thunderbolt to jump as high as possible. Then, out of nowhere, comes Incineroar, who, with his bulk up from earlier, is able to KO the Alolan Marowak with a single Darkest Lariat while doing some damage to Pikachu. That then leaves Ash vs Kukui as the final two. And they reminisce on that, because their last battle was in a similar situation, and we got to see the flashback to the amazing final battle that they had, and that's when the crowd comes alive. They begin chanting for the champion of Alola, they want him to represent them well, and when the Masters 8, they want him to use his full power, so Ash obliges, uses his Picashinium Z against Incineroar's malicious Moonsault, and while we don't get to see how the battle ends, it's probably fair to think that Ash won out. Afterwards, Ash and Pikachu are hanging out at the beach watching the sunset when Kukui finds them. When asking Ash what he was doing, Ash simply responds that he's glad that he came to Alola. Shout out to Mr. Mime for winning the lottery that helped him come here. Small conspiracy though, I don't think Mr. Mime randomly won the lottery. I'm pretty sure he used his psychic power to rig the win. But hey, that's alright. Then comes Tapu Koko, who taps Ash's head before beginning a dance, and Kukui informs him that Tapu Koko is actually praying for his victory. And to me, that's so dope. A deity Pokemon praying for a human. And while that's unexpected, it also shows the respect that Tapu Koko has for Ash after beating him. And Ash promises to try his best at the Masters 8, and Tapu Koko flies away, ending the episode. I didn't think that an episode would come close to last episode in terms of emotion in this series, but this episode comes pretty damn close. This episode really does feel like a culmination of Ash's journey in many ways, no pun intended. As Chloe said, Ash is kind of a celebrity in the Alola region. He is their first champion, he's powerful, everyone's pulling for him. As someone who's watched the series from day one, it's awesome to see how far he's come as a character. And for everyone else, it was actually good to see Go and Chloe be exposed to a bit of who Ash really is. And for the Alola crew, it was great to see their return. Chloe also in this case gets a bit more development as her conversation with Lana allows her with more choices with her Eevee, and I'm still curious as to where this is leading. Also, I didn't even really mention this at all throughout the review, but the battle animation in this episode was solid. I was worried that with multiple people in the battlefield it wouldn't be great, however, the animation for all the major moves looked great. We also get to see the flashback for the greatest move ever used in the anime, and on top of that, the soundtrack was incredible too. I loved hearing the theme for the Sun and Moon legendaries being used for battle, as well as the theme for Mahalo Trail. It really felt appropriate. Sun and Moon's music never disappoints. So, if you haven't already, what are you waiting for? Go check this episode out. It is great. Another 10 out of 10. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 113 of the Journey's anime titled Last Mission. Get Regieleki and Regidrago just dropped, and this is the final Project Mew mission for Go to be a chaser for Project Mew. Will he be able to pull this off? Let's find out. Just like in the last trial, Go is going to the final project by himself. This episode begins with Quillen successfully battling and capturing a Registeel. It's fun to see a legendary versus legendary battle. We don't get to see that often. As far as the project itself, it's a project to capture Regieleki and Regidrago. When Go arrives at the Crown Tundra, he finds Gary there too. They can't get in as they don't have what the writing in the front says, which is basically to have all 3 Regis. Luckily, Quillen does, and when he brings out the 3 Regis, it opens the door to the ruins. He also tells them that they can only use 2 Pokemon each for this mission. While heading their way up the ruins, Gary asks Go why he's trying to meet Mew, and Go reaffirms his belief of wanting to learn more about Pokemon and wanting to re-meet Mew since he's already met it once. Gary says that he's also similar because he's researching all Pokemon and Mew is an important part of that. Let's talk about the ruins themselves. Unlike in the game where you can only get one of the other, here by jumping on the circles on the floor at the same time on both sides, they're able to get both Pokemon out. However, before they're able to step on the final circle, they're stopped by Icicle Crash. It's once again Lila and Shunya from the previous trial mission. They're also trying to capture Regieleki and Regidrago, so in order to see who should be allowed to capture it, Go and Gary decide to team up and battle them in on one-on-one where they're only using one Pokemon so that they have another Pokemon for the battle against the Regis. The battle here is pretty short, but it shows how much of a leader Gary has become. Go still has a tendency to do a lot of stuff solo, however, with the help of Blastoise and really working together this time with Gary, they're able to defeat Shunya and Lila's Runerigrus and Sandaconda. Lila doesn't mind it as much though, however, because if Gary and Go fail, they'll have the next crack at the Regis. Plus, the Regis will be weaker. So after the battle, they both get ready and prepare to battle against the Regis. After stepping on the final circle, the 2 Regis burst out of the statues after the puzzle has been solved. It's a pretty tough battle for them. Even with a type advantage each, Gary having a Hatterene and Go having a Flygon, the 2 Regis work together in sync to swap targets and KO their first set of Pokemon quickly. So once again, Gary and Go have to work together, and now they have to bring out their only left Pokemon, Cinderace and Blastoise. And similar to last time, Go trusts Gary's battle calls and jumps in, allowing eventually a Blaze Kick from Blastoise's back, who's riding a Twister while using Rapid Spin to send both Regieleki flying from a Blaze Kick and Regidrago flying from a Rapid Spin. That then allows them to capture it, and they are successful. Once outside, they see both Quillen and Danico there waiting. They call out all the Regis, and that's when all of a sudden a light comes from behind the mountain. More specifically, a Raiden light where they see a massive Regigigas who's Dynamax. However, after a while, it just disappears and they're left clueless to what happened. Afterwards, everyone from Project Mew gets a call from Professor Amaranth. There, he names the 3 people who are going to be chasers: Gary, Horace, and as we see Ash at the end of the day with all of his Pokemons tired after training, and he gets a call, we find out, yes, Go. And that is the end of the episode. A battling episode for Project Mew is always good to see. Unlike the last time, the battle animation here got some real time and looked pretty good. However, the most important part of this episode is just the development of the rivalry between Go and Gary. It seems that after their failed Articuno raid, Go took that extremely hard, so in the past 2 trial missions, he's been a much better teammate. And as I talked about then, while the whole teammate aspect of it started off shaky in that Articuno episode due to the fact that Go's never had that trait prior of being a bad teammate before, it has organically become a great story element in this case the closer we get to Go being a chaser. It was also fun to see the return of Lila and Shunya. They have cool designs, so it would have been a waste to see them only be used once. And here, they also get a bit of development as they help out our heroes in the middle of battle and cheer them on. And in my opinion, this is what Project Mew should have always been. It never made sense to me how much Ash is helping Go out on a mission where Go is supposed to be a part of a team that Ash was never going to be involved with. I don't think the writers originally knew where they were going with the story, and for the longest time. It's only recently it looks like they figured out what they wanted to do here, and giving Go a rivalry as well as a friendship with Gary makes it feel a lot more complete. But don't get it twisted, the story still isn't complete yet, as the narrator tells us. However, now the story actually feels like it's going somewhere, and for the longest time that wasn't the case. We just got missions after missions. Also, we got to see Ash training. Well, we didn't get to see any of Ash's actual training, but at least we got to see the aftermath. Remember, that was one of my early complaints for the series, and they hadn't addressed this for the longest time. It finally seems like the writers are beginning to bring this back, which seems weird because this was such a cornerstone of Sun and Moon. So I don't know why this disappeared, but whatever, I'll take it nonetheless. Overall, this is a fun episode. Go gets to capture another legendary, and so does Gary. This, by the way, means, fun fact, Go has captured the same amount of legendaries as Ash in 1/8 of the time. And now the story can progress a bit more with Project Mew officially starting and Go officially being a chaser. Hopefully this means that we'll get to see at least some progress towards what the end goal is, or maybe this will be the way they write off Go for the next series. I'm not really sure yet. I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Overall though, I'd say this is a great ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 114 of the Journey's anime titled Fire Training Battle. Ash vs. Paul just dropped, and in this episode, Ash and Paul have a 3-on-3 battle at Professor Oak's lab. How will it go? Who'll win? Let's find out. Ash's Pokemon are training at Cerise Lab as he's trying to figure out how to fire up his Pokemon for the Master's 8. When Oak calls Ash though, he gets the idea to use his older Pokemon to motivate his current team. Once he arrives at Oak's lab, he's greeted by all of his Pokemon who are happy to see him again. He then tells them about the Master's 8 and all the Pokemon get fired up. Water Pokemon fire out water moves, grass Pokemon fire out grass moves, and fire type Pokemon fire out fire moves. And while the fire Pokemon are doing that, Gengar comes down and touches Infernape and gets burned and sends him flying towards the forest. There, before it lands, it gets hit by a Thunderbolt by an Electivire. Ouch. Turns out it's Paul. After discussing the heat that Gengar's body has, Paul tells Ash to let the other fire types help train it, not him, because this is a Pokemon ranch where Pokemon can help each other. Go then learns a bit about Ash and Paul's history, and Ash decides to challenge Paul, who's not going to be involved in the Master's 8. Paul accepts, but he says he wants it to be a 3-on-3 with no switching and Ash using his Master's 8 Pokemon. As Ash is going back to grab his Pokemon, we see Gengar train with the fire type, and eventually it's able to learn Will-O-Wisp and use it. So that's that. Now, it's on. Paul begins this 3-on-3 with Gyarados and Ash starts with Lucario. It's a battle of double teams and Ice Fangs and Hyper Beam, and after baiting out a Hyper Beam by Gyarados, it looks like Lucario is going to be attacked with an Aura Sphere from behind when Gyarados grabs it with its tail in midair even when immobilized. Then it begins using Ice Fangs while having Lucario caught, but Lucario gets out using Steel Beam, and we see that it's learned Bullet Punch, meaning now its moveset is Aura Sphere, Double Team, Bullet Punch, and Steel Beam. And with that, it charges in with a Bullet Punch against Gyarados while Gyarados uses Hyper Beam. However, since Hyper Beam is a normal type move and Gyarados is a Steel type, Hyper Beam is not as effective, so Lucario comes out on top. Next up, we get Dragonite vs. Garchomp, and this is a pretty easy win for Paul's Garchomp. Although we do get to see that Ash is able to use Draco Meteor in a unique way here, having Dragonite fly with it to attack head on. However, it doesn't really matter as Paul's Garchomp is too powerful, and with its Dragon Claw, Stone Edge, and Draco Meteor combo, it's able to KO Dragonite. Seeing Paul have a Garchomp makes me sad since Ash is never going to evolve as Gible. And on top of that, Ash's Dragonite is now on a 2 losing streak, which sucks after it was such a powerhouse of his team for the longest time. Finally, we get Metagross vs. Gengar. Metagross uses agility and is too fast for Gengar as it's hit by both a Comet Punch and a Psychic, and Paul taunts Ash saying if he can't beat him, he has no hope of beating the Master's 8. That's when Gengar's new move comes out. Gengar uses Will-O-Wisp on Metagross, which causes its next Comet Punch to not hit as hard due to the burn, so Ash is able to finish it off with a Shadow Ball. After the battle, Go realizes that Paul used all of the aces of the Master's 8, Gyarados, Garchomp, and Metagross, and Ash tells Paul that he wants to battle again in the future as Paul thanks the professor and walks away. We find out here from Professor Oak that the reason Paul was in the ranch is that Paul was asked to be a gym leader, so he wanted to learn a bit more about Pokemon. The episode ends with Ash's mom arriving to tell him to rest at his home along with Go before heading to the Master's 8. And with that, that's the end of the episode. This is an overall fun episode. Each of Ash's Pokemon that participated in this battle learned either a new move or a new way to use its old move. While the battles were fine, I was surprised to see Ash's Dragonite lose like I mentioned earlier, but besides that, it was pretty fun overall. It was also fun to see all of Ash's previous Pokemon, especially since they actually did something this time instead of just being there. A whole bunch of his past Pokemon helped Ash's current team prepare for the Master's 8, and on top of that, we got an updated screenshot of all of Ash's Pokemon. That was fun to see. I'm glad we got this episode before the beginning of the Master's 8. It felt like it gave the Pokemon the training they needed while giving us a return that allowed us to see the growth of Paul. It was great. I really don't have much else to say about this episode because while this episode was simple in its premise, it was done well in its execution. Go ahead and check it out. I'd recommend it. Overall, an Ultra Ball episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 115 of the Journey's anime titled The Curtain Rises. The Masters Tournament just dropped, and this is the beginning of the Masters 8 tournament. Our first round matchup is Alon versus Leon. How will it go? Let's find out. This episode is fascinating to me, not because of anything particular that the episode itself does, but rather the community reaction to this episode. Let's quickly go through this episode before I talk about that. Ash arrives at Winden ready for the Master's 8 when he's challenged by Hop. Ash easily beats him and his Wooloo before finding out that he's Leon's brother. Once inside, him and Iris go inside the locker room where they are super excited to win when they're surprised by how tense the champion locker room is. All 8 Masters 8 contestants are then brought out and introduced to the fans before we get to see all of the first round matches drawn randomly. And due to that, the matchups we get are Leon vs Alon, Diantha vs Lance, Cynthia vs Iris, and Steven vs Ash. While all the other champions decide to go back to the locker room to watch the first match, Ash decides to go to the stadium and watch as a fan to feel the electricity of the crowd. Before the battle in the locker room, there's a discussion about Steven knowing Alon, as well as Iris taking pictures with all of the other female champions. And here's where the controversy begins. Alon and Leon start off their battle with a grass versus grass battle, Rillaboom versus Chestnut, and Leon immediately goes for a G-Max with his Rillaboom. Alon does a good job of avoiding any major damage like G-Max drum solo and gets Rillaboom to come out of his G-Max form by dodging attacks. However, he is quickly KO'd when hit by acrobatics after Rillaboom dodges Chestnut's Gyro Ball when it upped its speed due to max airstream when it was G-Maxed. Then, Alon brings out his Charizard as his second Pokemon and with a single Flare Blitz, takes out Rillaboom. That makes it even. Then, Leon brings out his Charizard as his second Pokemon. The two Charizard go for a clash of Air Slash and Dragon Claw, but Alon can't get close, so he decides to bring out his Malamar instead and calls back his Charizard. However, even with some great looking dodges by Malamar on Air Slashes, Malamar gets caught by Charizard and takes a point blank Fire Blast to the face, KOing it right there. Finally, Alon has to bring out his Charizard, which is his final Pokemon, and immediately he Mega Evolves it. We get this awesome cut of him using Dragon Claw while going through Leon's ancient power. However, it's too much for Alon, as afterwards, when he goes for his Flare Blitz, Leon's Charizard is able to fire off a point-blank super effective Dragon Pulse to KO Alon's Charizard, ending the match. The battle is over, the two shake hands and wish each other well, and the episode ends with Diantha and Lance heading towards the battlefield for their matchup. I have not seen the Pokemon community on the internet heated this much in a long time. People are legitimately angry at what they feel is a betrayal of Alon's character. They feel like he got done dirty by the writers, that he was just used as a stepping stone towards progressing Leon, someone who they felt didn't deserve any more progress. But to me, I never really cared that much about Alon, not in XY and not now, so it doesn't bother me that he got destroyed, because for me, I'm looking at the narrative side of things. Technically speaking, Alon is the weakest person out here in the Masters 8. All other participants in the Masters 8 are champions of their respective region. Even Ash is considered the regional champion of Alola. Alon only won a championship league in Kalos. There's a difference because Diantha is still the regional champion. So logically, everything in my opinion here makes sense. However, I do understand people's gripes. The match did feel a little short, especially for a Masters 8 battle. It only took about half an episode. That feels really short for the best trainers in the world. However, this also kind of makes sense to me because when you face the strongest of the strong, one mistake and you can be taken out very quickly. And as I was talking about earlier with the champions locker room, we see them discuss this fact. Not only that, we get to see Iris's reaction to witnessing this reality. At the highest level of Pokemon battle, if you get hit by a super effective move, you are done. And that's what the writers decide to do here. So while for a lot of people, they were upset at how this match went down, I don't really mind. I know the narrative is leading towards Leon vs Ash. Not only that, Leon is the strongest champion. He is undefeated. A lot of people online are saying that Alon should have took him down to his final Pokemon and it should have been a close battle, but if Leon is the strongest, most undefeated champion, it wouldn't make sense for him to go the distance in his first battle, especially because he used his ace so early on. So yeah, I have a different opinion than the majority of the community. I didn't mind this battle at all. There is a little bit of weird editing going on here and there, and some of the animation does look a bit stiff. However, the final clash we did get in full animation looked amazing. And maybe that's also what people wanted. They wanted the entire battle to be that way, and if that's the case, fair enough. I can understand wanting something as big as the Masters 8 to have incredible animation all the way through. However, Pokemon Journeys has had production issues from the beginning. Even in this episode, they had 6 different animation directors. That's not normal for most shows. A show either has 1 or 2 animation director at the most. 6 means that there's a lot of turmoil going on and they're having to bring in a lot of people to complete big chunks of the animation. So while I would like to see awesome animation all the time, I'm also realistic and know that they have to save it due to the production troubles. One thing I don't agree with people saying is that this episode is ugly or look bad. While some of the animation was stiff like I said, I don't think the episode looked bad at all. I think what's happening is that people are conflating their dislike of what happened in the episode itself and saying that the animation is also bad. But I feel like the two are mutually exclusive. Now, besides the real life aspect of production here, I really did like how they portrayed Leon here. He has been shown in the past to be a very smart trainer, and in this case he really proves it. He's changed his moveset on his Charizard multiple times, and he seems to do it for every battle in order to figure out exactly what he needs to do to win. And in this case, he taught his Charizard long-range attacks like Ancient Power, Fire Blast, Dragon Pulse, Air Slash to keep Alon, who he knows is a close-range fighter, at a distance. I thought that was brilliant. It's a subtle thing where you might not even notice it, however, it really does show how smart Leon is as a fighter. Even his immediate use of G-Max seems strange until you figure out that he's using Max Airstream to speed up his Rillaboom so that he can use Acrobatics later on. Even Lance and Steven talked about this, and I thought that was really showcased well here. I also like the different personalities of all the different champions. Irish and Ash are newer champions, so they act a lot different than the other champions who've been around for a while. Ash still doesn't care that much about being famous, so instead of sitting in the locker room with all the other champions, he decides to go out into the crowd. I thought that was fantastic. I thought it did a great job of showing what type of character Ash is. And as for the other champions, Lance and Steven are shown to be very analytics. They're talking about the battle the entire way through. Iris is brand new, so she isn't really saying much, she's just taking everything in with the other champions. All of this worked really well, in my opinion, was a fantastic dynamic in this episode. Also, we got to see the return of Team Rocket and their radio personality. And while they say they're here to see the different strong Pokemon so they can capture them, I do find their presence here an overall positive. They're able to bring levity to serious situations, and they're also able to provide entertainment in between battles. I like it. So overall, I really enjoyed this episode. I guess if you're a long-time Alon fan, I could understand why you didn't, but for me, as someone who really doesn't care about him one way or the other, I really enjoyed this battle for what it was. Yes, I do wish the animation was a bit better the entire way through, but I thought the animation we did get was pretty solid, especially at the end. But I know people won't agree with me, so let me know in the comments what you think about this. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 116 of the Journey's anime titled Champion's Pride. Lance vs. Diantha just dropped, and we are getting Lance vs. Diantha this episode for the Masters 8. Who will win? Let's find out. Two different trainers using two different battle styles. The battle is a very strategic one from Diantha, and Lance is less strategic and more about power. The battle begins with Lance's Dragonite versus Diantha's Auroras, and Diantha sets up screens with her Auroras, both Light Screen and Reflect, to take less damage for her Pokemon. And while that doesn't help Auroras as much, since Dragonite's Twister is able to take it out after a body press, it does help out her other Pokemon. Lance's Dragonite was also hit by Blizzard in this case, so he decides to bring back his Pokemon for now. So the second Pokemon that Diantha brings out is Gourgeist. Lance brings out his Gyarados, and the strategy here is great. Since Diantha already has screens set up, she can go with Trick or Treat to turn Gyarados into a Ghost type. That way, even though it gets a few hits in through the screens, it's able to be taken out with Shadow Sneak and Phantom Force combo, since it's super effective once you're a Ghost type. Lance then brings out his Hydreigon to counter the Ghost type, and it ends pretty quickly with two Dark Pulses on Gourgeist as the Light Screen and Reflect disappear in the middle of this battle, which is why this section of the battle is so quick. So now Diantha is forced to bring out her ace, her Gardevoir. She immediately Mega Evolves it, and I love Ash's reaction here. Her Shadow Ball is stopped by a Tri-Attack, but she's also able to stop a Flash Cannon in return with Psychic before KOing Hydreigon with Moonblast. That leaves Lance with his final Pokemon being Dragonite again. Lance brings back Dragonite and immediately Dynamaxes him. He goes for Max Hailstorm, but Moonblast destroys most of Max Hailstorm. Dragonite then goes for Max Strike, which hits, but he's also forced to use his third move immediately, being Max Wormwind, to counter Moonblast. And since he uses his 3-turn, Dynamax ends, and Lance tries to go for Hyper Beam. That turns out to be a mistake though, since Gardevoir dodges it and uses Moonblast. With Dragonite unable to move due to you not being able to make another move until one turn after Hyper Beam, it takes the Moonblast head on, and the winner of the match is Diantha. Afterwards, Lance congratulates her and inside walks away as Ash is talking to him. Ash then also meets Iris, who's going for her match, and wishes her well. The episode ends with Iris and Cynthia coming out and throwing their first Pokemon each, Excadrill and Gastrodon respectively. The episode, while not the greatest in terms of animation, I actually really like due to the strategy involved. I feel like we don't really see screens and type-changing moves in the anime much, so seeing it makes it feel like two intelligent trainers going at each other. There are also moments in this episode that I love that were just small moments. For example, When Diantha brings out her Gourgeist, Jessie gets super excited since she's also had a Gourgeist in the past. And that's also why she interrupts the post-match interview with Diantha to tell her that she needs to end with Gourgeist next time. I also love Ash's excitement at the end for seeing Iris' Excadrill. He originally didn't see it when he battled her the first time after she became champion, so it's probably been a while since he's seen it, so it's pretty cool to see his reaction. This is one of those battles that I had a hunch that Lance would lose, only because we've already seen Lance vs Leon battle, and now we'll get a newer battle with Diantha vs Leon. And I'm looking forward to both what Diantha will do, but also what Lance will do in his arsenal. He always changes up the way he battles for each match, so this will be interesting to see. I will say though that it seems the writers of the anime do not like Gigantamax. I swear, every time we've seen it go up against Megas, G-Maxes or Dynamaxes always lose. That could change in the future, but I have a feeling it won't. It's just something I noticed. As we continue on to the Masters 8 though, I'm looking forward to seeing this next matchup. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 117 of the Pokemon Germany's anime titled Versus Cynthia. Iris' Road to Dragon Master just dropped, and the Masters 8 continues with Iris vs Cynthia as the next matchup. Who'll win? Let's find out. There's some history here between Iris and Cynthia, and we see that in flashback form as Iris and Cynthia get ready to battle. Iris starts with Excadrill, and Cynthia starts with Gastrodon. Iris really struggles to get going as Cynthia sets up Rain Dance and gets a Muddy Water hit in. Her attacks like Metal Claw and Drill Run are just bouncing off Gastrodon, especially after she sets up Acid Armor. However, Iris is able to hold on to a Muddy Water hit and get a Horn Drill from inside the Muddy Water, KOing Gastrodon. Cynthia then brings out her Milotic as her second Pokemon as Rain Dance disappears. Iris goes for a Drill Run, however, it is quickly knocked out when Milotic dodges and hits Excadrill with a Hydro Pump, sending it flying to the wall. Iris then has to bring out her second Pokemon, which is Dragonite, to counter Milotic, most likely because it has Thunder Punch. However, that turns out to be futile as Milotic then counters with Disarming Voice before wrapping it and hitting it point blank with Iron Head. Iron Head has looked brutal both times we've seen it in the league, last time in Sun and Moon and here as well, as Dragonite is KO'd. Iris then has to bring out her final Pokemon, her ace, her Haxorus. Her Haxorus is pretty powerful as her strategy of offense is the best defense allows her to counter Disarming Voice with Psycho Cut before Breaking Swipe completely obliterates Milotic. By the way, that's also Ash's philosophy in battle. The best defense is a better offense. So finally, Cynthia brings out her ace, her strongest Pokemon, Garchomp. And they give it the whole treatment. It gets boss battle music when it comes out, which I've never heard before for a non-legendary Pokemon. Cynthia starts off with Draco Meteor, intending to end it quickly, but Iris counters with Clanging Scales. And there's a fierce close-range battle that happens. And similar to when she fought Ash, when Haxorus gets confused due to Clanging Scales, it gets rid of the confusion by hitting its own head on the floor, shocking everyone, including Leon. However, this is when Cynthia realizes she has to go all out and brings out her Keystone, Mega Evolving her Garchomp. We've never seen this in the anime, and Cynthia then tries to use Dragon Claw to get close, but Iris has Haxorus lure in Garchomp with Psycho Cut before blasting it close range with Dragon Pulse. Iris can feel that she's close to winning, so she connects with her Haxorus, telling it that this will be their final attack, and similarly, so does Cynthia. Cynthia has Mega Garchomp use Draco Meteor, and Iris counters with Dragon Pulse. An explosion of Dragon-type moves in the air lingers, and when the dust settles, Haxorus faints, which means the winner is Cynthia. I love Ash's reaction here. We don't get to see his eyes, because his close friend just lost a match and he knows how much it hurts. So he goes backstage to talk to her, and while Iris tries to put on a brave face, she ends up crying about her loss. She then says that she will cheer on Ash with Go. The episode ends with Ash heading out to the battlefield to face Steven. This matchup between Iris and Cynthia was fantastic. It really showed how strong Iris has become. She forced Cynthia into a corner and had her bring out a Mega Stone. Iris has really transformed from a trainer who really wasn't confident in herself and her Pokemon to the champion of the Unova region. And her battle here, even though she lost, she came out a better character. I love when that happens in the anime. A few things from the episode that I didn't originally mention. We get some more cameos this episode. I know I haven't mentioned the other ones from the other episode, like Richie, Jimmy, Sycamore. Each episode seems to have a cameo of other characters watching the Masters 8. In this case, we get the Unova gang with Alder, Minus Burgundy, and Silent, and then we also get to see Paul and his brother, as well as Flint and Volkner. While it's a small thing, I actually really like seeing these cameos because it makes the Masters 8 feel like this giant tournament. I appreciate that. Another thing in this episode is that I love how Team Rocket recognizes Iris, and they see how strong she's become, and they even talk about how they trained her, which is kind of hilarious. And then when she loses, they also cry and say she will be stronger in the future because of that. That was pretty cute. I also figured out why they set up the bracket the way they did after watching this episode. They wanted Ash to be there to watch both his rival Alon and his close friend Iris lose in the first round. That's also why he's in the opposite side of the bracket from Leon, because after he beats Steven, he'll have a chance to try and avenge Iris by beating Cynthia, and then later Alon by trying to face Leon if he wins. It's a self-contained story instead of a multi-series wide like people wanted, but it makes a ton of sense to me, and you know what? I don't mind this bracket setup now. So yeah, overall I really enjoyed this episode. This one had the most story baked in just out of the fact that we've known these two characters the longest from everyone in the Masters 8, but still, the battle felt like it mattered, which was fun to watch. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 118 of the Journey's anime titled Ash Heads into Battle versus Steven just dropped, and this is the final match of the first round of the Masters 8 between Ash and Steven. Who will win? Let's find out. This battle is a pretty straightforward one, yet it's still pretty interesting. Steven actually begins with his ace, his shiny Metagross, and Ash starts with Dracovish. Ash remembers his training with Paul for this battle, so he allows Metagross to get up close to Dracovish, only to hit it with a vicious Rend to force him to switch out. Steven then switches out to Aggron, and this is when the battle really begins. Aggron's a beast, and the match ends really quickly as one heavy slam KOs Dracovish, who was earlier hit by Metagross' Psychic. Ash then brings out his Gengar, referring back again to that Paw battle, and Ash has Gengar use Will-O-Wisp in order to cut Aggron's massive attack stat in half. This immediately pays off as it's able to tank a Smart Strike, and then he's able to counter a Rock Tomb with his Dazzling Gleam before the burn takes down Aggron, giving Gengar the victory. Steven then brings out his Cradilly, and a combination of Power Whip and Ingrain causes Gengar and Ash a lot of issues. He's trapped with Power Whip, and his Sludge Bomb isn't doing much since Ingrain is helping it recover its health. However, when Steven goes for a Meteor Beam, Ash is able to counter with Dazzling Gleam and create separation for his Gengar for a bit. Ultimately, it doesn't matter as Gengar's Shadow Ball is countered by Power Whip, and that same Power Whip also damages Gengar, causing the KO and giving Cradilly the win. Ash then brings out his final Pokemon, his Pikachu. A quick attack lands from Pikachu before Cradilly fires back with a Rock Blast. However, Pikachu uses those rocks from the Rock Blast to get above Cradilly, who tries to use Power Whip, but an Electro Web from Pikachu catches all of its tentacles, leaving it no way to defend itself, allowing Ash to hit it with an Iron Tail dead on and KOing it. That means Steven is now forced to bring out his shiny Metagross once again. However, this time, he immediately Mega Evolves it. Ash tries to hit it with Thunderbolt, but it's too fast, and Metagross dodges them before getting up close and hitting a Comet Punch on Pikachu. Pikachu then tries to go for an Iron Tail, but once again, Metagross dodges and hits it with Psychic. With no other choice as Pikachu is badly damaged, Ash pulls out his Z-Ring, 10 million volt Thunderbolt is used, but once again, Metagross manages to dodge some of it and get behind Pikachu. However, when Metagross goes for Flash Cannon, it gets countered by the Z move, and it eventually gets overpowered and sent to the ground. Ash then follows it up with an Iron Tail right on the noggin of Mega Metagross, which reverts it back to its normal form, signaling that it has been KO'd, which means the winner of the match is Ash. Afterwards, we get the in-game dialogue from Steven to Ash after Ash beats him, which is something we've seen in the series before, particularly with Lance, so I'm glad we got to see it here. We also get a wholesome celebration with Iris and Go, and after the announcer tells us that the Masters 8 will continue, outside he's wished well by Iris, Alon, and Steven before they leave, and that's where we end the episode. This battle here was alright. I don't think it's as good as the Iris-Cynthia battle, but it's not terrible either. Dracovish feels wasted, but I know someone has to lose early to put Ash in the back foot. Even still, it should have done something more. I guess its main contribution was weakening Metagross instead of winning its own battle, which ended up helping out Pikachu, so I guess it did its job, but still, I wish we got to see a bit more of it. The Gengar portion of the battle was probably the best in terms of strategy. Using Will-O-Wisp to weaken a Pokemon and then eventually take it down was a nice callback to what Ash learned in his battle against Paul. Gengar is a glass cannon, so I wasn't surprised that it got KO'd quickly once it did get attacked. Pikachu's battle against Cradilly was also smart and quick, and his battle against Mega Metagross was brutal. I was really nervous since people started talking on Twitter about the idea that, oh, Ash might not make it past the first round. However, when Masashi Pokémon Master hit, I knew it was going to be awesome. Anytime you play that song, I get hyped. And fun fact, apparently this was an unused theme from the very first season, so this is the first time we're hearing it ever, so that was pretty awesome. Also, I saw someone on Twitter say this, and I can't remember who it was. I'm so sorry about that. I'll put up the tweet in the screen here once I find it. But each of the missed beams of Pikachu's 10 million volt Thunderbolt represented a fallen member of the Master's 8. Those colors are based on their colors from the introduction of the Master's 8. So those would be Alon, Iris, Lance, and now Ash was fighting for them. I don't know if that was just an accident or it was intentional, but I would like to think that they knew what they were doing here. So overall, it's a pretty fun battle that isn't too flashy, but does leave a little bit to be desired, specifically I think for Dracovish. Let's talk about some additional things from this episode though. Team Rocket are still watching the episode as always, and similar to last episode with Iris, they cheer for Ash, especially his Pikachu. I'm assuming it's for the same reason here as it was with Iris, which is that they helped make this Pikachu stronger by battling it so often. But in this case, the connection is much longer. Also in terms of cameo, this episode might have had the most. We saw Paul and Reggie watch it, obviously when Ash is using his Gengar. We see the Professor and Chloe and everyone else in Cerise Laboratory watching it. We also see Professor Oak, his mom, and all of his Pokemon at the ranch. But then you also had your regular cast of Hoenn rivals, which was expected, but then there was also a bunch of characters that were just characters of the day. I legitimately don't recognize many of them, but apparently they're all from episodes of the anime, so I guess the staff doing this episode must have really been fans to put some obscure characters in this small moment. I guess it shows that they're listening to some of the feedback from the fans when fans are excited about seeing cameos, so they're trying to stuff as much as possible, which is a good thing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 119 of the Journeys anime titled Chloe and Eevee, The Tracks of Evolution just dropped, and this is a recap episode focusing on Eevee and Chloe. Since this episode doesn't show anything new, I want to take this time to talk about these two trainer and Pokemon and what their path in this series has been. I also want to talk a little bit about this recap episode because there's a discussion that happens in here that I find fascinating. In this series, Chloe's original conflict is not knowing. Her closest friends are Pokemon trainers and researchers, her father is a professor, her mother is an illustrator. She feels like everyone has everything figured out, yet she herself doesn't know what she wants to do in the future. Everyone assumes she's going to take over her father's research lab, but at that early point in the series, she doesn't even really like Pokemon that much. However, that changes with two things. One, with the Emperor protecting her against Gengar early on in the series, showing what Pokemon can do, and two, when she meets her Eevee. She meets her Eevee in the school gardens when it escapes from a nearby laboratory and is running away from lab assistants. The laboratory where it escaped from was trying to study this particular Eevee because it seemingly doesn't want to evolve. When they give it stone, the evolution begins, but then it doesn't go through. They say it has particularly unstable genes. So after a day of having fun, Eevee wants to stay with Chloe and not go back to the lab, and the professor of the lab allows it, asking Chloe to take care of the Eevee. Obviously, the Eevee is supposed to parallel Chloe itself. She doesn't know what she wants to do, just as Eevee doesn't know what it wants to evolve into. And her journey through the series allows her to see multiple different aspects of life, just like the different types of evolutions. It also has a move that allows it to copy the moves of other Pokemon. That move's name is Copycat, but in this case, Eevee only uses Copycat on the moves that relate to its type of evolution. I actually hadn't noticed this before. But again, this is another reference to the many different paths that both Eevee and Chloe can choose to go into. However, an important thing to remember is that Chloe and Eevee are both young. If they don't want to figure out what they want to do right now, that's okay. As far as her development, there have been a few seminal moments for her development as shown in this particular episode. Her talk with Soleil, where Soleil talks about the fact that her two Eevees evolved into Umbreon and Espeon on their own, and she believed it was to help support each other, similar to people and Pokemon, and of course, this is also referencing Chloe and Eevee supporting each other in a similar way. The second one was her talk to Lana. Chloe had always believed that Eevee had 8 choices on what to evolve to, but Lana talks about the fact that there's really 9. Eevee could just not evolve, just like her own Eevee or Ash's Pikachu. That's a completely valid route to go through. The Eevee path allows them to be open to many things and not have to have it totally figured out right now. And that sometimes even if you don't know the answers right now, it's okay. The second part of the episode is really where the discussion that fascinated me happens. The episode tells us through Professor Cerise's letter to the Swift podcast that Eevee has helped open up Chloe. It encourages her to try out new things, like going to the Galar region, which she would have never done in the past, and this Eevee has been instrumental in the growth of Chloe as a person. However, as her father, he asks the important question, what is his role in the development of his child? How much should he let them figure it out, and how much should he help them? And through Ren's letter, we get a discussion of the idea that kids are actually smarter than we give them credit for, and that a lot of times they can really figure it out on their own. It's an important discussion to be had that isn't talked about much in children's media, and I'm honestly glad this episode talks about it. Chloe's story is looking at the story of a child through both the child and the adult point of view. Like I said, if you're a parent to a child that is exploring their worldview, what's your role in it? How much should you get involved? There's also the idea that people can change, not only kids but also adults, and that's okay because everyone has their own path through life. Watching this through, I'm really convinced that nothing will happen to Eevee next episode. We won't get a brand new evolution or anything because that isn't what the story of Eevee has been leading up to. While the Pokemon fan in me might want a new evolution or something, this Eevee story was really a parable to discuss important issues to allow kids to explore their development as a person. Remember, the target audience of this show are kids, and just like in the real world, it's something that I don't think will have a neat answer because Chloe is only 10. She doesn't have to make those decisions right now. She still has time, and when it comes down to it, that's alright. Honestly, even though this is a recap episode, I'd say skip to about the halfway point of the episode and really watch through and really think about the second half of the episode where these discussions are happening. The question asked in the podcast in the second half of the episode are really thought-provoking and important, especially to the main audience of the show, which is kids. It really discussed the development of people and the necessary things needed to go through it to be successful. It was actually really thought-provoking to me, and I hope that you can get as much out of it as I did. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 120 of the Journey's anime titled The Possibilities Are Endless for Chloe and Eevee just dropped, and this is seemingly the conclusion to Chloe and Eevee's story for Pokemon Journeys. What conclusion will they come to? Let's find out. By the way, I'm trying out a new mic, so let me know how it sounds. Anyways, I say this is Chloe and Eevee's episode, but really, it's also a backstory episode for Professor Cerise. Chloe is with the scientist that originally gave her the Eevee, getting her Eevee checked up, and telling her about all the different adventures she's gone through, and all the different conversations she's had with different people. However, while Eevee has shown interest in all evolutions, it still can't seemingly work out what it wants to evolve into. During dinner with her family, she surprises Cerise a little bit by asking about what Pokemon evolution entails. Why do Pokemon evolve differently from humans? In order to help her figure out the answer to that, Cerise tells her that he wants to take her camping. Before they head to camp, Cerise wants to stop somewhere. They are walking through a forest with a whole bunch of Pokemon before Eevee comes across a Poliwag, which leads to a chase and it falling down a pond, only to get picked up by an old man whose name is Mr. Inoki. Mr. Inoki, as we come to find out, took care of Cerise when he was young. He apparently still helps him with his research sometimes. We also learn that Chloe's last name is Cerise. Now, that may seem like a duh to many of y'all, but the anime doesn't tend to use last name often, at least in the Japanese version. Ash doesn't have a last name in the Japanese version, it's just Satoshi. Same with many characters like Misty, Brock, and any other companions, they don't tend to have last name. Gary might be one of the few with the last name being Okido, but I don't even think that's confirmed. But to me, that's a fascinating development. I find that really interesting. Anyways, Inoki tells Chloe that the forest they're in wasn't like this before. The trees that are planted here were planted by people, and it also meant that before there weren't many Pokemon here, which is a massive contrast to how the location is now. They then start telling stories about Cerise when he was younger, and talk about a time when Cerise rescued a Clefairy from a Beedrill. After saving it, they treated its wound and helped it recover. Cerise used to play with it a lot until the time came where he had to let it return to its home and say goodbye. And while it was emotional for him, before it left it used Metronome one more time and used Petal Blizzard on a whole bunch of Cherry Blossom, Cerise's favorite flowers. After telling the story, they go to the campsite where they meet up with the rest of the family, eat dinner, have some fun before waiting on the full moon and hearing Clefairy singing. They then go towards that and watch as the Clefairy are doing their ritual with the Moonstone. However, as the Clefairy are holding their ritual, a whole bunch of Golbat arrive. There isn't just all Clefairies, however, there is one Clefable there, and that one Clefable tries to protect the Clefairy by using Psychic on the Golbat, but they keep returning. Just then, Eevee jumps in, and with the help of Chloe, uses Psychic to help out the Clefable, sending all the Golbat away. For helping it, the Clefable allows them to see the rest of the evolution ritual before all of the Clefairy that were there touch Moonstones and evolve, become Clefable, and disappear. Finally, before the last Clefable disappears, it uses Metronome one more time, and again, it uses Flower Petal with Cherry Blossom flowers before disappearing. They then realize that that was the same Clefairy that Cerise helped when he was younger. Afterwards, they return to their tent, but it seems like Chloe can't sleep. Cerise comes out to talk to her, and Chloe discusses the day's event with him. Cerise talks about how he was extremely happy to have seen his own pal again, and he talks about how that reaffirmed what he's doing, and his goals as a professor to bring people and Pokemon together. Chloe then talks about her goals. She wants to learn more about evolution, not just because of Eevee, although that is part of it. She just wants to learn more, and Cerise encourages her, telling her to believe in her feelings. As the night continues, Eevee falls asleep in her lap, and we end the episode here. This episode's a really fun one. It gives some backstory on Cerise as a child, his love of Pokemon running deep since childhood, and what his convictions are. We also got to hear the Clefairy song from Season 1. I love hearing the soundtrack from the first season. I love the first season of the anime. It's my favorite by far, so anytime there's any references to it, I'll always be happy. And in this really cool moment of the Clefairy doing their ritual, especially with the soundtrack, you just feel engrossed in it. And then Chloe coming to her conclusion. I know many wanted a brand new evolution revealed instead, but to me, after a while it became obvious that that was never the goal for the character. Instead, it was really used as a way to tell kids watching the show to explore their dreams, try out different paths in life if you aren't sure, believe in yourself, all important messages for kids watching the show. It also completed her arc of being someone who originally didn't know what she wanted to do at the beginning of the series. She didn't really care about Pokemon, and now, because of Eevee and all of her adventures, she's become the complete opposite person. She loves Pokemon and she wants to learn more about them. It's a great transformation for her character, and it's a really nice story overall. I know many will be upset that this is in the middle of the Masters 8, but honestly, try to forget about that and really give the episode a chance. It has a lot of lovable things on it, and the episode is meaningful in a much deeper way than most battles ever could be. I know that my audience is more in their late teens and early 20s, so you might think the message is boring, but really think about it from the perspective of who the show is meant to appeal to, and you might find some meaning to it. Maybe it's just me, but really, give it a shot. You might enjoy this episode more than you think. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 121 of the Journeys anime titled The Climax Begins. Ash's Masters Tournament Experience just dropped, and this is another recap episode, this time about the Masters 8, and more specifically, about Ash and his Pokemon. There is also some interesting stats presented here about some of the other participants of the Masters 8, so let's discuss them. This recap is split into two halves, and the first half is split into three parts. The first is a recap of the matches that have already happened in the Masters 8, and I'm not going to go over them because I've already done that in these videos, so if you're interested, go ahead and check them out. But it goes through each of the matchups and gives a succinct summary on each of the matches if you haven't seen them already, so that you can catch up. The second bit of that first half is the more interesting bit, however. This is where we're shown attributes for each of the remaining Masters 8 competitors, and it's really interesting. Let's start with Leon. Leon is shown as the best overall competitor. He has the most balanced stat, with him specifically maxed out on attack, defense, and speed, and just slightly less on experience, strategy, and surprise. He is by far the person with the highest attribute on everything. This really shows us why he's the current monarch right now. Not only are his Pokemon incredibly strong, but he is a genius level trainer and uses incredible strategies to beat his opponents. This shouldn't be surprising, but it was also kind of interesting to see this laid out like this. His opponent Diantha is also maxed out, but she's maxed out on defense and strategy, while being slightly less, but still great on everything else. And from what we've seen from her as a trainer, I think that's a pretty fair distribution. She doesn't have a lot of strong offensive Pokemon, but they're still pretty strong, and her strategies she uses are way more defensive oriented rather than offensive ones, like using screens and trick or treat and things like that. And while she is super strategic, she's also highly unpredictable, causing issues for her opponents. Cynthia seems to be the middle ground between Leon and Diantha. She's just as offensively and defensively strong as Leon, but her Pokemon aren't as fast as him. However, she's also just as strategic as Diantha while having more experience than her. However, she also doesn't have as big of a surprise element to her. You know exactly what you're getting when you're facing her. The issue is that she's kind of a brick wall. You know what you need to do to beat her, but her years of experience combined with her mastery of offense and defense allows her to control the flow of battle in her own pace, even without being the fastest. So, while you might be able to throw her off with some surprise strategy, she's never going to be rattled due to the experience in the battlefield, and trying to beat her is going to be a lot of problem. And finally, there's Ash. He's maxed out on offense for specifically attack and speed, but really lags behind the others in terms of defense, experience, and strategy. Most of the time, he has a pretty straightforward attack plan, which is overpowering his opponents. However, he has something that the rest of the field doesn't, and which is unparalleled unpredictability, which he's maxed out at. He's the only person here who can be in dire situations and make something out of absolutely nothing. He's able to use his environments and his situations in the battlefield to pull out strategies that can completely throw off his opponent. This has been something he's been able to do since the beginning of his journey, so I'm not surprised that this stat here is maxed out. He's the type of competitor where you can feel like you always have a chance to beat him, but he will require full focus at all times because he can turn the tide of a battle in an instant. These are, for the most part, pretty fair in my opinion, give us a visual representation of the types of battle we should expect to see. The third bit on the first half of the recap is ranking Ash's most shocking battle moments, and using his Pokemon to do so. Of the top 3, number 3 is Pikachu's using his tail and his quick attack to generate vibrations to lessen the blow of Sky Attack from Hawlucha in this battle against B. That was a pretty good one. Number 2 is when Dragonite turned Dragon Pulse into Draco Meteor by spinning with such force with Hurricane that it created a barrier around him with Dragon Pulse swirling, and then using the power of Dragon Pulse to create Draco Meteor against Iris. And their number 1 is the oversized Aura Sphere from Lucario that he used to defeat G-Max Duraludon versus Raihan. Personally, this was the least of his shocking moments to me. I think the Dragon Pulse into the Draco Meteor one was the best, but hey, that's their opinion. The second half of this episode is another podcast-style episode like the previous episode. A Dragon Rush into Your Heart is the name of this. This time, it tells us about the story of Ash's Gengar and how it came to be, and how it was abandoned as a Gengar before joining Ash's team and growing with him. This story was sent by none other than Alistair to cheer on Gengar and wish him well. In the same radio show, we get a response to Alistair's letter from Elite Four Wickstrom. He talks about how he also had a guy who had a Farfetch'd/Surfetch'd, and he talked about how hard he trained with it, and then eventually, once it learned to trust its lord, aka its trainer, he was able to evolve and turn into a great knight. And here, just like earlier, we get a recap of how it evolved into a Surfetch'd after deciding to trust Ash more in the battle against Rinto. Finally, we get the ending song credit to play, but after that, we also get a bit of story for Dracovish. And this one is about how it slept too long, meaning it had to be revived, and even though when it came to be, it didn't know anyone, it had this strong jaw, and that strong jaw allowed it to eat, make friends, and make people happy. It's done in a storybook form, so the book ends with happily ever after, and I think this was the most unique way to talk about one of Ash's Pokemon. I actually really enjoyed this one. So unlike the last recap episode, there isn't much to gain from this recap. The biggest point of discussion, I think, is the stat screen for the Masters A competitor. Some people don't seem to agree with some of the stats there, like showing Ash with the least amount of experience, even though he's been doing this for 20 years, but to me, that doesn't really bother me that much. In the show, he's 10, he's still kind of a rookie, so it makes sense why he's shown as the least experienced, but we all know if we've watched the show for long that he has a lot of experience, so that doesn't really bother me. Other than that bit, and the part of the episode where we see the Dracovish storybook, this episode is entirely skippable. The best part of this episode is actually the next episode preview, which I'll talk about. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 122 of the Journeys anime titled Semifinals Part 1, Sweep, just dropped, and we are continuing the Masters 8, this time in the semifinals between Leon and Diantha. How's it gonna go down? Let's find out. This is one of those Masters 8 episode, or League episode in general, that doesn't really focus on the action. We've had that over the years, and this one's no different. Instead, this one focuses on Ash and Cynthia. Ash is training outside of his hotel in Winden when he comes across Cynthia doing the same with her Garchomp. While they're talking, two kids named Vic and Toria, haha, get it, come up to them and start playing with their Pokemon. This is where we learn the backstory of Cynthia and her Garchomp. Cynthia's had a Garchomp with her ever since she was a kid, and it was an egg. She took care of the egg and it eventually hatched into a Gibble. We also get a recap of Ash and Lucario's story, as it's pretty similar to Cynthia's, since Ash also raised Lucario as an egg. Eventually, the kids go off on their own way, but as our heroes reach the stadium and Leon is about to battle Diantha, Vic is seen again, searching for her sister, Toria. Ash, Go, and Cynthia all decide to help him look for her. Eventually, they find her hiding behind a bush quietly and watching a Gossifleur dance and eventually evolve into an Eldergloss. It eventually flies away and our heroes and Cynthia go back to the stadium to watch, only to see that Diantha's already down to her last two Pokemon, while Leon is just on his second Pokemon. Through a quick recap through Team Rocket, we see the Pokemon that have came out so far. Leon brought out Dragapult first, which beat Diantha's Hawlucha before losing to her Tyrantrum. Then, Leon's Rillaboom proceeded to knock out Tyrantrum, Aurorus, Pumpkaboo. Then, even after Goodra uses Fire Blast on the Rillaboom, it manages to tank it and then destroy it with Acrobatics, leaving Diantha with one Pokemon. Diantha then brings out her ace, her Gardevoir, and she's able to finally knock out Rillaboom with Psychic. Then, to end the match, Leon brings out his ace, Charizard. Diantha Mega evolves her Gardevoir and Leon Gigantamaxes his Charizard. She starts off with Thunderbolt and he goes for G-Max Wildfire, but Diantha counters with Psychic and sends it back. Leon then tries to push that by countering with Max Airstream, but still, Mega Gardevoir is able to send that combination back at Charizard. It's only after Charizard uses a second G-Max Wildfire, which breaks through the one being sent back by Diantha, and that KOs Gardevoir, which means the winner of this match is Leon. As we see the two champions shaking hand, we see a determined look on Ash's face as he gets ready to battle Cynthia in the next match. This is a weird episode of the Masters 8. Clearly, they didn't want to show any more of Leon's team, so they cut away from this battle with Diantha. And because they don't want to show the rest of his team, they had him completely destroy her with basically one Pokemon. We've seen Dragapult before, it got knocked out, but the majority of the damage was done by Rillaboom. And now it's left me wondering if Rillaboom is actually the strongest member of his team. I'm not a power scaler person, so having a ridiculously strong Pokemon never bothers me. I mean, I'm one of the few people who actually really enjoyed Ash vs. Drake because Drake's Dragonite was so busted. But in this case, I really wish the two knockouts, if they were going to just use two Pokemon, were spread out more evenly, because Rillaboom comes out of here looking insane. And Diantha comes out here looking even weaker than maybe even Alon, because he was able to beat Rillaboom with just 3 Pokemon while it took her 4. Again, I understand why they're doing it, but there had to be another way they could have done this better, couldn't they have? Also, I don't really mind not seeing the battle, especially in this case, knowing the results, because I think it's just better to leave it up to the imagination on how strong Rillaboom is. If you think people are upset now, if we saw a full curb stomping done by Leon, then people would be even more upset. So I think they did their best to try and avoid the backlash as much as possible. The only thing that bothers me is how they discussed last episode how defensive and strategic Diantha is, only for her to not use any of that in the battle we saw. Even a single light screen or reflect being shown would have been great. Instead, we got flashbacks from stories from Cynthia and her Garchomp. We got to see how they came about, we learned about her a little bit as a child, and with her match with Ash getting 3 episodes of focus, I think it was important to do some setup here. Especially since it looks like the rest of the 3 episodes are going to be strictly battle focused. It really sucks if you're a Diantha fan, I'm not gonna lie. But I guess this continues to build up Leon to be this unstoppable force. Is it too much? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if Ash does make it through, how they're planning to slow down his dominance, because I'm not sure what they can do at this point. Other than that, this was an alright episode. Not great, but not terrible like some people have said either. I would have liked to seen the battle against Diantha a bit more like everyone else, however, knowing that they want to keep Leon's team a surprise, it does make sense to me. The backstory we got for Cynthia was great, and I really hope we learn more through her actions and battling starting next episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 123 of the Journey's anime titled Semifinals 2 Dazzle just dropped, and I am on vacation, but I still wanted to talk about the beginning of this battle between Ash and Cynthia. How did this first part go? Let's talk about it. I like that there was not a lot of filler in the beginning of this. Normally, these big matches tend to not start until about the halfway mark of the episode. However, since Ash and Cynthia interacted last episode, pacing-wise this feels much better. We get a shot of Ash and his Pokemon getting ready before he heads out where Go wishes him luck, and we get a shot of Cynthia coming out the tunnel where Diantha is there to greet her and wishing her luck. However, this is where Cynthia drops a bomb that she's planning to retire after this tournament, shocking both Diantha and us, the audience. I've already talked about this when this dropped in the original trailer, so if you want to hear my thoughts on that, you can watch my breakdown video. But in summary, either this is a for real retirement and the writers are wanting to give the new generation champions more of a spotlight, or more likely, Ash is going to reignite her passion for battle after this and she will continue. I guess we'll just have to see. The two trainers come out and throw out their first Pokemon each to start the battle. Ash with Dragonite, Cynthia with Spiritomb. This Spiritomb is no joke, as Ash starts off with a Draco Meteor, and immediately a Sucker Punch sends Dragonite to the ground. However, Dragonite's able to get back up and use Draco Meteor, only for it to seemingly not do anything as Spiritomb brushes it off and then uses Hypnosis to stop Dragonite's Dragon Claw and put it to sleep before 4 Dream Eaters and knocks it out. This is the one part of the episode I didn't like. As we'll see in the next episode preview, Ash is more than willing to switch out a Pokemon when they get hit with a status move. However, here, he's just a deer in the headlights. He doesn't make any effort to switch out his Pokemon that's asleep and getting pummeled. And then he's shocked when it goes down. While I understand the argument that sleep, unlike other status condition, guarantees immobilization, so you can't really do anything about it, so why not just take the chance to maybe wake up? However, once it starts getting hit by Dream Eater multiple times, why not switch it out? Take the chance that another Pokemon won't do as much damage as Dream Eater does to a sleeping Pokemon, and then maybe you could wake up instead. Instead, Dragonite does basically nothing and is out of the match. I'm not sure what the Journey's writer's problem is with Dragonite. Ever since its win versus Iris, it has done nothing but lose. I thought maybe this battle would be different, since prior to this it trained with Paul on how to battle Garchomp, but nope, it didn't even make it past the first round. What a waste. Things improve a lot from here in the episode though. Cynthia switches off her Spiritomb and brings out her Roserade when Ash brings out his Gengar. Cynthia's Roserade is pretty powerful as it's able to use Bullet Seed, which Gengar uses a Shadow Ball through, before using Leaf Storm through Will-O-Wisp. It does get burned, however. Cynthia then recalls it and brings back Spiritomb. Ash knows what's coming, but he still can't stop it, as he has Gengar use Dazzling Gleam against Spiritomb before being hit by Sucker Punch, and both Pokemon go down, but Spiritomb gets back up after taking heavy damage, and Ash's Gengar is KO'd. That makes sense to me. Gengar has always been a glass cannon, and that means 2 Pokemon out for Ash and no downs for Cynthia. Cynthia then recalls her Spiritomb once again and brings out her Togekiss. Ash brings out his Pikachu, and Ash starts off with a Thunderbolt, only for everything to miss and Cynthia to use Air Slash with Togekiss to send Pikachu flying. However, after getting that hit in, Cynthia recalls her Togekiss, surprising Ash and Pikachu, and instead, Cynthia brings out Gastrodon, a Pokemon that Pikachu can't really hit with its electric moves. However, this is also where Ash's creativity comes into play, as he's able to turn Earth power from Gastrodon into a platform to jump, and then when Cynthia goes for Stone Edge, he has Pikachu use Iron Tail to break the stones up and send them towards Gastrodon to catch them, before using Quick Attack to knock out Gastrodon. Cynthia then brings out Spiritomb once again. However, this time Ash and Pikachu are fully ready for it, as Ash has Pikachu use Counter Shield to block Spiritomb's Hypnosis and directly lands Thunderbolt. He then tells Cynthia about how he learned Counter Shield in Sinnoh, and she replies that she remembers seeing it in the Sinnoh League before Pikachu uses Electro Web to trap Spiritomb and hit it with Iron Tail to KO it. However, just before knocking it out, Cynthia has Spiritomb use Destiny Bond. So while Ash and Pikachu are celebrating, the move comes out of the grave to take out Pikachu, which means this is a double KO. And this is where the episode ends. Ash with 3 Pokemon remaining, while Cynthia has 4. I really like this episode. The Dragonite thing was the only thing that really irked me. Ash should have switched out. While they did address this when Ghost says something to the effect of she's banking on Ash not switching out Pikachu here when Cynthia brought out Gastrodon, showing that Cynthia knows of Ash's tendency not to switch, it still feels like something that should have happened here. Especially since we've seen that in the next episode preview, Ash is apparently trying to switch out Dracovish after it gets poisoned. The logic is strange. Oh no, my Dracovish is poisoned. Better have called him. Oh no, my Dragonite is asleep. Better keep him in the battle. To be fair though, I'm only making assumptions because it could be that because Ash saw what happened to Dragonite, he's switching out Dracovish just in case here. I'm just spitballing though. But other than that, I really enjoyed the Gengar parts and the Pikachu parts of this episode. Even though Gengar lost, it did a lot of damage, and there was real drama between the Dazzling Gleam and the Sucker Punch clash that took place. And of course, Pikachu got his moment to shine, getting an awesome out-of-the-box moment and knocking out Gastrodon. He also knocks out Spiritomb, which up to this point has been Cynthia's most feared Pokemon. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of the battle turns out. As for this first part, besides Dragonite, this was great. I can't wait to see how this continues. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing Ash vs. Cynthia in episode 124 of Journeys, titled Semifinals 3, Valor. Let's see if Ash can turn the tide on this battle, or will Cynthia's strategies be too much for him? This so far is the best episode of the Masters 8. The battles in this episode are both character driven and shows off some unique strategy. The battle begins with Ash bringing out his Dracovish, who looked much better in this episode than his previous appearances. Cynthia brings out her Garchomp, much to the surprise of everyone else. Ash goes for Ice Fang, but Cynthia dodges it and hits Dracovish with the Dragon Claw up close, and afterwards she has it set up Stealth Rock before switching it out, surprising everyone. She then brings out her Roserade, which is no longer burned, and that's because, as I predicted last episode, it has Natural Cure as its ability. Dracovish then goes for Vicious Rend while Roserade uses Poison Jab, poisoning Dracovish in the process of getting hit. Ash then finishes off Roserade by having Dracovish use Dragon Rush through Leaf Storm, KOing the Roserade. Dracovish is still poisoned, however, and having learned his lesson from last time when Dragonite was slept, but Dracovish declines and shows that it wants to continue fighting, so Ash lets it. Cynthia then brings out Milotic and Ash goes for Dragon Rush with Dracovish, but Cynthia counters with Disarming Voice, a fairy type move. Even still, Dracovish is still pushing through the Disarming Voice. However, while it's doing that, Cynthia takes this opportunity to have Milotic trap Dracovish by wrapping around it. Then, she has it use Iron Head. But if you remember, Ash has already seen this before versus B, so this time he has Dracovish attacked while trapped with Vicious Rend before it gets hit with Iron Head and KO'd. As Leon and Diantha surmise, even though it lost, Vicious Rend did do a lot of damage, and I don't know if it was just me, but it looked like the animators showed Multiscale taking a hit, making Milotic take more damage going forward. Ash then brings out his Sirfetch'd, who immediately takes damage through Stealth Rock that Garchomp said earlier. So in order to get rid of that, he has Sirfetch'd use Brutal Swing on his shield, which sends the shield flying in the air to destroy all of the invisible Stealth Rock. Cynthia tries to counter through Hydro Pump, but Sirfetch'd dodges it and goes for Fury Cutter. Cynthia tries to counter that with Iron Head from Milotic, but Sirfetch'd blocks that with his shield and gets clean hits in with Fury Cutter. While falling back, Milotic goes for Disarming Voice once again, but Ash has Sirfetch'd stand its ground instead and use Meteor Assault, which hits Milotic and KOs it. I really like that battle sequence. It flowed well, it looked good, and overall, it made Ash come off really intelligent. And on top of that, Sirfetch'd comes out looking really good from that exchange. It's able to show off both its quickness, its offensive, and its defensive capabilities at the same time. And remember, while it might seem like Sirfetch'd knocked out Milotic pretty easily, Dracovish did heavily damage it with Vicious Rend before going down. Cynthia then praises Ash's battle ability, especially his ability to think on his feet on what he did to disable the Stealth Rock, and says that she is fired up to beat him and face Leon in the finals. Ash responds that they are going to be the one that wins before Cynthia brings out Garchomp. Ash is still wondering if she's going to Mega Evolve her Garchomp here, but instead, she goes for Scale Shot. Sirfetch'd blocks it with Fury Cutter and gets up close, but Cynthia counters with Dragon Claw, which is too powerful and sends Sirfetch'd up in the air. However, as it's about to get hit a second time in the air with Dragon Claw, Ash has Sirfetch'd use Detect to dodge it before setting up a Meteor Assault. Garchomp then uses Draco Meteor, and Sirfetch'd uses Meteor Assault through the Draco Meteor, and while it does end up going down at the end, fainting while standing up, it does manage to do massive damage on Garchomp. That leaves Ash with just one Pokemon remaining. Cynthia switches out her Garchomp and brings back out her Togekiss. She's planning to go for the Air Slash Serene Grace strategy again that she used against Pikachu, but this time, when she does, Lucario blocks the Air Slash with Bullet Punches before getting up close and hitting a whole bunch of Bullet Punches. Togekiss then gets back up, and when it uses Air Slash a second time against Lucario while Lucario goes for Aura Sphere, it is successful. However, Serene Grace doesn't affect Lucario as he's able to counter a third set of Air Slash coming his way with Bullet Punches. And once that happens, it looks like Cynthia is about to recall Togekiss once again, but in the shock of shocks, she instead Dynamaxes her Togekiss. And that is our cliffhanger going on to the next episode. This was an overall fantastic episode. This was the combination of two veteran animators and directors working together, and it really shows their love of the series. The moves here look crisper, the battles made more sense, everything just clicked so much better in this particular episode. Both Ash's Dracovish and his Sirfetch'd deserve a lot of credit as they come out here looking really strong after this episode. Both looking extraordinarily tenacious. Really, the only Pokemon that hasn't looked great in this battle so far is Dragonite, but other than that, it's been a really fun set of battles. Ash as a trainer here is also looking much better. His unexpected and out-of-the-box strategies and his ability to really combine offense and defense is showing why he is as strong of a trainer as he is. Having talking heads in the middle of this battle give reactions really make the battle what it is, so I'm glad that both Team Rocket and Diantha and Leon are commenting on this match as it's happening. I wish all of the other Masters 8 people would have stayed, but in fact they didn't seem to at all. I know it's probably an issue of not being able to get all the voice actors together at once, but I really wish they would have somehow figured this out. Oh well. Other than that, I really enjoyed this episode. If you haven't already, go ahead and check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the final episode of the semifinals of the Masters 8 is here. We are all just waiting on the ending of Lucario versus Cynthia's two Pokemon. Who'll win? Let's find out. After last episode ended with Cynthia surprise Dynamaxing Togekiss, this episode begins with Ash Mega Evolving as Lucario. The first battle is a battle of max Airstreams and Ash trying to counter them. The first max Airstream that Togekiss fires, Ash tries to have Lucario run through the max Airstream and use Aura Sphere, but the max Airstream blows away the Aura Sphere while both doing damage to Lucario and increasing Togekiss's own speed. The second max Airstream Cynthia uses, Ash has Lucario counter with Bullet Punch. He jumps into the max Airstream before getting behind Togekiss and then uses Bullet Punch to flip Togekiss. However, even though Togekiss doesn't get a clean hit in, max Airstream still increases Togekiss's speed even more. The final max Airstream Togekiss uses, Ash has Lucario take standing his ground while charging up his Aura Sphere. Ash and Lucario really connect their auras and start to bond, creating a massive Aura Sphere. And their aura is so in sync and powerful that even Greninja, who's nowhere near the battle, feels it, and they're able to send the massive Aura Sphere and counter the max Airstream. However, Togekiss is still up, and it gets the third speed boost from max Airstream, so now it's really fast. Ash goes for Bullet Punch, but again, Togekiss is too fast. Then Togekiss goes for Brave Bird, but Ash's Lucario dodges with Double Team. He tries to then have Lucario use Aura Sphere, but again, Togekiss's speed interrupts the move. So, as Togekiss is coming back around from the Brave Bird, Ash's Lucario uses Bullet Punch directly to the head, and it finally hits Togekiss, KOing it. This battle was great. There wasn't anything crazy flashy in this part of the battle besides maybe the giant Aura Sphere, but each move felt hard hitting. That was due yes to the animation, but also the sound work, as well as how seriously the moves were reacted to by everyone commenting on the battle. This was really well done. Cynthia then brings out her ace, her Garchomp. As discussed by Diantha and Leon, Garchomp took some major damage from Surfetch before, and Lucario has taken some major damage from Togekiss. As Ash tells Lucario that this is the final battle of the match, Cynthia, who's planning on retiring, takes those words and reflects on her journey here. We get to see her Gible evolve into a Garchomp and how she captured the Feebas that turned into her Milotic before seeing the first time where she became a champion. She then says she will face Leon and starts off with Garchomp using Scale Shot. Ash's Lucario counters that with Bullet Punch. He then uses Aura Sphere to stop the final bits of Scale Shot. Then there's a war between the two Pokemon, just throwing haymakers at each other. Lucario with Bullet Punch and Garchomp with Dragon Claw. It looks more like an old boxing movie than it does a Pokemon battle. And when it looks like Lucario is about to go down on his knee, Garchomp rushes in to try to finish the match with Dragon Claw, but Ash uses a move that he hadn't used this entire battle in Revenge and catches Garchomp off guard. Both Pokemon fall to the floor, however, Mega Lucario stands up, which means the winner and making it to the finals to face Leon is Ash. The crowd goes crazy, even Ash is shocked before he jumps and hugs Lucario for winning. Go and Hop are also celebrating, and eventually Ash and Lucario helps up Garchomp. Cynthia also shakes Ash's hands and thanks him for the battle. Diantha asks Leon how he's feeling, and he says he's fired up to battle Ash and show crowd a great battle. When she's returning to the back, Cynthia tells Diantha, who's waiting for her, that even though she lost, she forgot how fun battles could be, so she's retracting her retirement. She says she still has a lot to master in both Pokemon battles and research. Finally, Ash brings out his Pokemon outside with Go and thanks his team before getting fired up for the final battle against Leon, and that's where we end the episode. Overall, this was a great battle. An underrated part of this entire 4-part semifinals has been the connection made by the writers between Ash and Cynthia. Their journeys sort of parallel, at least for this battle. Their aces both being Pokemon that they've taken care of since they were kids, and in this episode, seeing the evolution of Cynthia and her Garchomp battling in the Pokemon League, it's interesting that they decided to use Lucario here, but they're also paralleling Ash doing a similar thing with the Masters 8. And I think doing it with Pikachu wouldn't have really worked as well because I think there's already too much history there. As for the battle itself, I really liked it. It felt very hard hitting, visceral, every move felt like it did massive damage, especially the final slugging between Lucario and Garchomp. It felt like two warriors going at it. Even though we didn't get any exceptional animation, we got some great artwork during this battle, so the battle was still pretty visually interesting. And the battle ending didn't feel cheap either. Overall, this was a fantastic ending to a great battle between Ash and Cynthia. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 126 of the Journey's anime titled Go for Dreams, Go's Road to Mew is out, and this is another recap episode, this time about Go and Project Mew. I don't want to waste too much time, so let's jump right into it. This recap begins with Go getting a call from Quillen. Go isn't in the room to pick up the call, which, by the way, who just leaves their phone in their hotel room just by itself nowadays? But anyways, it's a call from Quillen and Go's phone seemingly tries to pick it up automatically, but even when it does, it manages to cut him off as he's speaking. Go's password in his phone, by the way, is 5555 because the Japanese number 5 is literally pronounced Go. That's a nice pun. Anyways, we start off by getting a recap of Go's Inteleon and how it came to be, how it used to be a Sobble before it eventually evolved into an Inteleon when fighting a Kecleon. After that, we get a voice message from Danica before we recap the 5 chasers of the Master's 8, in Gary, Horace, Go, Quillen, and Danica. We get a brief recap of each person before Go gets another call from Quillen, before we find out that his phone wasn't actually being used automatically, it was Garuki, who opened the phone by randomly hitting Go's phone with a stick, and thus hanging up on Quillen again. We then go to the radio portion of this recap with the narrator, this time with a letter sent to the radio show by Chloe, and there we get a recap of how Scorbunny and Go became close, mainly recapping the episode where it learns Ember for the first time before evolving. Then the second letter to the radio station is by Horace, again talking about Go, but this time we're recapping his growth as a person as well as his rivalry with Gary. This by first talking about his failure in the Articuno raid where he causes the team to fail by acting alone and not listening to Gary, but growing as a person when he worked together with Gary the second time to capture Regieleki and Regidrago. And finally, we get a little short story in a book about Grookey. And that's the end of the episode. Nothing much to say here, it's a recap episode. You get what you would expect. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 127 of the Journey's anime titled Go and Cinderace, the place where it all began just dropped, and this is the final episode of Go, seemingly. It comes out of nowhere, so let's discuss it. There's a couple of shocking things that happen during this episode, and the first one happens right at the beginning. Our heroes are summoned by Leon to come to Winden Stadium. Once they reach there, they find Professor Magnolia and Sonia there too. The reason? Leon has Eternatus. We find out that Leon has been training Eternatus so it can be better around people. After all, Eternatus is an important part of their ecology since it provides the energy to Dynamax, so they can't keep it locked forever. Go technically owns it since it was caught in his Pokeball, however, he realizes that he may not be able to control Eternatus because he isn't as powerful of a trainer as Leon, so he gives the legendary Pokemon to Leon. You heard that right. The strongest trainer in the world now has one of the strongest legendaries ever. So if there was any chance that Ash might have been able to win the Masters 8, now it's completely out the window. Leon's Charizard is already ridiculously OP, so him having Eternatus on top of that is insane. I don't think he'll use it, I hope not. I think he'll just use his regular squad from the game, which includes like Mr. Rhyme, Seismitoad, Aegislash, and then we obviously know about Rillaboom and his Charizard, but again, you never know, so that's gonna make it interesting to watch. Anyways, they're walking outside when they smell scones, and they return to the same store that they went to in episode 4. There, they see a group of Galarian Zigzagoon trying to steal food, only for them to be stopped by 3 Nickets. Yep, it's the same 3 Nickets that Go's Scorbunny was helping at the beginning of the series. After the Nickets stop the Zigzagoon, they get food from all of the people nearby. Apparently, they're local celebrities, and instead of eating it themselves, they also share it with the Zigzagoon. However, when the Zigzagoon go and try to eat the food in an alleyway, they're stopped by a gang of Galarian Meowth and a leader Berserker, who takes their food from them. The Zigzagoon then run back to the Nickets. Meanwhile, Team Rocket see this and try to get the Galarian Meowth and Berserker to join them. Meowth specifically wants them to be his underling. As the Zigzagoon come by to tell the Nickets what happened, the Meowths from earlier come to where they're at and start taking people's stuff. They then taunt the Nicket and have them chase. Ash and Go somehow lose him while following them, which seems impossible, because maybe if there was a bit more space between when the Nicket made their turn and when they arrived, I would believe it. but the gap is like a second. There's literally zero chance they should have lost them, and somehow they still managed to. Anyways, the Nickit followed the Berserker and the Meowth to the alleyway from before, only to get caught in a net. It was Team Rocket working with the Meowth and baiting them. Back to our heroes, and while Ash and Go are looking for the Nickit, they come across the fountain where they first found Sobble, and where Ash also met Farfetch'd, if you remember. So remembering that, Go calls Inteleon and has him help locate the Nickit, which Inteleon does. Meowth originally said he wanted the Galarian Berserker to work under him, but somehow now they're the underling for the Galarian Berserker now, having to massage him and compliment it. That's pretty funny. A stone on fire cuts the net where Nickit are, and out come our heroes. Team Rocket get ready to battle, and they bring out their prize master. From their initial one, they get Morgrem and Hatchrim. The Meowth and Berserker also get ready to fight. Go stops Ash and tells him that he wants to battle. However, since there are 2 more Galarian Meowths, they use the prize master 2 more times and get a Stonjourner, a Cramorant, a Arrokuda, and a Double. The 3 Nickits are also planning to battle, so it's a 6-on-9 battle. Go struggles at first as Cramorant is throwing Arrokuda at Cinderace and Inteleon. However, he then has Ruki jump on and start hitting Cramorant. Things then turn around in his favor. Nickit also runs circle around the Galarian Meowth and Berserker until they evolve, allowing them to get stronger and break their claws and send them flying. Cramorant is stopped because it accidentally swallows the Arrokuda, and the rest are down by Cinderace and Inteleon. At the end, Cinderace, with the help of the newly evolved Thievul, send Team Rocket blasting off. They presumably then return everything to everyone, before they get food from the shopkeeper for saving everyone's stuff, and then they even share with the Galarian Meowth and Berserker, who are watching from a distance. As the day comes to a close, our heroes are heading back to the hotel when Go gets a text from Project Mew immediately summoning him. It's an emergency and he needs to head out, meaning he won't be able to cheer on Ash versus Leon. Ash wishes him well, they fist bump, and that's the end of the episode. Is that the end of Go? Because if that's so, that might be the most abrupt way of a main character leaving the cast in Pokemon history. Or are they just taking him out of the show to bring other people to commentate the final battle? Hopefully that's the case, because there have been some people who haven't made the return to the series as a cameo, but the fact that they are taking the protagonist of the series and just sending him away with basically zero advance notice tells me that either this series is wrapping up way quicker than I think, or they don't know how to end Go's story, so they ended it haphazardly. Either way, it isn't a good look. However, I do have a feeling that similar to Lily, even if the current series finishes without Project Mew, we're going to return back to Go at some point. They've spent too much time not to, so it'll be interesting to watch how this plays out. As for the rest of the episode, it's a fine episode. The 2 most insane things that have happened at the beginning and the end of the episode with Eternatus and Go. We don't have an idea how either of them will turn out, so we'll just have to wait and see. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 128 of Pokemon Journeys is out, titled Climax, the night before the decisive match, Ash vs. Leon. And usually I would go break down this episode we just saw, but this video will be structured slightly differently. For this episode we saw 2 different recaps. One of how Leon got to the finals and how Ash got to the finals, and a second is of the relationship between Ash, Leon, and their first battle, leading to Ash joining the Masters 8. I'm not going to talk about that first one. I'll leave a link in the description to those respective episodes if you really want a recap of those. Instead, I'll talk about the most important thing we got from this episode, and then I'll talk about some other things. So first of all, the most important thing we got from this episode is the revelation of Leon's remaining 3 Pokemon. We were all wondering what it would be. Would he use Eternatus? And turns out, unlike the game, he basically has a full Galar team except for Charizard. His full team here is Charizard, Rillaboom, Dracopult, Cinderace, Inteleon, and Mr. Rime. I kinda like what the series is doing here. They're using 2 of Go's Pokemon that Ash has seen and interacted with the entire series, and put them in a different context. Him using the 2 fully evolved Galar starters is basically answering to us, what if Go became a trainer? Now, I'm not saying Go would be as powerful as Leon, but it's a neat way to look at them. And Mr. Rime is basically, what if Ash were from the Galar region? Instead of having Mr. Mime that stays at home and helps his mom, if he was from the Galar region and a trainer like Leon, he would probably have a Mr. Rime that's super powerful in battle. It's a very interesting way to construct his team, and I actually really like it, despite him having some overlap in typings. It'll be interesting to watch how Leon manages to use these Pokemon in a new way that we haven't seen in the series. That was really the only new thing we got from the episode. That and a new trailer for Ash vs. Leon, and that's what I want to talk about next. Let's break down this teaser trailer for the finals of the Masters 8. When I was watching the episode live, I was hoping they would release this part as a standalone trailer, and I wasn't disappointed. While the trailer doesn't show anything crazy, we do see some things that I wanted to talk about. First of all, in the trailer, we get a little flashback to young Leon facing off against Sonia. Similar to the Cynthia flashback, I don't expect it to be a major part of the episode, however, it does feel like that flashback is going to relate to how Leon feels about Ash somehow and will be significant. Then, it looks like while Go is gone from the arena, he isn't completely gone from the series. Instead, Chloe and Dawn will replace him. Chloe I'm not as surprised about, and Dawn is a surprise return. However, seeing Chloe there instead of Go feels strange because in the series, Ash and Chloe don't really have that much of a relationship. Nonetheless, it will be interesting to see. Also, I was glad that last episode wasn't the final episode for Go. Team Rocket are also watching this episode and they'll also be providing commentary on the entire thing. And overall, the way the trailer is cut, it seems like the climax of the battle will be emotional. It looks like we'll probably be ending on G-Max Charizard versus Z-Mu Pikachu, as Ash doesn't really have his hat on, I presume, for the final shot. We also got news from Oricon that tells us that this battle will be a 4-parter. So far we knew about 3 of the parts and their titles, so seeing that there will be a 4th part makes this much more interesting. Overall, I'm really looking forward to this final matchup. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 129 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Finals 1, Torrent just dropped, and this is the beginning of Ash vs. Leon for the Masters 8. Let's get started and see how this battle is going to go. The episode doesn't even begin with anything related to the Masters 8 tournament. Instead, we're back with Go as we see him land from a boat for Project Mew and be greeted by Horace. Not only is Horace there, but so is Gary. They discuss Ash making it to the finals of the Masters 8 and Go wishes him well before heading to meet the rest of Project Mew. Back to Ash as we see him head towards the stadium, and inside they're discussing the matches that led up to this. Ash puts on all of his equipment and he gets hyped and fist bumps every one of his Pokemon, saying they will win. And while they do that, Eevee and Piplup come through. It's Chloe and Dawn who've come to cheer on Ash since Go had to leave. Meanwhile, in the other locker room, it's the sound of air conditioning and silence. The complete opposite, as Leon mentally prepares himself, and he can't help but think back to his childhood battle with Sonia when thinking about this battle against Ash. Then, it's time for both contestants to come out. While they're coming out, we get to see many people we know watching this battle. That includes the likes of Alon, Marin, Sycamore, Iris, Lance, Steven, Diantha, Oak, Dahlia, Tracy, Brihon, and later during the battle, Alistair, Marnie, Pierce, and to cheer on Leon comes Sonia in the stadium itself. And as for Ash, besides Dawn and Chloe, is Team Rocket. Before the battle begins, Leon makes a proposal where Ash is allowed to use all 3 of his Mega Evolution, Dynamax, and Z-Move in order to allow to go all out. The referee agrees, which brings up a whole bunch of ethical issues regarding how powerful Leon is as an entity. The fact that the PWC Council had to quickly bend to his will right there on the spot shows you how much of the face he is of the entire thing. But anyways, Ash accepts and let the battle begin. It begins with Ash sending out Pikachu while Leon sends out Cinderace. Leon's Cinderace is really powerful as it sends a Scorching Sands towards Pikachu and tanks a Thunderbolt, and that's thanks to its ability Libero, meaning he can switch types depending on its move. That forces Pikachu to be switched out, and Ash instead brings out Gengar, and surprisingly, Leon switches out too, bringing out Inteleon. This Inteleon is very acrobatic and fast. It lands a Snipe Shot before deflecting a Shadow Ball, and Leon then has it go for Dark Pulse, but Ash has Gengar dodge it. However, Leon wanted that and uses something familiar to Ash and Dawn. It's Counter Shield, something he learned watching Ash, and uses Aqua Jet, causing these Whirlpool Wave type waters. When Gengar comes from the ground, it's getting pelted by these Aqua Jets, and Ash has Gengar counter these by using Will-O-Wisp. This creates a massive cloud of smoke, and Ash decides right there to Gigantamax his Gengar while in the smoke. Apparently, unlike other Inteleon, Leon's Inteleon can dual wield its move, so it tries to dodge G-Max Terror with dual Snipe Shots, and even gets a Snipe Shot hit in towards Gengar, but still gets hit, trapping him in the arena. Ash then goes for Max Ooze, and again, Inteleon uses dual wield Dark Pulse and hits Gengar so hard that it falls out of G-Max in 2 turns instead of 3. However, Max Ooze does hit and KO Inteleon, meaning Ash gets the first KO. Leon then brings out Mr. Rime, and Ash has Gengar go for Sludge Bomb, but Mr. Rime freezes it with Freeze Dry. It also freezes Gengar on the spot, and Leon goes for Freeze Dry again, but can't due to Cursed Body. However, since Gengar is frozen, it doesn't matter, as Mr. Rime uses Psychic Terrain before following it up with an Expanding Force to KO Gengar. With both trainers having 1 Pokemon down each, that's where the episode ends. The first thing that stands out to me about this episode is the battle animation. good god is it fluid. You can tell they put a lot of time into this first episode. Even the second episode, from the looks of the preview, doesn't look nearly as bouncy. They really, I guess, wanted to make a first good impression, and I think they succeeded. Not only does the animation look good, however, the battle tactics, especially shown by Leon here, has been crazy. Libero Cinderace, a dual-wielding Inteleon. What else does he have up his sleeve? I guess it'll be interesting to see. During this battle, Ash also talks about the fact that Leon was using the same Pokemon as Go, as I talked about last episode, and this kinda confirms that the parallel to Go's Pokemon was intentional. To some extent, this is kind of your Ash vs Go battle as well. Speaking of Go, I was worried that after the episode he left, that was going to be his final episode, but luckily that seems not to be the case. And in fact, they seem to be setting up Project Mew stuff to take place right after the Masters 8, which will be interesting to watch. Now with Dawn and Chloe being there and the whole bunch of cameos we saw, I hope we continue to see more as the episodes roll on. Some more of Ash's companions that haven't made an appearance in this series like Misty and Brock would be good to see again. Overall, this is a fantastic first episode, and hopefully the rest of the episodes go as well as this one did. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 130 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Finals 2, Toying Around just dropped, and Leon takes control of this episode as Ash struggles against Leon in this Masters 8 Finals battle. How does Leon do it? Let's find out. With Psychic Terrain active from the end of last episode, Ash thinks about how to counter it before bringing out Sirfetch'd. That might feel strange since Sirfetch'd is a fighting type and Mr. Rime is a psychic type, however, we see that its moveset has things to counter a psychic type. He first goes for Fury Cutter, but Mr. Rime blocks most of them before taking a hit. However, when Ash tries to follow up with a Brutal Swing, Mr. Rime catches the leak somehow and uses Expanding Force, doing massive damage towards Sirfetch'd. In the process, Sirfetch'd loses his shield, making him much more vulnerable and gets hit by Triple Axle and is about to get hit by another Expanding Force when Ash goes for Detect and dodges it and then grabs his shield. Then he has Sirfetch'd use another Fury Cutter, but this time it isn't towards Mr. Rime, it's instead towards the field to remove the Psychic Terrain. After he destroys the terrain, Ash then brings out Lucario and has a Mega Evolved. Its power is strong, with everyone in the arena feeling it. However, when it goes for Bullet Punch, it can't land a hit on Mr. Rime. Instead, it gets hit by two super effective Triple Axles twice. Ash then tells him to focus using his aura and listen for Mr. Rime. So eventually, when Leon has Mr. Rime go for another Triple Axle, Lucario is able to power up and dodge the Triple Axle before hitting a point-blank Aura Sphere, KOing Mr. Rime. Leon then brings out Dragapult, and this is where it goes off the wall for Ash. Dragapult uses Flamethrower on Lucario, forcing Ash to switch out. Ash instead brings out Dracovish. However, with Dragon Darts hitting from a distance, Dracovish can't get close enough to attack and instead is hit with Dragon Dart. This causes Dracovish's fangs on its body to glow. When Dragapult uses Thunderbolt and gets close, Dracovish catches it with the fangs on its body. And once it catches it, Ash has it use Fish's Rend on Dragapult. Leon then goes for Dragon Tail and Ash uses Ice Fang, but it isn't able to fully hit it as Dragon Tail takes Dracovish out of the battle and brings in Dragonite. Dragonite is confused, but it's still able to block Dragon Darts by using Dragon Dance. However, when he goes for Dragon Claw on the tiny Dreepy, it misses and gets frustrated. Leon then baits Dragonite into getting closer to Dragapult before Dragapult hits it with another Dragon Tail, causing Lucario to come out. Ash's Lucario go for Bullet Punch, but Dragapult keeps it at bay with Thunderbolt before following up with Flamethrower, KOing Mega Lucario. Ash is having a hard time with Dragapult, so he brings Dragonite back out once more. First, he has Dragonite use Hurricane to block Thunderbolt for a while, but as soon as she stops, she gets hit by it. Ash then has Dragonite go to the sky, and Leon has Dragapult use Dragon Darts, but Ash counters with Draco Meteor, and when Dragapult gets close, Ash has Dragonite dive and grab Dragapult, eating a Thunderbolt in the process before finally using a successful Draco Dragonite Meteor. This is the move he had been trying to use since the match against Paul, and finally it pulls through for him. Leon calls back his Dragapult now that it's KO'd, and he brings out his next Pokemon. But before he does so, he tells Ash that he still has 3 fresh Pokemon, while every single one of Ash's Pokemon are heavily damaged, before bringing out the seemingly invincible Rillaboom. You know how I said earlier that Leon had taken control of the battle, and it seems weird to say that when Leon lost Pokemon, 2 of them when Ash didn't? This is why, because while Ash might have gotten some wins in the battle, Leon is now someone with a clear advantage, and this is where the episode ends. I didn't mention this earlier, but in the episode, we saw some other people watching the battle like Bee, Karina, and Marcia. Those were all good cameos to see, although we haven't seen as many cameos as I thought we would. Regardless, this is a good episode. This wasn't as fancily animated as the previous one or the next one, however, this one had a lot of switching and a lot of battle tactics being used. Leon's Dragbolt is crazy. Dragbolts are known to be pretty fragile, however, this Dragbolt ate a strong jaw boosted Fishious Rend and Ice Fang and it still didn't go down. That is unreal. All of Leon's Pokemon can seemingly take an unreal amount of damage. You know what? That's fine. Meanwhile, Ash's Lucario goes down due to getting hit by super effective moves after super effective moves. I know a lot of people are upset by it since it took so many hits against Cynthia and was fine, however here I don't mind, just because Lucario's already gotten its moment to shine. With it going down early, it allows Ash's other Pokemon to have their moment, and hopefully next episode they can all do that. I can't wait. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 131 of the Journeys anime titled The Finals 3 Strongest just dropped, and this is part 3 of Ash vs. Leon, so let's talk about what happened. Last episode ended with Leon bringing out Rillaboom, as all of Ash's Pokemon are heavily damaged. The episode here begins with Rillaboom using Drum Beating against Dragonite and Dragonite countering with Hurricane. However, Rillaboom overpowers the Hurricane with his Drum Beating and it hits Dragonite. Ash then goes for Dragonite Draco Meteor, however, a second Drum Beating catches Dragonite in midair and slams her to the ground. Dragonite then dashes forward with Dragon Claw, but Rillaboom dodges with Acrobatic before hitting Dragonite hard, KOing Dragonite. Ever since the new series director came in, Dragonite has been done really dirty in my opinion, and while last episode it was finally able to hit its signature move, it feels like that's the only good moment it's gotten in months. I'm not sure why the writers turned on Dragonite so hard after it was Ash's best Pokemon for so long. I wonder if it was fan backlash in Japan where they were complaining that maybe it was too strong, but then the writers nerfed it way too hard on the other end. Either way, at least Dragonite got something in this battle. I was worried it wasn't gonna get anything. Ash then brings out Sirfetch'd. Ash has Sirfetch'd use Meteor Assault to start off, and Leon tries to counter with Rillaboom by using high horsepower. However, Sirfetch'd overpowers him and sends him flying. But Rillaboom still doesn't go down, and he gets up and gets a hit in with high horsepower. Ash then has Sirfetch'd catch himself in midair using his shield and use it to give himself momentum and ride the shield. Rillaboom uses Drum Beating, but Sirfetch'd slides on the vine using the shield. He then goes for Fury Cutter, however, Rillaboom counters with Acrobatic once again, catching the shield in midair and throwing it back at Sirfetch'd before hitting him with Acrobatics, KOing Ash's second Pokemon in a row. The opposite of Dragonite in terms of how the writers have treated him as the series have gone on. As the further stages of the Pokemon World Coronation has gone on, Sirfetch'd has looked better and better. It looked great in the Cynthia battle, and it had an awesome moment against Mr. Rime, and even here, it's able to do massive damage on Rillaboom. As we've seen throughout the battle, Lucario, and Dracovish's relationship comes off looking really great as all three support each other and cheer for each other. It had a really rocky start in the series as it wasn't doing much in the beginning, but by the end, this Pokemon has come out looking fantastic. Ash then brings out Dracovish, who has a disadvantage due to range. He has Dracovish go for Ice Fang, and Leon tries to counter with range by Drum Beating. However, Dracovish uses his Body Grabbers and Ice Fang to freeze and destroy the vines from Drum Beating. Ash then has Dracovish go for Dragon Rush. Rillaboom tries to counter with Drum Beating, but is overwhelmed by Dragon Rush, for which Dracovish channels his inner Sirfetch'd, and finally, Rillaboom goes down. Similar to Sirfetch'd, Dracovish has looked better and better in the further stages of the PWC. For a long time in the series, Ash's Dracovish wasn't doing much. It wasn't involved in many episodes, and it used to go long stretches without ever even showing up. However, similar to how we remember Ash's Heracross as this badass Pokemon, even though it was rarely in Ash's party if you look at it, that's how we're going to remember Dracovish. It delivered when it mattered most, and it has been true in this battle both against Cynthia and here against Leon. Leon then brings out his Cinderace. Due to recoil damage, Cinderace gets a free hit in with high jump kick against Dracovish. Ash then goes for Water Gun, but it's countered by Pyro Ball. Dracovish then goes for Fishious Rend, but Cinderace counters with Iron Head. Finally, Dracovish goes for Dragon Rush, and Cinderace counters by dodging and then hitting high jump kick, KOing Dracovish. this Cinderace so far has looked untouchable. The Libero ability, along with how fast it is, and its diverse moveset has made it an incredible threat. It honestly feels like Ash has the deck stacked really against him, as he has to deal with 2 fire-type powerhouses. With Dracovish down, that leaves Ash with 1 Pokemon, while Leon has 2 fresh Pokemon. When Ash brings out Pikachu, Leon recalls his Cinderace and instead brings out Charizard. He tells Ash that Charizard has been his starter Pokemon since the beginning of his journey, before G-Maxing Charizard. Ash goes for a Thunderbolt, but Leon counters with Max Rock Ball, and Pikachu can't get off Thunderbolt. Pikachu then uses Iron Tail and gets a hit in on G-Max Charizard, but it doesn't seem to do as much damage. Leon then uses Max Wormwind, and Pikachu is able to still stand up. Ash then decides to go for 10 million volt Thunderbolt, using his Z move. Leon counters with G-Max Wildfire, his signature move. The 2 moves clash and create a massive explosion that reaches the sky, energy flying all over the place, the stadium shaking. The energy of the clashing G-Max move and the Z move causes energy to reach Eternatus, who's in Hammerlock. The Galar particle is extremely strong, and it shatters out of its chamber and sends a beam to the sky. Even after G-Max ends, the sky is still black, and everyone in the stadium feels it as Eternatus is now hovering in the air, including Ash and Leon, and that's where the episode ends. The overall animation in this episode is phenomenal. I'm pretty sure this is a Masuka Iwane episode. The movement and energy in this episode feels fantastic, especially for Rillaboom, who is seen as this giant Pokemon, but instead, the animation makes it look extremely nimble and able to move around like crazy. Also, Cinderace is made to look untouchable here, and of course, the G-Max versus 10 million volt looked amazing. The one complaint I have about this is the rave music they used for that clash. That felt really off. I was expecting some really exciting music. Instead, it felt really disconnected from the moves that were going on. I realized the focus here was supposed to be on Eternatus, so that would make sense as to why the focus felt off, and still, Z-Move versus G-Max was supposed to be an incredible deal, but the music just makes it feel off. Other than that though, I had no problems with this episode. The story progressed, the animation looked amazing, the fight was fantastic, and it kept me on the edge of my seat wondering how this battle is going to end. I can't wait. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 132 of the Journeys anime titled The Finals 4 Partner just dropped, and this is the finals of the Masters 8, Leon versus Ash. Let's just jump right into it. This episode is just absolutely bonkers. It starts where the last episode ended. Eternatus in the sky flying around. Sonia calls Professor Magnolia and gets the lowdown. Because there's so much Dynamax energy near the arena, Eternatus is there. As our heroes are looking up to it, it fires a beam at the sky, dissipating all the Dynamax energy and stopping the darkest day from happening before leaving. Leon thanks Eternatus for helping them, and I like the small little redemption for Eternatus. It was a villain ever since the Darkest Day arc, so it was good to see it be the savior of Galar again. As it's leaving, Leon realizes that Eternatus left them with Dynamax energy, which refilled their Dynamax band. And since they want to go all out, Leon recalls his Charizard and calls his Cinderace before immediately G-Maxing his Cinderace. Ash responds in kind, G-Maxing Pikachu. The energy that Eternatus left must have been insane because Pikachu uses G-Max Volt Crash while Cinderace uses G-Max Fireball. Pikachu is able to hold off Fireball and Cinderace tries to do the same with Volt Crash. However, Volt Crash is too much for Cinderace as it takes a direct hit and then gets KO'd. That leaves the final being Charizard versus Pikachu. This battle is absolutely insane. I'm not even sure where to get started. There are clashes that shake the arena, a quick attack that is lightning speed, dodging ancient powers, Iron Tails and Fire Blast being dodged, Iron Tails being tanked and Dragon Pulses being shook off, fighting in the air, the ceiling, all culminating in Charizard getting a massive hit in with Fire Blast on Pikachu. Pikachu's hurt bad. It looks like it's about to go down. Pikachu's eyes wander, and then they close. We go into his subconscious where we hear what the first thing Ash said to him was, their first meeting. Then, surrounding him in a white void, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charizard, Butterfree, Pidgeot, and every other Pokemon that has been a part of Ash's team, they're all cheering for Pikachu. His current team of Lucario, Sirfetch'd, Dragonite, Gengar, and Dracovish are also all cheering for him. Ash is cheering for him, so Pikachu wakes up. A renewed sense of power, electricity surging through his body, ready, Ash is going to use one final move, and so is Leon, whose Charizard's also fully powering up. A clash of Thunderbolt and Fire Blast, as well as running to each other. The two Pokemon clash. Blackness. Pikachu wakes up in the Pokemon Center. Did he lose? No. We go back and see that Pikachu broke through and smashed Charizard right in the dome, sending him backwards before Charizard falls. Charizard is unable to get up, which means the winner is Ash. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I swear you'll never see anything like this ever again. So watch it. Drink it in. Ash is now officially the strongest trainer in the world. I cannot tell you my reaction when I watched this live. I'm still really struggling to describe it. 25 years and Ash has finally done it. Leon comes to the Pokemon Center and congratulates Ash and Pikachu, saying how now he's just a contender and he has much more to learn. Dawn and Chloe tell them that the trophy ceremony is about to take place, so Ash heads out and Leon hands him the massive trophy. Everyone giving him a round of applause. His Pokemon at the ranch going crazy, and even Dahlia slightly breaks the fourth wall to thank us, the audience, without explicitly saying so. The next day, Ash wakes up and gets a call from Go, who's at Project Mew, and that is the end of the episode. Wow, wow, wow is all I can say about this episode. This episode is phenomenal. The animation, the score, the direction, everything is fantastic. There are a lot of details in this episode. For example, when Pikachu gets to the top of the arena, you can actually see it use Quick Attack to dodge Ancient Power. Or how after the battle, Leon stops wearing his crown hat, and then the next day when Ash wakes up from the bed, you can see Ash is wearing a shirt that has a crown and Pikachu on it to signify that he is the champion now. This episode was also super nerve-wracking. I had no idea who's gonna win because I was watching it live and I was fully nervous. When Pikachu fell down, I thought that was the end. This episode did a great job of keeping us guessing on what would happen next. This episode was also a full circle moment for Pikachu. This series started off with Pikachu in the first episode, and this episode takes it all the way around. I love it. What a way to end Ash's arc. With Ash being the strongest trainer in the world officially now, I wonder if this means the series as a whole will end, or at least go on hiatus. It sure feels like it. If so, that's really gonna suck. I started making videos on YouTube because of the anime. During Sun and Moon, it was something for me to do during the weekends in college besides studying. Now, it feels like the series might end and I have all sorts of mixed emotions. All I can really say is that I'm thankful for this series regardless of where the franchise is headed next. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 133 of the Journey's anime titled Project Mew just dropped, and this is a two-parter chronicling Go's Project Mew journey. How will it go? Let's find out. This bit of the story takes place the day as Ash is battling Leon. I thought that when we saw this image from the previous episode, I thought Go was watching the battle, but maybe he was just preparing for Project Mew. In hindsight, that actually makes more sense. Regardless, with all of the members of Project Mew headed to Faraway Island, they're briefed on the mission. The reason why they're here early is because the dry season came early, and it's one of the only times of the year where storms and hurricanes that surround Faraway Island aren't there. It looks like they combined Mirage Island and Faraway Island for the anime. Once they land, they start heading through the island to the mountain. While going there, we find out that Project Mew is actually using an upgraded version of Go's own invention to find psychic energy, which is crazy. This basically means it's just a better Clement. Anyways, as they're walking, they begin discussing their specialties and goal. The exposition here is a bit clunky, and it's a bit awkward, but it does work. Because each character has to explain their specialty like they've never met before, it comes off a bit strange, but it is what it is. Go talks about the fact that the reason he wants to capture Mew is that Mew was the first Pokemon he wanted to capture. And I'm glad that we're going back to that because I'm sure a lot of people forgot why Go was even going for Mew. As they're crossing a river, Go is attacked by a Swampert. However, Horace steps in and calls out his Virizion to stop it. While it's shocking that he has a Virizion, it has been shown in the past that getting a Sword of Justice was a mission for Project Mew, so it actually does make sense. They then reach the base of Table Mountain, the center of their Earth as they explain. However, as they reach the area, all of their electronic begin to fail because of psychic energy, including flashlights, Pokédex, sensors, and even Pokeballs. They realize that it's Mew, so they have to take this chance and go ahead instead of going back. Since Quillen is the mountain climbing expert, he goes first and guides them. I also like that his Weavile is being used like a Sneasler, its ancestor Pokemon from Legends Arceus. However, as they're climbing the mountain, a Skarmory comes by Gary and cuts the climbing rope, separating the team in two. Gary almost falls, but he's saved by Quillen. They are in the Skarmory territory, so it's going to be hard to get up, so instead, Grookey spots a ridge by the mountain that they can use to walk on to get to the center a different way, while Gary and Quillen decide to head to the top of the mountain. As Danika's crew is heading through the ridge, They spot a waterfall, but before they turn back thinking there's nothing there, her Azumarill shows that there's a cave behind the waterfall, so they head inside it, where they spot a bunch of sleeping Carbinks and head forward. There they spot a half-eaten cherry berry, and it has a small, thin white hair, and it looks like it's from Mew. Outside, Gary and Quillen also reach the top of the mountain where they spot an unnatural hole in the center of it. They follow it and it leads down to a cave with greenery inside. It actually looks pretty similar to the Mewtwo area where Ash and Go fought it, and I'm pretty sure that was intentional. There, fossil Pokemon are also living about. As they're looking around though, they're suddenly attacked by a Kabutops and an Aerodactyl. Similarly, Danica and crew are also attacked by a Solrock and Lunatone. They have to fight off the Pokemon to get away, and since Danica and Quillen are the only one with Pokemons outside since their Pokeballs don't work anymore, they have to fight 2v1. Grookey tries to get involved, but he gets saved by a Hydro Pump from Azumarill, which takes down Solrock and Lunatone. Meanwhile, Weavile uses Night Slash and Dark Pulse to take down the Aerodactyl and Kabutops. As Go and crew are running, Grookey feels sad that it couldn't do anything here, and I'm pretty sure this is going to come back next episode. They come across a body of water, but to their shock, there lies a Kyogre. And as Gary and Quillen are heading through the cave, what rises in front of them is a Groudon. With our heroes in a predicament, that's where the episode ends. I like the setup a lot. The two teams splitting up and each having to face their own challenges, and technology not working in Faraway Island is a brilliant touch since it forces our heroes to go back to basics, and in this case that's working together. My only question is that if they were going to limit Pokemon here as well, what was the point of grabbing all of those legendary Pokemon? It was never really explained. Why did Gary and Go have to catch Regieleki and Regidraco if it wasn't going to be used? Why does Horus catch a Virizion if it's not going to be used? I thought maybe it was to battle Mew, but that doesn't seem to be the case. A small spoiler if you watch the next episode preview, but that isn't really Kyogre and Groudon. As I talked about in my preview breakdown, it's Mew. However, I am interested to see how our heroes will deal with this, since the idea of Mew is really being built up here more and more with its insane ability to split up into two things and then transform into legendary Pokemon. It'll be an interesting watch. This isn't the end of the episode though. We get a small preview of Gen 9? Either that or it's a commercial for the starters of Scarlet and Violet. Basically, Team Rocket are in Paldea. There they spot a Sprigatito, however, before they can capture it, it puts them to sleep through its great scent. And that is that. I wonder if this is leading to anything. I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 134 of the Journeys anime titled The Future I Sees just dropped, and this is part 2 of the finale of Project Mew. How will it end? Let's find out. This episode continues from last episode, where our split teams are dealing with Kyogre and Groudon. A bit of a small skirmish occurs where Danica and Quillian use their Pokemon to fight the legendary Pokemon, but the legendary is too strong for them. For Quillian, the battle turns when Gary gets involved, splashing water on Groudon, causing it to turn back. And for Danica, Go and Horus redirect it from attacking Danica using flares, but it isn't until Grookey gets involved and hits Kyogre with a wood hammer that it turns tail. The two groups then follow the two legendary Pokemon and eventually meet up. They see Kyogre and Groudon running towards each other for a seeming attack, only for them to collide and turn into Mew before teleporting away. They turn around to see Mew on a glowing, floating rock where it uses some sort of psychic move to make all the surrounding rocks glow, as well as sending everyone on Project Mew into a dreamlike vision. There we see the beginning of the universe, the galaxy, and how the Pokemon Earth came to be, and when they all wake up from that dream, Danica touches the glowing rock that Mew was in the middle of, only for it to stop glowing and fall. Not only that, but all the other rocks around the area also stop glowing, and it causes a fight between all the Pokemon in the area. That's also when their technology starts working again. Professor Amaranth calls them, and it seems like whatever that energy was, keeping the rock floating and glowing, was also the same energy that shut down their tech, and once they get in contact, they see Mew above them in the air. With the fossil Pokemons battling each other, Mew dodges their attack before using Thunderbolt to stop all of them. Then, the two leaders of Project Mew pull out their two Urshifu to begin fighting, only for them to get shut down quickly with Air Slash. They then pull out their other Pokemon, and Gary, Horus, and even Go joins in. But Go wonders why they're fighting it, since Mew is probably just playing around, but Gary says that they need to battle Mew to calm it down. I like the contrast here. Everyone else in Project Mew is to research Mew or to get their own goals like meet Celebi, but Go is the only one here purely for Mew, so it makes sense that he's the only one that understands what Mew is actually doing. The Pokemon that the Project Mew gang bring out all get destroyed by a Shadow Ball by Mew, and Go tries to get Mew to calm down, but Mew uses a fire move to once again not only demolish the hero's Pokemon, but all the other surrounding Pokemon and the environment. Even Gary comes around to Go's thinking that maybe Mew is just playing around, but they still have to find a way to stop it. Go tries to think about how to do it, meanwhile the others continue fighting Mew with their other Pokemon with no avail. It isn't until he thinks about what Ash said to him about never giving up that he tries again. He tells Mew that they met before, and because of that meeting, Mew's the reason that he travels, became a research fellow, met Ash, and as Mew is about to use Hyper Beam on him, Go tells Mew thank you, which stops it in its track. Mew then sees all the Pokemon laid out and hurt, so it uses a heal pulse to restore everyone before teleporting everyone of Project Mew away from the mountain. As Danica says, it's game over. However, when Go tries to use his catchphrase by saying that he will be back for Mew in the future and that the future is in his hands, Mew lands on that hand, literally giving him the future in his hands, or in this case Mew. It then teleports away before it starts pouring. With the wet season coming back, that means Project Mew is over. The chasers head back to command, and there they discuss the encounter with Mew, including whether the visions of the universe was actually real or was that just Mew playing around. That's something we'll never know. For now, since Project Mew is done until the dry season, Gary, Horace, and Go are going to go their separate ways. They're asked if they want to stay as chasers, but they all decide to go their own ways. They even get a compliment from Quillian. As the trio is leaving, Go says that he's thankful that he met Gary, and he wishes Horace well on capturing and meeting Celebi. And Go heads back, calling Ash, and that's where the episode ends. I'm not sure what to think about the end of Project Mew here. The thing is, I don't think the writers ever knew what to do with Go's plotline. Go's goal at the beginning of the series changed from catching every Pokemon to get to Mew to be a part of Project Mew to get to Mew. That change can really be felt here because the ending of Project Mew is Go saying that he'll be back in the future. I guess it's supposed to be like Ash saying he'll be a Pokemon Master, but in this case it doesn't work because Go's goal is a tangible goal. To be a Pokemon Master is a vague enough goal that we're following along even if Ash never does reach his goal. We never know because it's never specified. Here though, we know exactly what Go's goal is, so him not reaching it or even getting close is going to feel off. That being said, I've always been a fan of the first season of the anime because Ash doesn't win in the Indigo League. He loses bad, and really bad, and that's because of his hubris causing him to learn lessons. I think that's also why this feels a bit hollow because Go did everything right here and he still failed. That's why it feels a bit weird. That being said, it's a fun episode. I like the idea that Mew is showing our heroes the beginning of the universe, but also we have to question it because it's Mew. Mew can be an angel and a demon at the same time. In terms of its behavior, sometimes it'll help people, sometimes it'll hurt people. It has a childlike wonder but with the destructive power of a deity. That's what makes it such an interesting Pokemon, and I think the episode did a good job of portraying Mew as such. Now that Project Mew is over, I'm curious to see what Go's goal is going to be in the future. Gary and Horace have also left, and I hope they'll be back in the future, but again, I'm not sure. This episode left a lot more questions than answers, but you know what, that's not always a bad thing, so I can't complain too much. I almost forgot to record this bit, but we get another Team Rocket finding another starter from the Paldea region, this time Fuecoco, and while Jessie tries to throw a Pokeball, she accidentally pulls out a berry, causing Fuecoco to run at her, send them flying, and then eat the berry. Again, I don't know if this has anything to do with the next series, or is it just a bunch of small advertisements for the game. I guess we'll have to find out soon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 135 of the Journey's anime titled Pokemon. I'm glad I got to meet you just dropped, and this is the epilogue episode after the Masters 8 and Project Mew series. What do we learn here? Let's find out. This is a get-together episode for our main characters after the craziness of the last few episodes in the Masters 8 and the Project Mew arc. We see Ash at Oak's ranch sharing the victory with all of his Pokemon. Even Oak congratulates him with a poem. And Dahlia, his mom, brings him a lunchbox because she has a feeling that he's not going to stay home long and he's leaving for his next adventure soon. Go returns from Project Mew to Cerise Laboratory to tell his Pokemon that he met Mew thanks to all of them, but now he has a lot on his mind, which surprises his Pokemon. Chloe then comes to Cerise Laboratory to ask whether Ash and Go have arrived. I guess that means they came separately, even though she was watching Ash at the Masters 8? Or maybe they did return together, but then Ash went to Pallet first, and maybe she was wondering if he was back yet from that. Either way, they were planning on going camping, so Chloe says that she will wait for them at the Cerise Park. While on the way to the park, she overhears Go saying that he wants to go on a journey. Go sees her after Eevee jumps out towards Go where he was talking to his Pokemon, and they have a discussion about this. Go says that after meeting Mew he realized he just wasn't strong enough to face Mew, so he's decided that he wants to go on a journey like Ash across many regions and become stronger to eventually one day face Mew again. However, he feels like he would be betraying Ash if he did that, so he hasn't told him yet, plus he thinks that Ash is gonna tell him, oh, go ahead and go, and he doesn't know how to feel about that yet. That's when Ash arrives at the park. Go struggles to tell him that he wants to go on his own journey, but Ash reminds them of their promise, that the next time they would meet, it would be with a smile. But before they can tell each other about their respective stories and adventures, they have to get on the bus to the camp. On the bus, they discuss their stories and adventures, but we the audience can't hear it because we've already seen it, and they eventually get to the forest where they will be setting up camp. There, as they're setting up camp, they see Grookey has found some Petra berries nearby, so they decide to go get some for everyone else. While on their way there, they discuss some Pokemons, and Go talks about a memory he had of an Abra from when he was a child. Abra one day teleported into his house when he was young, and after he met it, it would occasionally return, taking him to the park and other places where there were a lot of Pokemon, and that's where Go's love of Pokemon stemmed from. Ash doesn't have a story like that, he's just always liked Pokemon and tried to be friends with all of them. That's when they arrive near the Petra berry. There, they see a Poliwag grabbing a Petra berry, and it falls and hits a Spearow. Pikachu tries to save the Poliwag by using Thunderbolt on the Spearow, but a whole flock of Spearow arrive and begin chasing them. I like this nice callback to the first episode of the Pokemon anime here. They run as the Poliwag hides and come across a Slowpoke yawning, and thinking fast on her feet, Chloe has Eevee copy the yawn and put the flock of Spearow to sleep. They then return back to their camp to eat and sit down and talk when the same Poliwag from earlier arrives to thank them by giving them Petra berries. Poliwag appears a lot in this episode, and I was thinking why, because Ash doesn't really have a connection to that Pokemon, but I realized that it was both Satoshi Tajiri's favorite Pokemon and Red Star in the manga, so even though there isn't a direct connection here with the anime, it is an important Pokemon to the first generation of Pokemon, which this episode is celebrating with its titles and its callbacks. As they sit down, the discussion that they have here is a summary of the entire series. This does really feel like the end of Journeys, as they all discuss how Pokemon have helped them grow and change as people. Go used to say that he didn't care about having friends, but that changed because of Raboot, and Chloe used to not like Pokemon, but that has changed because of Eevee. This is also where the title of this episode comes from, as they all thank their partner Pokemon for helping them grow. Here, Go decides he wants to tell Ash that he wants to go on a journey alone, but struggles to again. That's when Ash gets up and tells him that he's gonna go on a journey, and Go's deeply hurt by that and runs off. That is because, as Chloe tells him, Ash was his first friend, and while that really isn't true since it should technically be Chloe, I understand what she's saying. Go was struggling to tell Ash because he considered Ash one of his close friends and he wanted to talk to him about the decision. Ash, on the other hand, coldly tells him because to Ash this is just another journey, and there's another reason, as we'll find out later. Ash and Chloe chase Go and look for him while it's raining, and I'm pretty sure this is also supposed to be a reference to the first episode of the anime, as the weather and the environment feel the exact same. Go ignores Chloe's phone calls and sulks, however, his Cinderace takes matters into his own hand and takes Go's phone and runs towards the lake. Pikachu leads Ash there too, and the two meet up. Before Ash can say anything, Go stops him, but then the big tree in the middle of the lake begins to glow as a whole bunch of Metapod begin to evolve into Butterfree. Ash is worried about the Butterfree since it's raining, but Go tells him that according to the deck, Butterfree's wings can repel water. Go then friendlily argues to Ash that they aren't friends. Meanwhile, Ash says that he only decided to go alone because Chloe had told him that Go was about to go on an adventure alone as well. So it seems it was a mix-up and all's well that ends well. The Metapod evolving into a Butterfree isn't a difficult symbolism to see in this case, and I do think it works to a certain degree here. I just think it's a bit of a weird outburst from Go. However, the show does constantly remind us that Go is a bit of a socially isolated person, so it's understandable that when he thinks Ash is going to leave without telling him, he's hurt. It's part of his character from the beginning of the series, however, it does kind of go against the entire part beforehand where he thanked his Pokemon for helping him grow. I guess even though he's gotten better at helping others and making friends, seeing one of his close friends leave is still difficult for him. Either way, then Go's phone rings and a raid cloud begins to form. From that comes Lugia, the Pokemon they fought and met in episode 2 of the series. It appears before them and tells them to follow it. They chase after it near a cliff before initiating a raid battle, Ash calling out Lucario and Go calling out Inteleon, and that's where the episode ends. This is a great episode to help wrap up the series. I know we still have one more episode next week, but this properly wraps up all the stories in this series. Chloe got her ending a while back and Go and Ash got their ending here. And as this episode is a reflection of their growth and series, and it's gonna be interesting to see where they plan on going next. This episode sets up a few things that I'm curious as to what it's gonna pay off to. It seems like both Ash and Go are gonna go alone in their journeys. Does that mean it's a new series? Does that mean it's a series where Ash and Go are there? Or maybe it's just Ash and Go doesn't appear again? Does that mean the end of the series? Because we haven't seen any more episode titles or a trailer or anything after this. I'm eager to find out how this ends. We also get our regular Team Rocket visiting Paldea segment. This time, they see a Quaxly, and unlike the other times, it isn't their hubris that gets them caught. Well, partially. They yell when they're about to throw a Pokeball at it. It's just that Quaxly uses Water Gun and sends them blasting off. And that is the end of that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final episode of Pokemon Journeys, episode 136, and it's titled Ash and Go Embark on a New Journey. Last episode left off with our heroes in a raid battle against Lugia. Let's see how this episode and the series will end. If you want to hear my thoughts on the upcoming series in January, as well as the brand new series in 2023, this won't be the video. I've already made a video discussing those things when it dropped in the morning, so if you want to hear about my thoughts on the new series, the link will be in the description as well as the end card. Alright, on to this episode. Since last episode ended with our heroes facing Lugia in a raid battle, that's where we begin this episode. It is a combination battle of Ash and Go versus Lugia, and although Ash and Go use many different moves and even try to combine all of their Pokemon's move to attack Lugia, they aren't successful at all. Instead, Lugia sends them flying off the cliff with Aeroblast before picking them up in midair on his back. Just like in episode 2 of the series, they're flown around the Kanto region by Lugia. They see many sorts of Pokemon, including Pokemon in the land, the sea, and the air. While they're flying above the ocean, Go confesses to Ash that the reason he was so upset is that he wants to go on a journey, but he doesn't know if he'll be able to do it himself. He's always had Ash by his side since the beginning of his journey, so it's going to be hard for him to imagine something different. That's when Ash reminds him that he got chosen for Project Mew. He shouldn't be worried, and if he is, he should tell Ash because they're friends. Then, Lugia tells them to get ready as they go inside of a dark cloud. Once inside, from the right side comes Ho-Oh, obviously referring to the very first episode of Pokemon where Ash and Pikachu saw Ho-Oh. This time, he gets to see it up close, and seeing Ho-Oh excites Ash, and he tells Go that meeting and befriending new Pokemon is the reason he wants to go on his own journey. This is also true for Go, and so, the two fist bump, making up for their miscommunication from earlier, and Go yells out that he's gonna go on a journey, showing that now, he's ready. Lugia then returns them to the camp where they say hi to Chloe before heading back to Cerise Laboratory. In the lab, they tell the professor their plans to go on a journey, and the professor says okay and thanks them for helping them learn more about Pokemon. While the lab will be losing 2 research fellows, they're also going to be gaining a new one in Chloe. Since her interest in Pokemon has changed from the beginning of the series, she'll now be a research fellow during the weekends. After all, unlike Go, she'll still be going to school full time, and Ren and Krista, along with Chloe, will help look after Go's Pokemon in the park. When Chloe asks when they're leaving, Ash and Go surprise her by telling her that they're gone the next day. I like the developments here. It was obvious that Chloe was gonna end up being a research fellow. However, unlike Ash, who became a research fellow because he didn't really have a goal, Chloe is still going to be exploring things and learning new things about Eevee as well as other Pokemon. She just wants to know more about the world of Pokemon itself, so that's why she's becoming a research fellow. Cut over to Team Rocket, who are talking to Giovanni, and they tell him that due to their investigations in the Masters 8 tournament, they found the world's strongest Pokemon. Giovanni gives them the go-ahead to chase it, and obviously we know who they're talking about. It's Ash's Pikachu. I love it. Evening time arrives and Ash and Go head to Cerise Park to feed their Pokemon. However, when they arrive, they have a surprise waiting for them. A surprise party thrown by Cerise Laboratory with all of their friends and family present, celebrating their departure and their journeys. The next morning arrives and they leave their rooms empty as the day they arrived. They say goodbye to everyone in the lab, and as they're heading on their way, Pikachu is stolen from Ash's head. It's Team Rocket. They have Pikachu trapped in a capsule that stops electricity. However, Henry Mode Morpeko tries to eat the capsule that Pikachu is in and breaks it, allowing Pikachu to use Thunderbolt to get away and send Team Rocket blasting off. As Ash and Go walk towards their own path, Ash says that he doesn't know where he's gonna go, but he's just gonna keep walking until he finds his new journey. Go, on the other hand, will start in Kanto since there's places in Kanto he's never been to. They then arrive at a crossroads. They each point to a different location, so this is where they will be parting ways. Ash tells Go that he's glad to have met him, and Go thanks him for reaching out to him. They fist bump and part ways. Go on his way stops and seems sad, but Ash and the hill above him tells him to meet Mew once again, and Go tells Ash to become a Pokemon Master, and with that, the two head their own separate ways. We then get a recap of the series using the song opening. We get to see how Ash and Go met, we get to see Project Mew, we get to see the Masters 8, and we even get to see Chloe's adventure of learning about Eevee. We also get a recap of a bunch of the other stories that we got in this series. We then get some additional scenes at the end here. Cerise Laboratory feeding the Pokemon in Cerise Park, Chloe's mom and brother doing some work at home, Chloe heading to do research in her brand new outfit, which in my opinion is the best outfit she's had in the series, Horace coming to Oak to get his Kanto starter with Gary there, Hop training against Bee while Leon watches, Danica and Quillen healing some hurt Pokemon in the snow where they're at, Chloe heading towards this location that looks unbelievable. The background there looks amazing. Go going to Misty's gym and Misty seeing his Inteleon and being excited, and finally Ash reuniting with his Butterfree. That one was unexpected and shocking. We finally go over to Ash's house where Mimi and Delia are vacuuming, and it ends with showing an image of everyone in this series together during the surprise party. We then go to a morning in a town somewhere where Chloe's doing some research and taking pictures of Charubus in the morning after they transform. She wonders what the other two are doing. Then we see Go capture a Pokemon and get excited, and then we get to Ash in the middle of the street battling a Lapras with his Lucario as Team Rocket are nearby watching. And with that, their journeys will continue. However, for us the audience, that is the end of the series as we look at the Pokemon Earth. Wow, This is such a difficult episode to talk about because there's so much that happens here. So many references, so many callbacks. But I think the most important thing with this episode is that I was happy with the way everything ended. I was happy with the ending that Go got. I was happy with the ending that Chloe got. And I was happy with the ending that Ash got. For the people who were complaining that Ash got a party after he got top 16 in the Indigo League but didn't get one after he became world champion, well, here you go. This episode addresses that. With the ending of the Pokemon anime, it feels strange. It's been a big part of my life for as long as I can remember. I started watching Pokemon when I was a kid, and the anime is what really got me into the Pokemon franchise as a whole. And as a constant through line in the series has been Ash. I know we haven't seen the 11 episode series where we see Ash's adventures and him trying to be a Pokemon Master, but regardless, any issues that I had with the anime in the past, it all still feels so sorrowful that the series is ending. I think that's also because the ending of Ash doesn't just mean the ending of Ash himself. It most likely also means the ending of all of his companions, all of his rivals, all of his friends he had in the series. It's probably also the end of Team Rocket as the group that follows our heroes around and has their own moments. It really does feel like a brand new generation of Pokemon is happening now. And it makes sense if you think about it. The kids who followed this series since they were kids are now adults. Now, they need to step aside and make room for the new generation of kids who are going to become Pokemon fans in the future by watching the anime. They'll have their own heroes to watch, they'll have their own rivals to watch, and they'll have their own adventures that they can learn from. It's a bittersweet moment, but in all honesty, I think this episode in particular handled it all incredibly well. And I'm glad we got an episode like this to end the series. I hope you enjoyed this series, and I'm not just talking about Journeys, but the Pokemon anime as a whole as much as I did.